Volume 1. In an antique-styled room, Ling Tan jolted awake. Not good. I've fallen into a trap. He didn't even have the time to open his eyes as he reflexively slapped his hands against the ground, intending to use the counterforce produced to leap up and flee. This was an instinctual reaction for an outstanding member of the Special Forces. The moment his hands touched the ground, an aching pain jolted through his hand like lightning, along with a burst of powerlessness. Ling Tan opened his eyes as his mind trembled. "Tan, you're finally awake." A woman's gentle and pleasantly surprised voice drifted into his ears. Ling Tan looked towards the source of the voice and found a delicate face full of love attentively gazing at him. He saw a classical beauty who was breathtakingly beautiful and absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. In Ling Tan's mind, a familiar stream of memories unfolded. Ling Tan, citizen of Hua, formerly serving in the nation of Hua's elite Wolf Fang Special Forces, Army Division, he rendered innumerable meritorious deeds throughout his service. He took part in the International Special Forces competition, winning the honor of top individual combatant, and was acknowledged as the king of weapons specialists. Later, in an SSS-ranked multinational mission, a slight mistake on his part led to the sacrifice of a comrade. Riddled with guilt, he chose to retire and left the Wolf Fang Division. After retiring, there was no news of him for some time. He chose to go abroad and became the trump card of an internationally renowned mercenary organization. Any mission that he took part in would have an unparalleled success rate of 100%. Although he had retired from the Wolf Fang Division many years ago, his heart was still with his homeland. As long as a mission was detrimental to the nation of Hua, not only would he decline the mission, but he would also uncover the identity of the person who issued the mission and brutally slaughter him. As time passed on, he became a thorn in the side of every nation besides the nation of Hua. In the eyes of the other nations, he was a time bomb. Slaughter and bloodshed would follow wherever he went. Various countries started plotting against him, sparing no expense to hire world-class assassins. However, Ling Tan's life grew more comfortable as the days went by and the assassins vanished into thin air. Eventually, no assassin were willing to accept the suicide mission anymore. Trying to kill Ling Tan was the same as committing suicide. This statement was universally acknowledged by both the assassin and mercenary world. He, Ling Tan, was not only a formidable weapon specialist, but he was also a master practitioner of form and will boxing who even managed to cultivate his internal energy. He was rarely able to meet an opponent around the world. Even on the rare occasion that he did meet one, he never lost. Not long ago, Ling Tan received news from his most trusted broker. Our nation had created a type of a colorless and tasteless biological weapon. They were planning to transport the weapon into the nation of Hua, to carry out an atrocious conspiracy. Naturally, Ling Tan would not sit idly by and let this happen. He took action. With the help of his broker, the location of the biological weapons were pinpointed. Just when he succeeded in carving out a path of blood and entering the underground laboratory, and just when he was about to destroy the batch of biological weapons, the underground laboratory suddenly caved in, trapping him in a fully sealed cage. When he caught sight of our countrymen appearing outside the cage one by one, with firearms in their hands, Ling Tan understood right away. This was a conspiracy. A conspiracy against him. He was betrayed by the person he trusted the most. Otherwise, with his level of astuteness, our countryman's conspiracy would never have been able to succeed. Even until the moment of death, Ling Tan couldn't figure it out. Ha 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 ha. As the thoughts raced through his mind, Ling Tan could not hold back and bursted out laughing. His mood was filled with delight. "Tan, what's wrong with you? Don't frighten your mother." The gentle voice sounded again, this time with a hint of anxiousness. Ling Tan's mind was in chaos. He was absolutely sure he didn't recognize the woman in front of his eyes. However, the look in this woman's eyes seemed to be full of sincerity and without any falsehood whatsoever, as if she was looking at her own kin. Just as Ling Tan was preparing to start a debate with this beautiful woman, a stream of foreign memories flowed into his mind. Ling Tan felt as if he was struck by lightning, completely dumbfounded as though pressure was being applied to his acupuncture points. The only thing Ling Tan was pleased with was that this guy was also named Ling Tan. Ch.1-Ling Tan. Ch.1-Ling Tan, 15 years old. Fresh Breeze Town, Li family's disciple with another surname. His mother, Li Ru, was the Li family's 9th elder. His father. In his memories, there was no such person to begin with. In the process of merging with this segment of foreign memories, Ling Tan found the reason Ch.1-Ling Tan was severely injured and bedridden. This morning, Li family's 7th elder's youngest son, Li Xin, insulted Duan Lingten by calling him a bastard son who only knew his mother but not his father. Duan Lingten snapped into a fit of rage, and started fighting with Lin Sai. But how could Duan Lingten, who had not even achieved the body tempering stage, be a match for Li Xin, who had already achieved level 2 of body tempering stage? He was immediately severely injured by Li Xin and sent to the verge of death. Just as Duan Lingten inhaled his last breath of air, Lingten took over Duan Lingten's entire being, including Duan Lingten's body and memories. After completely merging with the foreign memories, Lingten sighed. He knew, from this moment onwards, he would be using the identity of Duan Lingten to integrate himself into this foreign world. From today onwards, he would be Duan Lingten, and Duan Lingten would be him. "Madam, the patriarch sent some medicine over." A voice sounded from the side of his ears, making Duan Lingting look up towards the source of the voice. A servant girl hurriedly entered the room and handed over the small and exquisite case in her hands to Li Ru. A medicinal fragrance drifted in the air immediately as the small case was opened. "Then, come, take this medicinal pill. Mother will treat your injuries." Li Ru took out a dark-looking medicinal pill from the case and guided it to the front of Duan Lingten's mouth. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingten opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth and turned into a warm current as it entered his body. Subsequently, Duan Lingten noticed that Li Ru had placed her hand on his chest. A stream of ice-cold current passed into his body, dissolving the warm current from the pill and treating his injuries. An hour later, Li Ru finished up. Duan Lingten noticed that half of the aching pain in his body had disappeared, lacking any strain whatsoever. He was startled. Was what he took just now some sort of elixir of life? Meanwhile, Duan Lingten noticed that Li Ru's face was pale, as beads of cold sweat dripped out of her forehead. Obviously, she expended too much origin energy in treating his injuries. "Mom, are you alright?" Duan Lingten's heart felt warm. His voice sounded intimate, without a hint of artificialness. "Mother is fine. I just need to rest for a while." Li Ru shook her head while smiling. For the sake of her son, expending this little bit of origin energy was nothing. Half an hour later, the servant girl entered the room and lightly said, "Madam, the patriarch sent someone to inquire if you would release young Master Xin now. The patriarch and 7th elder are still waiting in the punishment hall." "Release him? Go tell the person the patriarch sent that I will deal with this matter myself." The gentle and amiable expression on Li Ru's face was completely gone, replaced by an icy cold expression, causing the room to feel as if the temperature had gone down slightly. Duan Lingten's heart stirred. Never did he think that this woman, who was as beautiful as a flower, would be so protective. "Mom, what was that pill you gave me earlier? I feel like my injuries are nearly healed." Duan Lingten got up from bed, lightly stretching his body. "Silly child. That was a grade 8 gold injury pill." Li Ru lightly smiled. Grade 8 gold injury pill. Duan Lingten sifted through the foreign memories in his mind. It turned out that even within Fresh Breeze Town's Li family, there were only 2 of this grade 8 gold injury pills. Now, one had been used on him, a disciple with another surname. It looked like his mother had quite a high status in the Li family. "Then, the patriarch is waiting for us. Let's go." Li Ru brought Duan Lingten to a spacious courtyard in the Li family estate. Instruments of torture laid scattered around the vast courtyard. This was where punishment in the Li family was carried out, the punishment hall. It was exactly noon, and the sun was burning high in the sky. The surroundings of the punishment hall were filled with people. Li family disciples had come to watch the show. In the middle of the courtyard, a youth was tied to a pillar under the blazing sun with 2 middle-aged men standing by his side. The cross-eyed, middle-aged man on the right side had an expression of rage when he noticed the arrival of Duan Lingten and his mother. "Duan Lingten has arrived. The family's precious grade 8 gold injury pill has such a strong effect. Yay, I was there when Duan Lingten was carried away, half dead, but now, after taking the grade 8 gold injury pill, he's back to being full of vigor and vitality." Usually, Lin Xin would just casually bully Duan Lingten and 9th elder would not say anything about that. However, this time he inflicted such severe injuries that Duan Lingten nearly died. Of course 9th elder is going to be furious. One by one, The Li family disciples started whispering to one another as they noticed the arrival of Li Ru and Duan Lingtan. Patriarch Li Ru brought Duan Lingtan over to salute the middle-aged man on the left. Ninth Elder, regarding today's matters, my son Li Xin was at wrong. On the other hand, your son is fine now, and yet my son has been burning under the sun the whole afternoon. Can we let him down now? At this moment, the cross-eyed middle-aged man, Li family's seventh elder Li Kun, had a dark expression. Who would have thought that Li Ru wouldn't even bother to answer him and directly ignored him? Li Ru brought Yuan Lingtan in front of the tied-up Li Xin. Now it's time to repay him in the same way that he injured you earlier. Lingtan started laughing, hitting a punching bag. He was an expert at that. Li Xin was the same age as Duan Lingtan, and he had been tied to the punishment pillar under the blazing sun, causing his face to turn green long ago. Hearing Li Ru's words, he was scared shitless and went into a frenzied state while roaring in terror, "Dad, save me!" "Li Ru, don't go too far." Seventh Elder Li Kun's face sunk as he bursted out in rage. "Going too far?" "Li Kun, usually your son bullies my son. Since his skills are inferior, I accept that slight injury is unavoidable. But this time, your son nearly killed him. Do you really think I, Li Ru, am an easy target to bully?" Li Ru glanced coldly at Li Kun. Her voice contained a trace of icy cold anger. Don't hesitate and attack. Today, let me see who dares stand in my way of disciplining this junior." Li Ru's voice was filled with a heroine's valiant spirit. Even though she was a woman, the imposing manner she exuded was not a shred below that of a man. Patriarch Li Kun looked towards the Patriarch, Li Nanfeng, beside him, hoping he would uphold some sort of justice. "Seventh Elder, today's matter is a private matter between you and Ninth Elder. To the greatest extent possible, I hope you can settle it privately." Li Nanfeng shook his head. "So you're the one that beat him into such a miserable state?" Duan Lingtan muttered to himself. Slap. Moving one step forward, he directly slapped Li Xin without saying a second word. A light sharp pain emanated from his palm, and Duan Lingtan's eyebrows slightly creased. "Duan Lingtan, let me down if you have the balls, and we can fight one-on-one." Li Xin growled, nearly howling, as half of his face had swollen up and his eyes emitted a cold and fierce light. "One-on-one fight? Sorry, I'm not interested. As for if I have the balls or not, that's not something that you should be worried about." Duan Lingtan laughed as he spread out his hands and indifferently shrugged his shoulders. Slap. He hurled another slap at Li Xin. "This guy's face has really thick skin." He frowned as he blew on his aching palms while feeling slightly satisfied as he expressed his resentment. When the surrounding Li family disciples saw Duan Lingtan's actions and heard his words, they were left speechless. The other guy was already tied up like a punching bag for him to hit, but he still complained that the skin on his face was thick. What was wrong with this guy? Shoes are still the best after all. Bending down, Duan Lingtan removed a shoe from his foot, took it in his hand, and suddenly aimed it at Li Xin's face. This scene caused the surrounding Li family disciples to feel a chill run down their spines. This Duan Lingtan, he can't be thinking of using that shoe to slap Li Xin's face, right? If he really slaps Li Xin on the face with that shoe, won't his face tear open like a blooming flower? "Little bastard, you're courting death." Li Kun could not control himself any longer as he caught sight of this scene, and his body flew out towards Duan Lingtan like a rock. "You're courting death." Li Ru glided with graceful steps, as if she had turned into both a wind and a celestial maiden drifting across the 9 heavens, and arrived in front of Duan Lingtan a step earlier. Extending out her delicate hands which radiated with the brilliance of origin energy, she slapped her palm towards the oncoming Li Kun. At the same time, above Li Ru's head vague wisps of white mist appeared. "Li Ru, today, let me see how strong you really are." Li Kun gazed sternly as his hand descended like a giant fan. Origin energy burst forth and intercepted Li Ru's palm strike with full force. Instantly, 4 obscure silhouettes of ancient mammoths emerged in the space above Li Kun. Li Kun attacked at full force and drew upon the energy of heaven and earth, creating 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes. In other words, the strength he was exerting was equal to the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Just one ancient mammoth had the strength of 10,000 pounds. Mom. Duan Lingtan frowned, feeling worried. The Li family disciples were watching the battle between 7th Elder and 9th Elder intently because it was extremely rare to see an event of such scale. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding people, Liru and Li Kun's bodies converged as they exchanged a palm strike. Both of their bodies jerked. Liru's body was slightly inclined forward, and the white mist above her head developed into ancient mammoth silhouettes as well. A total of 6. The strength of 6 ancient mammoths. Li Kun's strength of 4 ancient mammoths was pitted against Liru's strength of 6 ancient mammoths. More so, it was even a frontal exchange. The outcome was obvious. Instantly, Li Kun looked like an arrow leaving the bowstring. He flew out over 10 meters in a sorry state before he could finally stabilize himself. What? Li Kun's face flickered between a pale and green color, whereupon he spat out a mouthful of blood. With a face full of disbelief, he glanced at the fading silhouettes of those 6 ancient mammoths above Liru. How is this possible? The strength of 6 ancient mammoths. Liru is actually a 4th level of core formation stage martial artist. Li Kun was startled. He had never imagined that the usually low-profiled 9th elder Liru, who virtually never lifted her hands against others in the Li family, would actually have such frightening strength. The Li family disciples that were present could not resist drawing in a breath of cold air. The strength of 6 ancient mammoths. 9th elder is so strong. According to calculations, based upon the strength of 6 ancient mammoths, 9th elder's strength is around the 4th level of core formation stage. Who could have imagined that the 9th elder, who was usually kind and gentle, actually had such strength? If Li Xin had not nearly killed Ch.1-25, we might have never had the chance to see 9th elder in action. Liru stood still, and her fine, thin figure seemed incomparably lofty. I really never imagined that Mum actually had such strength, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth and developing 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes. She is definitely at the 4th level of core formation stage. Ch.1-25 let out a breath of relief. In this world, the first stage to becoming a martial artist was known as body tempering stage, which was further separated into 9 levels. Cultivating to level 9 of body tempering stage would allow the fleshly body to have a strength of 10,000 pounds. At full strength, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth would become possible. It could be developed into an ancient mammoth silhouette, allowing one to possess the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. Above the body tempering stage was the core formation stage. The biggest difference between the body tempering stage and the core formation stage was origin energy. After achieving level 9 of the body tempering stage, producing origin energy would allow one to advance to the first level of core formation stage. The strength of the origin energy at level 1 of core formation stage was equal to the strength of 1 ancient mammoth, and, combined with the existing strength of the fleshly body, the cultivator would be able to produce the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. As their cultivation increased, the level of power that could be controlled would increase as well. Thinking up to this point, a smile appeared on the corner of Ch.1-25's mouth. "Dan, nobody will bother you now. You can continue." Liru's gentle voice drifted into Ch.1-25's ears, reminding him, "Dad, save me." Hearing Liru's words, Li Xin's face turned green, and his eyes emitted a deep sense of fear. The shoe in Ch.1-25's hand would definitely slap down upon him, and it was no joke. Li Kun's face was grim, but, due to his fear of Liru, he did not dare to make a move. Ch.1-25 bursted out in laughter. Slap! The shoe in his hand descended mercilessly. Instantly, Li Xin emitted shrill cries, like that of a pig being slaughtered, as a clear shoe print appeared on his face. Slap, 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 slap. Holding a shoe in his hand, Ch.1-25 kept swinging his hand and hitting Li Xin's face time after time. Every time his shoe descended upon Li Xin's face, the Li family disciples that were present would feel an uncontrollable shiver run through their bodies. Just hearing the sound of the shoe slapping against Li Xin's face was enough to make them cringe. Only after Li Xin fainted did Ch.1-25 finally stop. Ch.1-25 murmured in his heart, and only he knew who he was talking to. While following behind his mother and leaving the courtyard, Ch.1-25 noticed that 7th elder's glare, which emitted a sense of bloodthirst and hatred. It was as if he was waiting for a chance to swallow him up. His heart sank. He had seen this kind of gaze countless times in his previous life. A person who had this gaze was an unscrupulous person who would use any means available to achieve his goal. That's why, in his previous life, whenever someone gazed at him in this way, he would get rid of them before they could pose a threat to him. Duan Lingtan felt a sense of pressure. Even though Lin Kun was not a match for his mother, it would be impossible for his mother to always be by his side. It would be impossible for her to take care of him for his whole life. In order to live in this world, where only the strong were revered, he could only rely on himself. What he needed desperately was strength. Formidable strength. As Li family's ninth elder, Liru had an independent courtyard. There were 3 rooms in the courtyard. Liru, Duan Lingtan and the servant girl each lived in their own room. Duan Lingtan greeted Liru as they returned to the courtyard before heading back to his room. After receiving severe injuries this time, Tan seems a little bit different. As the closest person to Duan Lingtan, Liru noticed the difference in Duan Lingtan after he woke up. She didn't contemplate any further and presumed that her son experienced a change after enduring such a shock. How could she ever know that the body of her son was still present, but his soul had been switched for another? After returning to his room, Duan Lingtan sat on his bed with a gloomy expression on his face. From those foreign memories, he found out that the original owner of this body was sick and fragile from a very young age. If he wanted to succeed in body tempering, reach the first level of body tempering stage, and become a martial artist, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. Scolded Duan Lingtan in his heart. He. Suddenly, a string of eerie and husky laughter, like that of a ghost, resonated inside Duan Lingtan's mind. Who? Duan Lingtan's face distorted. Kid, I didn't think you were that lucky, for your soul to survive that. But nothing has changed. Wait, you're not that kid. Who are you? Damn it. You actually dared to snatch away the body that I wanted. Die. The husky voice was suddenly filled with cruelty and rage. Die. A roar filled with rage exploded inside Duan Lingtan's mind. Duan Lingtan instantly felt a sharp pain that nearly caused him to faint. The sharp pain hailed from deep within his soul, causing Duan Lingtan's body to tremble. No, impossible. You're not a person of this world. So close, just a little bit more. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The husky voice suddenly distorted as if it encountered something that caused it to feel intense fear. After roaring once more, the voice vanished completely, as if it had never appeared at all. What's going on? After the sharp pain receded, Duan Lingtan finally began to recover his senses. Soon, his eyes opened wide, and a stream of vastly complex and foreign memories rushed into his brain as he forcibly seized them. This, even with 2 lifetimes of experiences, Duan Lingtan was still stupefied by the stream of memories. These memories belonged to the Rebirth Martial Emperor of 10,000 years ago, who was one of Cloud Continent's 7 great martial emperors. Cloud Continent was the common name for this world. The 7 great martial emperors of 10,000 years ago were great figures who stood at the pinnacle of Cloud Continent, who were nearly equal to gods. They were incomparably strong and looked down upon commoners. It seemed as if they had the ability to pluck the stars and cover the sun and moon by merely stretching their hands. In that era, the Rebirth Martial Emperor was considered the strongest among the 7 great martial emperors. He once seized another's body and possessed it with his soul in order to achieve rebirth, thus allowing him to have lived 2 lifetimes. In his first lifetime, besides pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts, he was also a remarkable alchemist. In his second lifetime, he was a formidable weapons craftsman and even researched inscription techniques to complete mastery. Unbelievable. Duan Lingtan took a deep breath. Rebirth Martial Emperor was a godlike figure of Cloud Continent. If he could complete 3 lifetimes of rebirth, the 3 lives rebirth technique would be complete. At that time, even if the remaining 7 great martial emperors teamed up, they would not have been his match. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtan began laughing. Originally he was worried about how he would begin cultivating with this fragile body, but the Rebirth Martial Emperor just sent him a great and timely gift. Duan Lingtan took a deep breath and made his decision. He would cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. In the Rebirth Martial Emperor's first lifetime, he was a royal-grade alchemist. As such, concocting some medicinal solution for a medicinal bath was an easy task for Duan Lingtan. In the eyes of ordinary people across Cloud Continent, alchemists were divided into 9 grades, with grade 9 being the lowest and grade 1 being the highest. However, only great figures that stood at the pinnacle of Cloud Continent actually knew that above the rank of grade 1 alchemist there were actually the ranks of quasi-royal grade alchemist and royal grade alchemist. Rebirth Martial Emperor was the one and only royal grade alchemist in the entire Cloud Continent. Mom, I need some medicinal materials. Duan Lingtan passed a piece of paper to his mother Li Ru. These are all medicinal materials that improve and strengthen the body. A long time ago, I obtained some medicinal materials and got Grand Elder to prepare them for you, but there was no effect at all. Li Ru glanced at the medicine list, and, even though she was not well versed in pill refining, she could still recognize the medicinal materials on the list. Li family Grand Elder Li Hua was a grade 9 alchemist, and the only alchemist in the Li family, thus he possessed a high status within the family. Mom, I want to try. The youth shook his head with a firm and unyielding expression. Fine, Mum will go buy it for you, Li Ru said as she dotingly nodded her head. In her opinion, as long her son was happy, so what if those medicinal materials went to waste? After all, they were just mere worldly possessions. Half an hour later, Li Ru returned with the medicinal materials requested by Duan Lingtan. Do you need Mom to request the Grand Elder for help to prepare the medicinal materials? Mom, it's not necessary. Just pass them to me. After receiving the medicinal materials, the youth returned to his room. Don't tell me Tan is thinking of processing those medicinal materials by himself. Never mind, as long he's happy. Those medicinal materials are not poisonous anyway. I'll just let him amuse himself. Li Ru's heart stirred, but she wasn't concerned. Duan Lingtan had Li Ru buy him a total of 7 types of common medicinal materials to concoct the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. This medicinal liquid had the ability to increase the strength of the physical constitution and increase the speed at which a body tempering stage martial artist cultivated. The medicinal formula of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid had been considered extinct in Cloud Continent since long ago. This formula was discovered by the Rebirth Martial Emperor in an ancient ruins during his 2nd lifetime. He originally planned to use it during his 3rd lifetime, but the benefits were now reaped by Duan Lingtan. Concocting medicinal liquids was different from refining medicinal pills. To refine medicinal pills, one would first require the formation of pill fire, an ability that was only achievable by graded alchemists. However, concocting medicinal liquids only required a formula. With the knowledge of the medicinal materials required and the order in which the medicinal materials were to be prepared, anyone was capable of concocting medicinal liquids. Concocting the 7 treasures body tempering liquid for the first time, Duan Lingtan clumsily wasted an hour before finally succeeding in creating the medicinal liquid according to the formula from the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. After succeeding, he had his mother's servant girl prepare some warm water and a bath barrel. Duan Lingtan poured the 7 treasures body tempering liquid into the barrel, mixed everything thoroughly, and took off his clothes before jumping in. Sitting cross-legged inside the barrel, Duan Lingtan could clearly feel his whole body numbing. He knew that this was the 7 treasures body tempering liquid fusing into his body and changing his physical constitution. Closing his eyes, Duan Lingtan started cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was separated into the War Sovereign's 9 forms. When mastery of the technique was attained, one would be able to control the strength of 9 dragons and achieve the cultivation of a martial emperor and possess unparalleled martial prowess. Presently Duan Lingtan was cultivating the first form known as the Spirit Serpent form. Under the greedy absorption of Duan Lingtan's body, a barrel of medicinal bath was swiftly consumed. Meanwhile, the cultivation of Spirit Serpent form was finally on the right track. The foundations of transforming into a martial artist were the body tempering process, the strengthening of vital energy and blood, and the metamorphosis of the fleshly body. 3 days later, after absorbing the 3rd barrel of medicinal liquid, Duan Lingtan finally stepped into the realm of the 1st level of body tempering stage. Hualala! Duan Lingtan got out of the barrel and stood in front of a mirror. He looked at the able-bodied figure that was completely different than the figure from 3 days ago and started laughing. He then started stretching his body and noticed that his body's level of flexibility was astonishing. This was an effect of cultivating the Spirit Serpent form. It would cause the body to become flexible like a spirit serpent. Duan Lingtan's eyes narrowed. 3 days later, Lin Ru had an expression of disbelief on her face when she saw Duan Lingtan again. You. After a brief moment, she extended her trembling delicate hands, lightly kneading Duan Lingtan's arms. As a core formation stage martial artist, she saw through Duan Lingtan's cultivation with just a glance. 1st level of body tempering stage. Her son had finally completed his body tempering and became a full-fledged martial artist. In these past few years, she watched as Ch.1-25 failed to complete his body tempering, and his body became weaker and more fragile day after day. She was secretly worried the entire time. "Mom, why are you crying?" Ch.1-25 stretched out his hands to gently wipe the tears off Liru's face. "Mom is alright. I'm just so happy. Mom is extremely happy." Liru wiped off the tears from her face and smiled. Her years of anxiety and worry could finally be off her mind. Quickly, she realized that the change in her son happened in these 3 days. To be able to go through such a change in a mere 3 days. She was shocked. Suddenly, she remembered Ch.1-25's request to buy medicinal materials 3 days ago, and her beautiful eyes stared fixedly for a moment before her heart stirred. "Then, the change in your body. Was it because of the medicinal materials you asked me to buy the other day?" Liru inquired to clear the suspicion. "Yes, Mom," Ch.1-25 nodded. "You concocted the medicine by yourself?" Liru inquired curiously. Ch.1-25 nodded once more. Liru took a deep breath. "Then, what medicine did you concoct, and when did you learn how to concoct medicine?" Ch.1-25's heart stirred slightly. The affair regarding Rebirth Martial Emperor was too shocking. Moreover, it related to his previous life, which would be extremely difficult to explain. "Mom, that day when Lee Xin injured me to the point of blacking out, I had a very strange dream. In my dream, I met an old man, who taught me the formula to a type of medicinal liquid. He casually made up an excuse. He then proceeded to tell Liru about the 7 treasures body tempering liquid and its overall effects. Increasing the cultivation speed of body tempering stage martial artists. Liru was stunned. She had never heard of any medicinal liquid capable of increasing the cultivation speed of body tempering stage martial artists. Moreover, one which only required such common medicinal materials. She realized instantly that this medicinal formula was no ordinary formula. As far as she knew, there were medicinal pills that were capable of increasing the cultivation speed of body tempering stage martial artists, but those medicinal pills required a graded alchemist to be refined successfully. Also, the required medicinal materials were extremely costly, so costly that ordinary people could not afford them. "Then, do not tell the benefits of this medicinal formula to anyone, under any circumstances." Once she realized the value of the medicinal formula, Liru's first thought was to protect her son, thus she warned him with a serious expression. "Mom, I know, I'm just telling my mother." Ch.1-25 smiled. Being an orphan in his previous life, he enjoyed the feeling of motherly love in this lifetime. "My good child." Liru started smiling as well. She smiled radiantly and looked incomparably beautiful. "Then, you've now finally stepped into the first level of body tempering stage, so you can select a martial skill from the Lee family martial pavilion." "Yes, Mom. I'll go take a look." Although the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor had no lack of martial skills, he still decided to take a look for the sake of appearances. Martial Pavilion, the place the Lee family stored its martial skills, was an important location that usually was guarded personally by at least one elder. Fifth elder. Ch.1-25 saluted the elder at the door of the martial pavilion. Ch.1-25, fifth elder Li Ting was slightly shocked to see Ch.1-25. Once he noticed the changes in Ch.1-25's body, he could not help himself from exclaiming softly, "You stepped into the first level of one body tempering stage?" Ch.1-25 smiled lightly and nodded. "Now your mother can finally be at ease." "Okay, you can go in and select one martial skill of your choice." Li Ting smiled. He had a good relationship with the 9th elder Liru. Answering with a grunt, Ch.1-25 walked into the martial pavilion. Ch.1-25 stepped into the first level of body tempering stage. A few of the youths that had just arrived at the martial pavilion looked at each other in surprise. As far as they were concerned, the shock that Ch.1-25 brought them by stepping into the first level of one body tempering stage was not at all lower than seeing a female pig climbing trees or a cow that could fly. Inside the martial pavilion, Ch.1-25 started reading through martial skills. As he read through the skills, he realized that the martial skills in the Lee family martial pavilion were extremely ordinary. These low and middle grade yellow rank martial skills were, in his opinion, not mentioning the form and will boxing he practiced in his previous life, even inferior to military boxing. Ch.1-25 had already achieved the rank of Grandmaster in formidable boxing and surpassed his teacher. Thinking up to this point, he left the martial pavilion. Fifth Elder Liting noticed Ch.1-25 walking out empty-handed, and his face displayed a curious expression. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. What? Didn't find anything suitable? Ch.1-25 nodded. PFFT. Suddenly, a laughing sound entered into Ch.1-25's ears. Looks like you, Ch.1-25, disdain the martial arts in our Lee family's martial pavilion. I'm curious, what kind of martial skill did your mom pass on to you privately to allow you to be so arrogant? Ch.1-25, I heard you've stepped into the first level of body tempering stage. How about I ask for guidance on a few moves? He voice implied sarcastically. Ch.1-25 lifted his head. Only then did he notice. Unknowingly, Lee Xin had also arrived at the martial pavilion with bruise marks still on his cheeks. He looked at Ch.1-25 with an expression of provocation. Phew, I was wondering who it was, and it turns out that it's you. Hee. Does your face still hurt? Confronted with Lee Xin's provocation, Ch.1-25 did not get angry but instead laughed. Ch.1-25, I want to challenge you. Let Fifth Elder bear witness. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Lee Xin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The incident from 3 days ago was undoubtedly an unprecedented disgrace and utterly humiliating for him. During the past 3 days, the thing he wanted to do the most was take revenge. Today, when he heard that Ch.1-25 had stepped into the first level of body tempering stage, he immediately rushed over. In his opinion, Ch.1-25 was now a martial artist, and if he was seriously injured in an official battle, according to the family rules, Ch.1-25's mother could do nothing about it no matter how furious she was. Of course, the prerequisite would be that Ch.1-25 accepted his challenge. Confronted with Lee Xin's provocation, Ch.1-25's eyes narrowed, as he smiled lightly. Why would I not dare? Ch.1-25, don't be rash. Fifth Elder Lee Ting frowned. In his opinion, Ch.1-25 was only at the first level of body tempering stage. Moreover, he had not cultivated any martial arts. How could he be a match for Lee Xin, who was already at the second level of body tempering stage? Good, Ch.1-25, you've got balls. Lee Xin laughed complacently in a manner that showed his scheme had succeeded. Fifth Elder, please bear witness to the battle between us so as to prevent Ninth Elder from troubling me later. Lee Xin briefly looked towards Lee Ting respectfully. Yeah, Fifth Elder, please bear witness. I don't wish for Seventh Elder to trouble me later. Ch.1-25 was reluctant to show weakness. If it was a few days ago, he would have a trace of fear towards Lee Xin, who had achieved the second level of body tempering stage. However, after finding out the martial arts inside the martial pavilion were difficult to take seriously, he realized that he had overestimated Lee Xin. This kid is too rash. Never mind, this will teach him a lesson. Lee Ting frowned while glancing at Ch.1-25 as he stood up and walked out of the martial pavilion. The Lee family disciples that were passing by the martial pavilion had expressions of excitement on their faces. There was a show to see. In the empty space outside of the martial pavilion, Ch.1-25 and Lee Xin stood facing each other. Lee Ting, who was acting as the witness, was standing to the side. Ch.1-25, today I will return the humiliation you gave me last time to you tenfold. Lee Xin had a ominous smile on his face, as if Ch.1-25 was a fish on his chopping block ready to be slaughtered. Then we will need to see if you have the capability. Ch.1-25 laughed. Lee Xin turned angry from embarrassment, and shouted loudly, you're courting death. Pounding his legs on the ground, he ran out at full speed like a fierce tiger dashing down the mountain. Fierce tiger fist. His hands waved out, gradually forming a current, and swept straight towards Ch.1-25. It's the middle-grade yellow rank martial skill Fierce Tiger Fist. Lee Xin is so formidable, his Fierce Tiger Fist has obviously been cultivated to the initial stage. Ch.1-25 only recently stepped into the first level of body tempering stage, so he probably has not even cultivated any martial skills. To actually be brave enough to accept Lee Xin's challenge, he really is unafraid of death. Fifth Elder is bearing witness today, and even if Ch.1-25 is severely injured again, as long as he doesn't die, Ninth Elder can't do a thing to Lee Xin no matter how furious she is. The surrounding Lee family disciples were discussing one after another. Nobody had high hopes for Ch.1-25. After all, difference between the first level and second level of body tempering stage was just too large. Fierce tiger fist. It looks like sick cat fist to me. The corner of Ch.1-25's mouth moved, forming a disdainful smile. In his opinion, the martial art that Lee Xin was using was full of flaws, and he had more than 100 ways to overcome the attack. In the end, he chose the most direct method. Deng. In front of the eyes of the crowd, Ch.1-25 also ran out at full speed and intercepted the attack. Just when Lee Xin's fists were about to make contact, his upper body bent backwards to an alarming degree and he dodged Lee Xin's fists as his body swept past Lee Xin, swiftly landing behind him. Now, Ch.1-25's legs jerked, and his body nimbly twisted around. Clenching his right fist, his upper body abruptly bent backwards as both of his arms drew backward. Instantly, Ch.1-25 became like a heavy bow drawn to its limit as even his spine started to tremble. His upper body abruptly tilted forward as his right fist took advantage of the momentum and shot out, exerting a tremendous force like a landslide. Collapsing fist. Ch.1-25 skillfully dodged Lee Xin's fierce tiger fist, and, in the instant Lee Xin was brought forward by inertia, he mercilessly punched Lee Xin's right shoulder. Kaka. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Lee Xin was blasted airborne while emitting a shrill cry, as if he was a pig being slaughtered. Even though Lee Xin's strength was 20 pounds more than Ch.1-25, he had no way to use that strength. Bang! Lee Xin's body fiercely hit the ground, and he emitted a wave of shrill cries as his body severely trembled and convulsed in pain. Silence. The entire area became deathly still. From fifth elder Lee Ting to every single Lee family disciple on site, their mouths gaped as they looked on with disbelief at the scene in front of their eyes. The collapsing fist that Ch.1-25 used just now. In their opinion, it was virtually godlike. What martial skill did Ch.1-25 use just now? It doesn't look like a martial skill. It seems just like any ordinary straight punch, but he smoothly dodged Lee Xin's fierce tiger fist, moved to Lee Xin's back, spun his body, and swung out with that punch, all of which happened in just an instant. I wonder how he did it. Are you kidding me? How could such a strong move not be a martial skill? Ch.1-25 split open Lee Xin's shoulder blade with just a single punch. The Lee family disciples discussed energetically, but they were absolutely unable to see through the collapsing fist Ch.1-25 used. That fist move, although seemingly simple, its might was truly shocking. Lee Xin's shoulder blade has completely shattered. His right arm is crippled. Fifth elder examined Lee Xin's injuries and drew in a breath of cold air. He displayed a brief startled expression when he glanced at Ch.1-25. A mere level 1 of body tempering stage martial artist was actually able to execute such a formidable attack. After assigning some Lee family disciples to carry Lee Xin away for treatment, Lee Ting walked over to Ch.1-25, who was calmly standing there. At this very moment, he had the misconception that the person standing in front of him was not a youth but a seasoned expert of the martial Dao. That fist technique you executed earlier. What is it called? It lacks the complication of common martial skills and instead exerts force like a landslide. How long have you cultivated it? Lee Ting glanced at Ch.1-25 with glistening eyes. The Lee family disciples were unable to see through the profoundness of that move, but he saw it clearly. That move seemed simple, but it actually utilized a formidable method of force exertion. In the instant that Ch.1-25 swung his fist, the strength of his entire body was perfectly concentrated into a single point. It was a feat that was difficult even for a high-grade yellow rank martial skill to accomplish. No, perhaps even ordinary profound rank martial skills were unable to accomplish such a feat. The martial arts of Cloud Continent were divided into 4 ranks, from high to low, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Every rank of martial skill was further divided into 3 grades, high, middle and low. In the Lee family, besides the low-grade and middle-grade yellow rank martial skills placed in the martial pavilion, there was only one high-grade yellow rank martial skill, the Wind Chaser Palm. This martial skill was only permitted to be cultivated by Lee family martial artists that were at the core formation stage or above. But Lee Ting knew that even if Wind Chaser Palm was mastered, the exertion of force would still be inferior to that move from earlier. It's called collapsing fist, said Ch.1-25, but he did not say anything regarding his time spent cultivating it. How could he say that he cultivated it for over 10 years? Collapsing fist, one of the 5 elemental fist moves of form and will boxing, was a type of straight punch. When exerting force, It stressed upon concealing the accumulation of strength and performing an unexpected, swift, and intense attack which penetrated the internal organs. It was a type of fist technique with powerful penetrative capabilities. Collapsing fist seems simple, but it actually encompassed the exertion of force of the entire body, including the internal organs. In order to reach the same level of cultivation as Ch.1-25, it would require at least 10 years of hard work. Fifth Elder, I'm going back home. About the incident today, I'm sure you noticed who provoked who first. I hope you can bear witness on my behalf. Ch.1-25 nodded toward Li Ting, turned around, and left. Collapsing fist. This kid is extraordinary. Liru, all along, even you were deceived by your son. He's been concealing his abilities and waiting for the right moment. Li Ting took a deep breath and tried to stabilize his agitated mood. He noticed that Ch.1-25's collapsing fist was not a martial skill that could be cultivated quickly or with ease. He naturally believed that Ch.1-25 was patiently holding back, hiding his strengths and weaknesses. The surrounding Li family disciples that were spectating the battle dispersed. They all knew that the terrifying punch Ch.1-25 executed was called collapsing fist. Satisfying. After arriving back home, Ch.1-25 heaved a sigh of relief as a brief smile appeared on his immature face. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time he executed form and will boxing without restraint. In that moment, he felt like he had gone back to his previous life, one that was full of excitement and bloodshed. Ch.1-25 returned to his room and noticed that the remaining 7 treasures body tempering liquid was only enough for 2 more medicinal baths. Seems like I need to ask Mum to buy me more medicinal herbs. Sitting in the bath barrel, he cultivated 9 Dragon's War Sovereign technique while enjoying the medicinal bath. Ch.1-25 cultivated intently, but little did he know that, because of his victory against Li Xin, there was a great disturbance in the once tranquil Li family. Hey, have you heard? 9th Elder's son Ch.1-25 completed his body tempering and has stepped into level 1 of body tempering stage. PFFTT. I knew that long ago. Do you know that Ch.1-25 not only stepped into level 1 of body tempering stage, he even severely injured Li Xin during a public battle that was witnessed by the 5th Elder. He even crippled one of Li Xin's arms. Really? Li Xin is already at level 2 of body tempering stage, and he even cultivated the low-grade yellow rank martial skill Fierce Tiger Fist to the initial stage. Don't tell me he couldn't even beat a mere first level of body tempering stage martial artist like Ch.1-25. Fierce Tiger Fist is useless. Ch.1-25's collapsing fist is seemingly simple, but it has actually been stripped of all extravagances and returned to simplicity. Now that is formidable. Even 5th Elder expressed admiration towards it. The effects of Ch.1-25's collapsing fist became more and more exaggerated as the news spread. Some Li family disciples proclaimed it to be a profound rank martial skill, some proclaimed it to be an earth rank martial skill, and some even proclaimed that Ch.1-25's collapsing fist was a heaven rank martial skill. Within a room in a large courtyard of the Li family estate, 7th Elder Li Kun stood beside the bed, looking at the broken shoulder of his son who was so exhausted that he fell asleep. In his ears, the voice of the Grand Elder was still ringing. 7th Elder, if it was just an ordinary cracked or broken bone, then consuming a grade 9 gold injury pill and getting some rest would be enough to heal the injury. But your son Li Xin's shoulder blade has been totally shattered. Even if you can get a grade 8 gold injury pill from the Patriarch, it would make no difference. You have my condolences. Ch.1-25, I want you dead. You must die. Li Kun's eyes opened wide and radiated a light of hatred as he gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. Origin energy bursted forth as he growled and roared. Dad, how is my little brother? Just at this moment, a hurried voice sounded from outside, as a figure rushed in the room. This person was Li Ji, the eldest son of 7th Elder and a famous genius martial artist of the Li family. He stepped into the 4th level of body tempering stage at the age of 16, and he even mastered the middle grade yellow rank martial skill Falling Leaf Palm. Li family disciples were considered adults at the age of 16. After the coming of age ceremony, they would usually be sent to help at one of the Li family businesses in Fresh Breeze Town, and even Li Ji was not exempted from these duties. He rushed home when he heard that his little brother Li Xin had been severely injured. Li Kun took a deep breath, and said in an extremely heavy voice, Little Ji, your little brother. His right shoulder is crippled. Even Grand Elder is unable to do anything. What? Li Ji's body trembled, as if struck by lightning. The Grand Elder of the Lee family was a famous grade 9 alchemist in the entire Fresh Breeze town. Even Grand Elder was unable to treat his little brother's injuries. He was clear as to what this implied. Little Xin, standing at the side of the bed and gazing at the soundly asleep Lee Xin, Li Ji's eyes opened wide and radiated a light of hatred not one bit less than Li Kun. His mother died while giving birth to this little brother. He doted dearly upon his little brother all these years, whether it was food or toys. He would always give priority to his little brother. But now, his little brother's right shoulder was crippled, and his future ruined. Li Ji's heart was filled with rage. Dad, are you sure it was Ch.1-25? Li Ji asked while looking at Li Kun. When he initially heard about this incident, besides being worried for his little brother Li Xin, he felt a sense of disbelief. How could a piece of trash that couldn't even complete body tempering be capable of severely injuring his little brother? Yes, I talked with 5th Elder. It was Ch.1-25. 3 days ago, that piece of trash hadn't even completed body tempering, but who could have known that today he had not only stepped into the first level of body tempering stage, but also defeated your little brother. He even allegedly used a high-ranked martial skill called collapsing fist. Li Kun gnashed his teeth while saying, level 1 of body tempering stage, collapsing fist, huh? Li Ji laughed coldly, his gaze like that of a poisonous snake. Father, follow me. In a quiet courtyard. Mom, you sent for me. Did something happen? Ch.1-25, who just walked out of his room after he finished absorbing the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, looked at his mother Liru with a slightly embarrassed expression. Liru gazed at her son in a slightly absent-minded manner. She still could not believe what she had heard earlier. As far as she was concerned, her son being able to complete his body tempering and step into the first level of the body tempering stage was a difficult feat. But this kid, with just one trip to the martial pavilion, he crippled the arm of 7th Elder's youngest son and even handed him an untreatable injury. Collapsing fist. Then, shouldn't you explain to Mom when you learned a martial skill that even 5th Elder would exclaim in admiration at? Lyra looked at Ch.1-25 with a faint smile. Mom, if I told you that when the old man taught me the medicinal formula he taught me this fist technique as well, would you believe me? Ch.1-25 had an embarrassed smile. Then, you're all grown up. Since you have secrets that you're unable to disclose, Mum won't force you. But you have to remember, no matter when and no matter what happens, Mom will always be there for you. Lyra glanced deeply at Ch.1-25, sighing faintly. Mom. Ch.1-25's heart trembled, his eyes slightly red. Just at this moment, a voice that was disgusting as a fly, broke the warm atmosphere between mother and son. 9th Elder, Li Kun requests for an audience. He still dares to come here? Liru's eyes flashed with a cold light. In the next moment, 7th Elder Li Kun and his eldest son, Li Ji, walked into the courtyard, while glaring hatefully at Ch.1-25. 7th Elder, you didn't come here on purpose just to make trouble for my son, right? Liru took a step forward, shielding Ch.1-25 behind her, and lightly smiled. 9th Elder, be at ease. The battle between your son, Ch.1-25, and my son, Li Xin, was witnessed by 5th Elder. His arm being crippled is a consequence of his inferior skill. He can't resent anyone but himself. Li Kun took a deep breath as he repressed the rage in his heart. Then, 7th Elder came here for. Liru became curious after hearing what Li Kun said. Greetings 9th Elder. Li Ji, who was beside Li Kun, stood out and said. After greeting Liru, Li Ji's eyes sparkled as he glanced at Ch.1-25. 9th Elder, my father followed me here. The reason I came here is to challenge Ch.1-25. I heard his collapsing fist is extremely formidable. Hearing what he had to say, Liru's expression turned icy cold. Li Ji, if memory serves me right, you're 1 year older than my son and have already stepped into the 4th level of body tempering stage, while my son is only at the 1st level of body tempering stage. Aren't you ashamed of yourself for challenging him? Lyra glanced at Li Ji and said indifferently. 9th Elder, Ch.1-25 is no ordinary 1st level of body tempering stage martial artist. He easily defeated my little brother, and his strength is formidable. Li Ji smiled, as if he didn't notice Liru's face turning cold. Just when Liru was about to harshly see her visitors out, Ch.1-25 walked out from behind her. I can accept your challenge, but I have one condition. Liru frowned. It made her extremely unhappy that her son made a decision without consulting her first. What conditions? Li Ji looked at Ch.1-25 while asking. As long as Ch.1-25 agreed to the challenge, he was prepared to agree to any reasonable conditions. This was the best opportunity to take revenge for his little brother, and he was unwilling to let the chance slip him by. My condition is extremely simple. Delay the battle for a month. After a month, I will fight you. If you're unwilling or scared, then it's fine. I'll just take it as if you never came here to challenge me. Ch.1-25's expression was tranquil, as if he knew Li Ji would agree to his condition. Okay, I'll give you a month. I hope that you don't cower in fear at that time. Li Ji did not hesitate at all as the corners of his mouth raised with a hint of a cold smile. After Li Kun and Li Ji left, Li Kun's eyebrows creased slightly as he said, "Little Ji, could it be that Ch.1-25 delayed the battle for a month because he's confident he can beat you? Wasn't it slightly rash of you to accept his conditions so readily?" Dad. Trash will always be trash. Even though he completed his body tempering, it's still only the first level of body tempering stage. He might not even be able to step into level 2 of body tempering stage in another month. Li Ji laughed confidently. But Li Kun wanted to continue but was interrupted by Li Ji. Dad, you're afraid of Ch.1-25's collapsing fist, right? Well, you can be at ease. Even if his collapsing fist is a martial skill at the profound rank or above, and even if he can step into the second level of body tempering stage, do you really believe that he can shorten the difference of strength between us with just a collapsing fist? Level 3 to level 4 of body tempering stage was a significant divide, and the difference in strength between the two was over 100 pounds. There was no need to mention the difference of strength between level 2 and level 4 body tempering stage. Dad is overthinking things. I must be dizzy from seeing your little brother injured. After Li Kun heard his son's logical and precise analysis, he smiled lightly and nodded. His eldest son had always been his pride and had never let him down. After Li Kun and his son left, Ch.1-25 noticed his mother Li Ru's eyes glaring at him with a face covered in displeasure. "Mom, don't worry. I'm confident." Ch.1-25 hurriedly said, "Dan, I've noticed the changes in you, but you shouldn't reach for what is beyond your grasp." Li Ji is the universally acknowledged genius among the Li family disciples. He is one of the promising seedlings chosen for development in the Li family. Li Ji is Li family's universally acknowledged strongest 4th level of body tempering stage martial artist. He is not someone his little brother Li Xin can compare to. Li Ru sighed faintly. "Mom, I'm aware of all the things you said. Can you trust me please? I will win for sure. I won't disgrace you, Mom." Ch.1-25 looked at Li Ru with a serious expression. "Silly child, Mom is not worried about shame, Mom is worried about you. Mom doesn't want what happened a few days ago to happen again. You nearly left me." As Li Ru spoke, her eyes slowly turned red. It seemed as if the incident that happened a few days ago had left a lingering shadow in her heart. "Mom, I promise I will never make you worried ever again." Ch.1-25 pledged sincerely. "Okay, Mom trusts you. Don't hesitate to let Mom know if you need anything during this month." Li Ru lightly nodded as she forced out a slight smile. "Mom, help me buy another batch of the medicinal materials that you bought for me the other day. Also, I need some silver coins." After getting some silver coins from his mother, Li Ru, Ch.1-25 left his house courtyard and walked out of the Li family estate. This would be the first time he was going out since arriving in this world. The Fresh Breeze Town marketplace was divided into 3 bustling streets between 3 families, including the Li family. Li family's marketplace was situated towards the north, near the Li family estate. Ch.1-25 had only just walked into the Li family marketplace when he began to hear the sound of hawkers peddling their wares from their booths all around the streets and alleyways. Booths on both sides of the street were filled with glittering arrays of exotic items. For a moment, Ch.1-25 felt as if he time-traveled back to the ancient times from his previous life. This was a scene that could only be seen on television in his past life. Ch.1-25 looked left and right as he walked along the road. When he reached the entrance of the Li family weapons store and saw the glittering array of neatly arranged weapons, he hesitated for a moment before moving on and leaving the Li family marketplace. He entered the Chen family marketplace towards the southwest of Fresh Breeze Town. The Chen family was also one of the 3 major families in Fresh Breeze Town, on par with the Li family and Fang family. The 3 families formed a 3-way power struggle in Freeze Breeze Town and mutually restraining each other. Although there was no lack of opposition between the 3 families behind the scenes, it was quite peaceful on the surface because no one wanted to be the first to stand out and break the peace. As soon as he entered the Chen family weapons store, an attendant greeted him. "Sir, may I ask what weapon you need?" The attendant smiled lightly. Duan Lingtan shook his head. "I'm not buying any weapons. I just want to buy some materials from you." Hearing Duan Lingtan, the attendant was shocked. A weapons craftsman was different from the blacksmiths that worked in the weapons store. Their status on Cloud Continent was on a par with alchemists. Every weapons craftsman was an individual that powers would fight over for. Weapons made by blacksmiths were only considered common weapons. But the weapons crafted by weapons craftsmen were spirit weapons, which had the ability to amplify attack power and resulted in items that were extremely extraordinary. In Fresh Breeze Town, each of the three families had an alchemist, but not one had a single weapons craftsman. This easily showed how rare a weapons craftsman was. "Sir, may I ask what materials you need?" "I will go get them right away." Duan Lingtan noticed that the attitude of the attendant changed abruptly, and his voice even contained a hint of reverence. He easily guessed the reason but did not offer an explanation. The materials he was buying were not for weapons crafting. The Rebirth Martial Emperor was a royal-grade weapons craftsman, and he inherited all of his weapons crafting memories and experiences. However, a weapons craftsman required a minimum cultivation of the core formation stage and the development of his origin energy first. Graded alchemists followed the same concept. Without origin energy, it was impossible to form pill fire to refine medicinal pills. Duan Lingtan listed out 9 types of materials he needed in a single breath. He prepared these materials to carry out inscriptions. Inscription techniques were one of the rarest techniques in the entire Cloud Continent. They were usually inscribed on weapons or personal belongings. Items that had an inscription would carry an exotic or bizarre power. These powers weren't unique and consisted of various strange abilities. Once the power was released, the inscription would be fully expended, similar to a bomb which would be consumed once it exploded. From the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Lingtan discovered that the period when inscription techniques developed to its pinnacle on Cloud Continent was precisely during Rebirth Martial Emperor's second lifetime. During that period, Rebirth Martial Emperor greedily mastered all of the practical inscription techniques. Rebirth Martial Emperor's 3 lives rebirth technique required the soul to slumber for 10,000 years before carrying out rebirth again, only able to start looking for a new body 10,000 years later. Presently, 10,000 years had passed, and inscription techniques were gradually on the decline due to unknown circumstances. As such, inscription masters were highly sought after throughout the entire Cloud Continent. Their statuses surpassed even those of alchemists and weapon craftsmen. The 9 types of common materials that Duan Lingtan wanted to buy were materials for him to inscribe a low-level inscription. "Sir, these materials you requested cost a total of 7 silver coins." The attendant in the Chen family weapon store swiftly completed the preparation of the materials for Duan Lingtan. After respectfully seeing Duan Lingtan out, the attendant left the weapon store and headed to the Chen family estate. The news that a weapons craftsman might have arrived in Fresh Breeze Town was something he had to report to the patriarch at once so as to avoid letting the other 2 families beat them to the punch. "This money really isn't enough. Mum only gave me 20 silver coins, and I used nearly half of it in such a short amount of time." Duan Lingtan shook his head and took a shortcut toward the Li family estate. While passing by the intersection of the 3 marketplaces of Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Lingtan noticed a group of people surrounding and pointing at something by the side of the road. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtan squeezed into the crowd. A girl in mourning attire with long hair covering her face was kneeling at the side of the road. Based on her figure, the young girl appeared to be around 15. In front of her laid a piece of paper with bright red writing, "Selling body to pay for mother's burial." Duan Lingtan never imagined that he would come across a scene that could only be seen on television in his previous life. As a former king of weapons specialists, his acute senses allowed him to clearly feel the desolate aura the young girl was emitting. "Hee, little girl, your figure is not bad. Lift up your head and let me see. If you look good, I'll buy you to be my servant girl." A pot-bellied fatty, with a temperament of one who had just struck it rich, looked pervertedly at the girl kneeling on the ground. "Yeah? If you don't even raise your head, nobody would dare to buy you." Another person continued to instigate. "I will only raise my head when a benefactor is willing to help me bury my mother," said the girl, without raising her head. Her voice was pleasant to the ears like an oriole singing, but it was also filled with a sense of unyieldingness. "Your voice is not bad, but since you don't want to raise your head, you probably are ugly. The pot-bellied fatty was interrupted with a cold humph from Juan Lingtan, who could not bear to watch any longer. Juan Lingtan walked before the young girl and lightly said, "I'll give you 10 silver coins. Go bury your mother properly." "Thank you, young master." The young girl's body trembled, slowly raising her head, extending out a pair of delicate and tender hands to move apart the hair covering her face. She had a clean and fair complexion with a trace of slight immaturity, and her beautiful face, without makeup, was simple and elegant. Under her curved willow leaf-like eyebrows were a pair of beautiful, clear eyes filled with grief, but they also contained a sense of strong will which caused a sense of pity to rise in others. Her fine, jade-like nose was straight and slightly raised, and she had attractive mellow red lips that gave people the urge to go up and kiss them. Like the fatty, Juan Lingtan had initially assumed that this young girl was reluctant to raise her head because she did not look good, but who could have known that this young girl was actually a blossoming beauty? Combined with her delicate figure, she seemed fair, slim, and graceful. It would be easy to imagine how she would look once she grew up. She would definitely be drop-dead gorgeous. In that moment, the surrounding men all fiercely swallowed their saliva, and their eyes revealed their greed. He only offered 10 silver coins. "I'll offer 20. Follow me from now on." The pot-bellied fatty hurriedly put forth a price, as he nearly began to drool after catching a glimpse of the young girl's face. "I'll offer 30. Another person followed and offered a price. "I'll offer 50. "I'll offer 60. Juan Lingtan watched coldly from the side as the audience began competing as if it were an auction. If the young girl chose the highest bidder, he would leave right away. That type of person was not worth his help. The price rose quickly as the crowd competed, and the surrounding people who came to spectate the bustling scene could not help but shake their heads. Before the young girl raised her head, nearly nobody showed any interest. Only a kind youth was willing to give her 10 silver coins to bury her mother. However, once the young girl revealed her beautiful face, the men that originally were unwilling to offer any money were now madly fighting over her. "I offer 100 silver coins." The pot-bellied fatty quickly said with a low humph and subsequently shouted, "If anyone offers a price higher than mine, I'll give up to him. If not, today this little girl is mine." 100 silver coins. The people that were still bidding shut their mouths. 100 silver coins was over their budget. In their opinion, this young girl was not worth that much money. "Thank you everyone." "Thank you." The fatty smiled and cupped his hands to the surrounding people, pleased with himself. "From now on, you will follow me." Subsequently, he looked towards the kneeling young girl. Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded, "I offer 200 silver coins." The crowd opened up a path, and a silk-robed youth with a sickly complexion walked over. He had a thin figure and walked with light footsteps. "Fang Jian?" Juan Lingtan recognized the debaucherous youth. He was the son of the patriarch of Fresh Breeze Town's Fang family. He was only 15 years old, but he had brought ruin to many young girls of respectable descent. He was infamous throughout Fresh Breeze Town. If it wasn't for his status and identity, he would have long been beaten to death. "A despicable thing like you is capable of offering 200 coins?" The pot-bellied fatty looked at Fang Jian with disdain. He didn't notice that when Fang Jian appeared, most of the surrounding people had expressions of fear on their faces. "You're not from Fresh Breeze Town, right?" Fang Jian glanced at the fatty and said coldly, "Humphrey, I'm a merchant from outside who has experienced the world. Don't think that I didn't notice that you're wearing silk robes, but who knows where you stole it from? From the moment I saw your weak appearance, I knew you were a pauper. You're someone who would not look like a prince even after wearing royal garments. I'm afraid you can't even take out 5 silver coins, right?" The fatty looked disdainfully at Fang Jian, with an expression that said, "I have seen through your disguise, so you better hurry up and FK off." PFFT. Juan Lingtan couldn't hold back his laughter, and the surrounding people's faces were all red from trying to suppress their laughter. They were afraid of Fang Ten and thus did not dare laugh out loud. "Fatty, you will die for sure." Fang Ten glared at Lingtan, then looked towards the fatty and took a deep breath. While the fatty was still in a daze, Fang Jian abruptly shouted, "All of you useless things, what are you all still standing there like idiots for? Hurry up and get over here. Beat this fatty to death." "You didn't even know who I, Fang Jian, am. In Fresh Breeze Town, I am the Lord." "Yes, young master. 3 robust youths who were at a similar age as Fang Jian walked out and surrounded the fatty. The fatty was completely stunned. Although he had only arrived at Fresh Breeze Town a few days ago, he had heard of most well-known people of Fresh Breeze Town, and one of them was the Fang family's young patriarch, Fang Jian. Fang Jian was an infamous young ruffian of Fresh Breeze Town who relied upon his family's power to bully men and forcibly seize women. Not many people dared to mess with him. Oh, it's young Master Fang. This lowly one is blind and didn't recognize young Master Fang. Young Master Fang, please pardon my offense. I'll give up this girl to young Master Fang. The fatty's face distorted, and he couldn't possibly keep up his smug expression. Cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and even his tone became humble and respectful. Fang Jian grunted coldly before shouting, "It's too late to beg for mercy now. Now beat him up for this young master." Mercy, young Master Fang, have mercy. The 3 robust youths attacked, beating the fatty until he was running and rolling all over the place and emitting shrill cries while begging for mercy. The crowd consciously moved back a few steps and looked on from afar. They were afraid that they would get into trouble on account of the fatty's misfortune, and young Master Fang's lackeys would target them. Fang Jian acted as if he could not hear the fatty's cries for mercy. "Little beauty, follow this young master home. I'll give you 200 silver coins, and give your mother an extravagant burial. From now on, if you follow me, I will love you fondly." Fang Jian looked at the young girl kneeling on the floor, his face covered with a mix of anxiousness and carnal desire. He stretched his hand out to hold hers. The young girl was flustered. She tried to stand up, but, as a consequence of kneeling for too long, blood did not flow properly to her legs and they started trembling. "Young Master Fang, this other young master has already paid 10 silver coins and bought this servant. I am his for this lifetime." The young girl hid behind Ch.1-25 and said with a trembling voice, "10 silver coins? Did you not hear that I am offering 200 silver coins?" Fang Jian's face sunk. He felt as if he was cheated. "I never asked anyone to bid. Anyone who was willing to be the first to help me bury my mother would be the one I would follow," the young girl said in an unyielding voice. "Not bad. Not bad. You have integrity. I like it. However, even if you want to follow him, he might not dare to." "Kid, what say you?" Fang Jian looked towards Ch.1-25, his eyes shining with a cold light, with no lack of a threatening intention. Although Ch.1-25 recognized Fang Jian did not recognize him. "Young master, save me." The young girl grabbed a hold of Ch.1-25's sleeve, like she was holding on to the last lifeboat on a sinking ship. She had long since heard about Fresh Breeze Town's infamous Fang Jian, and she dreaded him from the bottom of her heart. She would rather die than be the servant of Fang Jian. "Don't worry." Ch.1-25 lightly clapped the back of her hand and comforted her with a light smile. His smile washed over her like a spring breeze, and the young girl's anxious expression eased up slightly. "Young master, this pig fainted." The fatty was beaten up until he was covered in blood and blacked out, causing Fang Jian's lackeys to stop. "Forget about him for now. Come over here and look. Someone is actually trying to snatch a woman from me." Fang Jian glanced at Ch.1-25 with a mocking smile. "Who dares to try and snatch a woman from young Master Fang?" Fang Jian's three lackeys stared at Ch.1-25 menacingly. "Scram!" Ch.1-25's voice was cold and detached, as if coming from hell, causing chills in the heart of anyone who heard it. Fang Jian and his three lackeys were stupefied. Even the crowd was struck dumb. Where did this reckless guy come from? "Kid, do you know who I am?" Fang Jian asked with a cold smile. He even felt suspicious as to whether this kid even knew who he was. "Aren't you that useless kid from the Fang family, relying on your family's power to bully men and forcibly seize women? I really wonder if the Fang family was no more, what would happen to you?" Ch.1-25 laughed coldly while holding the young girl's tender and delicate hands as he walked out of the crowd. "Kill him." Fang Jian's face was the color of a pig's intestine and he shouted with extreme rage. "Yes, young master." The three lackeys rushed towards Ch.1-25. "Stand here and don't move." Lightly instructing the young girl, Ch.1-25 did not have a sliver of fear when facing the three lackeys, and he directly went to meet them head-on. He had already noticed earlier that the cultivation of the strongest of the three lackeys was only at the second level of body tempering stage, therefore they were of no threat to him. Ch.1-25's leg moved slightly and dodged the attack of the strongest lackey as he brushed past him smoothly. Spinning his body around agilely, His upper body inclined backwards as his arms drew backward and his spine trembled. His whole body became like a heavy bow drawn to its limit and waiting to be released. Collapsing fist. Ch.1-25 swung out his right fist like an arrow leaving the bowstring, and his fist moved like a landslide. The strength in his entire body was focused in his fist, and it blasted into the back of the lackey, landing exactly on his spine. Kaka. The lackey let out a harsh and shrill cry and was fiercely blown away. Falling to the ground, he blacked out. This scene was practically the same as the scene from earlier in the morning when Ch.1-25 defeated Li Xin. The only difference was that Ch.1-25 showed mercy when defeating Li Xin and only crippled an arm. However, this time he shattered the opponent's spine. Fang Jian's lackey would never be able to stand up again in his lifetime. The faces of the other two lackeys distorted, and they were stuck in a daze after seeing the strongest among them being beaten like that. However, even when they noticed Ch.1-25's stern gaze, they still forced themselves to go up against him. Bang, bang. For Ch.1-25, teaching a lesson to two first-level of body tempering stage martial artists was as easy as playing a game. Casually moving a step, he lifted his hands and swung out both fists to smash downward from above. His fists hit both lackeys on the head and caused them to black out. Cleaving fist. It was another type of 5-element fist move from form and will boxing. Only Fang Jian was left standing. Even though Fang Jian was the son of the Fang family patriarch, his debaucherous lifestyle drained his body of its vigor, and was only at the first level of body tempering stage. His strength was even lower than that of his three lackeys. You don't come near me. I'm the young master of the Fang family. If you dare touch me, your whole family will die. Noticing Ch.1-25 walking towards him, Fang Jian's face distorted. Worthy of being called the Fang family young master. Even in such a situation you still dare to threaten me. Ch.1-25 laughed coldly, and he quickly moved forward 2 steps and kicked Fang Jian away. Spinning around, he pulled the dumbstruck, beautiful young girl and left, disappearing far away at the end of the road. Seems like this time young Master Fang met a ferocious person. He went for wool but came home shorn. I wonder who that other young master was. He seemed to be around the same age as Fang Jian and his lackeys, but his strength is so shocking. He dares to beat the young master of the Fang family. He's no ordinary person for sure. The crowd dispersed slowly. Their discussions carried a sense of pleasure taken at Fang Jian's misfortune. Ch.1-25 followed the young girl back to her rundown room and spent a few silver coins on her mother's burial. Take this money to start a small business. Ch.1-25 gave his remaining silver coins to the young girl. Young master, do you dislike me? The young girl's body trembled. Her face was deathly pale and carried a trace of weakness. Ch.1-25 shook his head. What are you thinking of? You only tried to sell yourself to pay for your mother's burial because you had no other choice. My assistance required little to no effort. You don't need to use your life to repay me. Since the beginning, he had never intended for the young girl to be his servant. Young master, you're a good person. Let me follow you please. Mom is dead, and I have no one left in this world. Please. The young girl extended her hand and grabbed onto Ch.1-25's sleeve, and said in a delicate and touching manner. Noticing the anticipation in the young girl's eyes, Ch.1-25 took a moment to think. Okay, you can follow me home, he decided. Thank you young master. The young girl immediately smiled like a flower. When Ch.1-25 left the Li family estate he was alone, but he had another person with him when he returned. On the way back, the young girl's extremely beautiful appearance caused many Li family disciples to look her way, and they started guessing the identity of the young girl and her connection to Ch.1-25. Ch.1-25 brought the young girl home and went to see his mother Liru. Liru was slightly shocked when she noticed that her son had brought a young girl home. Although the young girl's clothes were plain and simple, they could not conceal her natural beauty. With just a glance, Liru had a good impression of this beautiful young girl. This is my mom. Ch.1-25 introduced Liru to the young girl. I'm Ka. Nice to meet you madam. The young girl seemed ill at ease when she met Liru. Her beautiful face flushed, making her look even cuter. Dan, what's this all about? Liru glanced at Ch.1-25 with a faint smile. She didn't expect that her son would return with a beautiful young girl after only going on a short outing. Mom, it's like this. Ch.1-25 told his mother the story of how he met the young girl, Ka, and he did not conceal any information as he even included the part where he taught the Fang family's young master a lesson. Is that the same Fang Jian who is infamous throughout Fresh Breeze Town? It doesn't matter if you beat him up. Even if the Fang family comes here and tries to cause trouble, we are in the right. Li Ru displayed an expression of indifference and nodded. In the next moment, her gentle gaze full of motherly love slowly descended upon the young girl. Ka, since you have no one left, you can stay with us. As it happens, the servant girl of my courtyard went back to her village yesterday to get married. You can stay in her room. Li Ru looked tenderly at the young girl. Thank you, madam. Ke hurriedly expressed her thanks as her rosy face flashed a brief expression of excitement. Come, I'll take you to get changed. Li Ru took hold of the young girl's hands and went into her bedroom, leaving a stunned and astounded Ch.1-25 standing still. When the young girl followed Li Ru out once again, she had changed into bright and new clothes, and Li Ru even helped her put on a little bit of makeup. Her long jet black hair was now tied up, and her elegant face emitted a charming bright red glow that made her seem like a lotus that had just bloomed. Her eyebrows were shaped like willow leaves, and eyes were shaped like apricots. Her fine nose and red lips, all seemed perfect. Her slightly expanding chest was like a budding flower, it seemed as if it would burst forth and blossom at any moment. She had a slender waist that could be embraced with a single arm, round and mellow buttocks, and long and slender legs. Her features made her appear fair, slim, graceful and likable. Like the meaning of her name, she is indeed a likable and cute girl. Standing to the side, Li Ru praised while looking at the young girl. Ka, these clothes were mine when I was younger. They are yours from now on. Looking at the entranced Ch.1-25, Li Ru joked, look, I only helped you put on a little bit of makeup, and someone is already staring blankly, wishing he could eat you up. His mother's words caused Ch.1-25 to give an embarrassed smile, withdrawing his gaze from the young girl. The young girl's elegant appearance after putting on some makeup did indeed enchant him. As the king of mercenaries from his previous life, he never had a lack of women by his side. Although those women were beautiful, they lacked elegance and refinement. On this point, they could not even be compared against Ke. Madam, I'm just a servant girl. It's not proper for me to wear such clothes. Li Ru's words caused the young girl's face to become so red that it seemed as if blood might drip out. She was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor of Li Ru. Smilingly, Li Ru teased again, who told you that you're a servant girl? Even if I wanted to make you my servant girl, I'm afraid somebody won't even let me. Ch.1-25 was speechless. Since the beginning, he had not uttered a single word, yet he still took a bullet. Hearing Li Ru, the young girl's face became even more red. Although Li Ru and Ch.1-25 didn't consider Ke to be a servant girl, the intelligent and sensible Ke still took on the responsibility of all the chores. As far as she was concerned, young master and madam were kind enough to allow her to stay. If she didn't do anything to repay them, her heart wouldn't be at ease. The kind, sensible, and intelligent Ke quickly obtained the acknowledgement of Li Ru and Ch.1-25 and quickly blended in into the small family. Fang family estate. In a medium-sized courtyard, middle-aged man restlessly walked about, occasionally glancing at the nearby bedroom. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened, and an old man emerged from within. Master Son, how's the condition of my son? The middle-aged man hurriedly greeted the old man. Manager Fang, the person who did this was extremely merciless and almost completely shattered your son's spine. Even after consuming a grade 9 gold injury pill, there were no signs of recovery. I am unable to do anything. You have my condolences. The old man sighed while shaking his head. What? The middle-aged man's face distorted. Even the grade 9 alchemist that their Fang family paid a hefty sum to invite was unable to do anything. Did that mean his son would be crippled permanently and be stuck lying on a bed for the rest of his life? Fang Qiang. Right at this moment, a dignified middle-aged man walked in and passed an exquisite box to the Fang family manager. Fang Qiang. This is a grade 8 gold injury pill. Quickly let your son consume it. Patriarch Fang Qiang stared blankly. Although he wanted to beg the Patriarch for the grade 8 gold injury pill, when he thought about how the Fang family only had one grade 8 gold injury pill, he could only give up on the idea because he did not believe he would be able to obtain the pill with his status as the Fang family manager. When he saw the Patriarch delivering the grade 8 gold injury pill to him, he couldn't help himself from getting excited. Fang Qiang, if it wasn't for my unfilial son causing trouble, your son wouldn't have been injured. I apologize for this incident. As for that unfilial son, I will surely severely punish him and give you a satisfying explanation. Patriarch Fang Yi said with an expression of shame and regret. Patriarch Fang Yi was so agitated that he knelt down. The sliver of displeasure in his heart disappeared completely. Get up and quickly give the medicinal pill to your son, Fang Yi said. Fang Yi stood up and began to extend his hands out to receive the grade 8 gold injury pill from Fang Yi. Manager Fang, if I were to be straightforward, let alone a grade 8 gold injury pill, even a grade 7 gold injury pill would be unable to heal your son's injuries. The old man standing to the side abruptly said, unless you have a bone formation pill. But bone formation pills are extinct. Fang Yi's extended hand stiffened, and the rekindled hope in his heart was mercilessly shattered again. Nevertheless, let him consume it and try his luck, Fang Yi said. Patriarch, it's not necessary. I believe Master Sunday. There's no point in wasting this precious medicinal pill on my son. Fang Yi shook his head. What I want to do the most now is to find out who crippled my son and seek revenge. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yi's eyes emitted a cold light of hatred. Manager Fang, you can be assured that the entire Fang family will spare no efforts in finding the assailant, said Fang Yi in a resolute voice. Thank you, Patriarch. Li family estate. A piece of shocking news spread among the Li family members like lightning. Next month, Li family's genius martial artist Li Ji would fight a battle against 9th Elder's son Ch.1-25. Allegedly, for the sake of this battle, 7th Elder even went to request the Patriarch and Grand Elder to be the witnesses to the battle. This news caused quite a large sensation in the Li family. The moment Li Xin's arm was crippled by Ch.1-25, I knew that 7th Elder and Li Ji wouldn't be willing to let go. Who could have known that they would take action so swiftly? A 4th level of body tempering stage martial artist challenging a 1st level of body tempering stage martial artist. For the sake of his brother, Li Ji is really going all out and throwing away all his pride. I wonder what Ch.1-25 was thinking to actually agree to Li Ji's challenge. It couldn't be that his brain got fried when he was beaten up by Li Xin before, right? Li Ji will show no mercy in this battle, and even if he can't kill Ch.1-25, he will definitely cripple him. No one had high hopes for Ch.1-25. One was the famous genius martial artist of the Li family with boundless potential, who stepped into the 4th level of body tempering stage at the age of 16. The other was an obscure disciple with another surname who had only recently completed body tempering and become a 1st level of body tempering stage martial artist. Although relying upon the strange and formidable collapsing fist allowed him to defeat Li Xin at the 2nd level of body tempering stage, no one would consider that he would able to defeat Li Ji even then. Although Li Ji and Li Xin were siblings, their strength was not on the same level at all. While the whole Li family was stirred up about the upcoming battle, the person concerned with the whole matter seemed to have vanished. Looking at the ring on the middle finger of his right hand, Ch.1-25 had a smile on his face. Relying on Rebirth Martial Emperor's thorough comprehension of the inscription technique, he succeeded in inscribing the ring on his first try. Li Ji, when the day comes, I'll give you a pleasant surprise. The corner of Ch.1-25's mouth curled up, forming an evil smile. Young master, the water is ready. Behind the bedroom screen, the young girl gracefully walked out as she has finished changing the water in the bath barrel for Ch.1-25. Ka, you must be tired. Go get some rest. Ch.1-25 walked over, extended his hand, and used his sleeve to help wipe the sweat off the young girl's forehead. The entire process was extremely gentle. Ka, let me do this kind of hard labor from now on, Ch.1-25 said with an expression of pity. Young master, it's alright. After bathing with the medicinal liquid you gave me, Kerr is very strong. The young girl shook her little arms, and a touched smile appeared on her flushed face. Seems like our Kerr is going to complete her body tempering and become a martial artist as soon as she starts cultivating a cultivation method. Ch.1-25 lightly kneaded the young girl's little arms and smiled. Young master, Kerr knows you treat me very well. But Kerr also knows that families such as the Li family have their own set of rules. Cultivation methods are not permitted to be casually passed on to others. Kerr is happy as long as Kerr is able to accompany you and madam. It doesn't matter if Kerr can become a martial artist or not, Kerr sensibly said. Silly girl, if I wanted to pass a cultivation method to you, naturally it would not be one from the Li family. Okay, you go and have a rest, I'll come look for you in your room later this evening. Kerr, why did your face suddenly turn so red? Are you okay? Ch.1-25 shook his head and lightly smiled. Young master, you're so evil, bullying Ke. After being made fun of by Ch.1-25, the young girl fled, leaving a laughing Ch.1-25. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Spirit Serpent Form. Sitting cross-legged in the bath barrel, Ch.1-25 had a tranquil expression as he cultivated with his eyes closed. The water inside the bath barrel started spinning around Ch.1-25's body, creating a whirlpool. 7 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid gathered at the heart of the whirlpool, continuously fusing into Ch.1-25's body and helping him cultivate. Subtle changes were occurring in Ch.1-25's body at every moment. His lifeblood was strengthening and his muscles were pulsating. When the 7 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid inside the barrel was fully absorbed, Ch.1-25 opened his eyes and walked out of the bath barrel. Looks like it will take me quite some time to break through to the second level of the body tempering stage. As he lightly clenched his fists and felt strength flowing through his body, a trace of bright light passed through Ch.1-25's eyes. I need to break through to the third level of the body tempering stage before my battle with Li Ji. If not, even with the help of inscriptions, I will lose the initiative in the battle with Li Ji. Li Ji was a 4th level body tempering stage martial artist, so his cultivation provided him with an extra 200 pounds of strength. Furthermore, his body, bones, and internal organs had gone through a large degree of metamorphosis which caused its toughness to rise beyond that of an ordinary person's body. If Ch.1-25 does not break through to the third level of the body tempering stage by the end of the 1-month period, even if Li Ji stands there like a punching bag, Ch.1-25 still might not be able to injure him even if form and will boxing is stronger. The concept is likened to a child that has just learned to walk. Even if the child has a grandmaster level form and will box in comprehension, the child will not be able to harm an adult. The child and the adult are not on the same level playing field. If one's strength can't even go through the opponent's defense, what use would skills and techniques have? Right, I have a rendezvous with Ke. Ch.1-25 walked out of his room thinking about what cultivation method he should pass to Ke. Besides the 2 top cultivation methods, 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique and 3 Lives Rebirth Technique, Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories contained many other cultivation methods that could be cultivated to the Martial Emperor stage. It's not that Ch.1-25 was unwilling to pass on the best 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique to Ke and was purposely concealing it. The issue was that this cultivation method pursued a Tao of indomitable fierceness, so it was not suitable for women. Got it. This cultivation method isn't bad. Frost God's Sword Technique, the cultivation method of a martial emperor from 20,000 years ago. This martial emperor was a formidable cultivator of the sword, and most importantly, she was a woman. No matter whether it was Earth from his previous life or his current lifetime in Cloud Continent, in terms of physical constitution, women were naturally weaker than men. This was an undeniable fact. In Cloud Continent, if a woman wanted to become strong, she would need to put in much more effort than a man would. Frost Martial Emperor aroused deep veneration and respect in Ch.1-25. Through Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, Ch.1-25 found out that Rebirth Martial Emperor and Frost Martial Emperor had battled once. In that battle, the wager was their personal cultivation methods. In the end, Rebirth Martial Emperor won, and that is how he acquired Frost Martial Emperor's cultivation method. Yes, I'll pass this cultivation method to Ke. When Ch.1-25 finally made his decision, he had already arrived outside Ke's bedroom. He lightly knocked on the door. The door opened. "Young master," the young girl lightly said when she saw Ch.1-25, then her immature and beautiful face turned slightly red. Ch.1-25 entered Ke's bedroom and closed the door behind him. "Ke, I've already thought about which cultivation method to pass on to you. Come, I'll pass the body tempering section to you first. You need to remember it properly." Looking at the young girl who was not at ease due to being nervous, Ch.1-25 lightly smiled. The young girl lightly nodded, listening seriously. It has to be said that Ke was indeed a very intelligent young girl. Ch.1-25 only recited the body tempering section of Frost God's Sword Technique 3 times before Ke was able to fully memorize it. But problems arose quickly as well. "Young master, although I have already memorized the cultivation method, I don't know where all the acupuncture points listed are located. What should I do?" Ke looked eagerly at Ch.1-25 with a delicate and touching expression. "I was careless. Why don't I teach you how to identify those acupuncture points?" Ch.1-25 was dazed for a moment before shaking his head and smiling. "Okay, Okay. Ke nodded excitedly. In Ke's heart, she really desired to become a martial artist. In her mind, once she becomes a martial artist, she will be able to protect her loved ones like the young master and the madam. Following the directions of Ch.1-25, Ke sat on the bed facing him. Ke, the Ch.1 acupuncture point is 7 inches above the belly button. Yes, it's here. Ch.1-25 slowly extended his hand and located her belly button through her thin clothes. His finger moved upwards and stopped at her Ch.1 acupuncture point. Ke, have you remembered it? Ch.1-25 could feel how her body was trembling lightly. He thought about how sensitive this girl was while secretly laughing to himself. Yes. Yes, I've remembered. The young girl's face was as red as an apple and her voice was lightly quivering because she was feeling extremely shy. Ch.1-25 taught her how to identify the acupuncture points one by one. As his hand slowly moved upwards, the young girl's body started to shake even more intensely, causing Ch.1-25's heart to become slightly restless. Although Ke was only 15, she had developed well. To Ch.1-25, it was undoubtedly an enormous temptation. After he became a mercenary in his previous life, Ch.1-25's life could be described as unrestrained. Of course, it was merely for amusement most of the time. As a mercenary that was constantly in the battlefield, he was self-conscious. He knew that love was just a dream, and he wasn't willing to allow a woman to become a weak point that his enemies could use against him. Ke, can you still continue? Ch.1-25 asked after noticing that she was covered in sweat. Young master, you can continue, she said unyieldingly. Ke, here is the Shanzong acupuncture point. Ch.1-25 nodded, then he extended a finger and pressed down again. Ke's body trembled intensely, as if shocked by electricity. She could not hold on any longer, so she fell forward into Ch.1-25's embrace. As the beautiful young girl covered in sweat fell down on him, a sweet scent entered his nose. Ch.1-25 caught her in his arms. When the soft and supple figure entered his arms, the mood in the room became slightly charming and gentle. The young girl's body trembled and she shyly lowered her head. It coincidentally knocked into a hard object, causing Ch.1-25's face to distort. He then let out a smothered sound. Young master, you're okay, right? The young girl hurriedly raised her head, looking at Ch.1-25 with a slightly panic-stricken expression. I'm fine. Ch.1-25 forced out a low growl from his throat. The young girl seemed to have realized something at this moment, so she shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at Ch.1-25. Ke, ask my mother to teach you how to identify the rest of the acupuncture points. I need to leave now. Ch.1-25 unwillingly got off the bed and fled. I'm so ashamed. Just now am I actually. Actually. He left behind the young girl whose face was so red that it seemed as if blood would drip out at any moment, talking to herself in a low voice. After Ch.1-25 left the young girl's room, he took a deep breath. He was afraid that he would be unable to refrain himself from doing something crazy. According to what people would say in his previous life, the 15-year-old Ke was a girl that had not reached adulthood. Then, why are you coming out of Ke's room, huh? Liru, who had just returned, coincidentally bumped into Ch.1-25 and noticed his panicked discomposure. Mom, I have things to do. I'm going back to my room. When Ch.1-25 noticed Liru's gaze, he laughed embarrassedly and hurriedly returned to his room. As someone who was experienced, Liru couldn't hold back her laughter. It seemed her son had grown up. Liru walked up and entered Ke's room, which had not been closed yet. Ke, you. Liru was just in time to see the young girl sitting on her bed with a flushed complexion. Liru's gaze had a hint of playfulness. Madam. Noticing Liru, the young girl was startled. Madam, it's not what you're thinking. Young master was just teaching me how to identify acupuncture points. She hurriedly explained. Identify acupuncture points? After hearing her, Liru's gaze became even weirder. A month's time passed quickly. Today was the day of the battle between Ch.1-25 and Li Ji. Daybreak, in a clean and tidy room, Ch.1-25 stood up and walked out of the bath barrel. He had just finished the last portion of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. As he lightly shook his numb body and felt the strength contained within it, there was an indistinct smile in the corner of Ch.1-25's mouth. This entire month of hard work was not wasted. After going through bitter cultivation for a month, the immatureness on Ch.1-25's face had faded slightly. prolonged hours of body tempering caused Duan Lingtan's body to become robust and sturdy. His dark purple close-fitting clothes showed off his perfect physique. Compared to that sickly appearance he had 1 month before when he hadn't yet completed body tempering and became a martial artist, he now looked like another person. Just then, he heard a light knocking sound coming from outside. "Young master, have you woken up yet?" A pleasant voice like that of an oriole bird singing caused a hint of gentleness to flash by Duan Lingtan's tranquil expression. After properly putting on his clothes, Duan Lingtan walked out from behind the screen, slowly made his way to the door, extended his arm, and opened it. As the door opened, rays of soft and warm sunlight poured into the room and onto Duan Lingtan's body. Outside, a slim and graceful young girl locked eyes with Duan Lingtan. When their eyes met, she lowered her head in panic as a slight trace of rosy red emerged on her face. The young girl was wearing light green clothes that showed off her developing figure. A pair of budding flowers that unintentionally released the temptation of youthfulness. A slender waist that could be embraced with one arm was tied with a light blue belt that fluttered with the wind. Gazing at the young girl outside, Duan Lingtan was absent-minded for a moment. "Ka, you woke up so early." Coming back to his senses, Duan Lingtan smiled slightly. He sighed lightly in his heart. In this past month, since she completed her body tempering, her body was becoming more and more hot. As Duan Lingtan continued to size her up, her face was so red that it seemed that blood might drip out. "Young master, Madam said that she will be going ahead. She asked me to come wake you up and come together with you." "I didn't expect young master to be awake so early." The young girl blinked her eyes. Her willow leaf eyebrows curved into the shape of a crescent moon as she lightly nodded. What the young girl said caused Duan Lingtan to laugh bitterly. "Ka, you broke through to the second level of the body tempering stage." Suddenly, Duan Lingtan gazed at the young girl with a shocked expression when he noticed that she had broken through. "It's all thanks to young master and the medicinal liquid that you concocted for me. If not for that, Ka's progress would not be so quick." The young girl's clear eyes slightly moved and her willow leaf eyebrows slightly rose. She lightly nodded her chin and the corners of her mouth held a moving smile. "The medicinal liquid is just a secondary factor. The most important point is that you have good innate talent. It seems like Frost God's sword technique is very suitable for you. Kerr, you will need a sword since you're cultivating a sword cultivation method. Later in the afternoon, I'll take you out to go buy a sword." Duan Lingtan shook his head and smiled. "Young master, didn't you say that the body tempering section of Frost God's sword technique didn't contain any matching sword skills?" The young girl blinked her clear eyes. "I'll teach you other sword skills. Do you want to learn?" Duan Lingtan playfully asked. "Yes." She hurriedly nodded, seemingly afraid that Duan Lingtan might go back on his word. "Ka, let's go." After walking out of his room and closing the door behind him, he naturally extended his hand and held the tender and delicate hand of the young girl. His actions seemed extremely natural and smooth, as if he had practiced countless times. "Yes, we can't let Madame wait for us for too long." The young girl's face had a smile of happiness as her little hands exerted force to hold the youth's hand tightly. The young couple held hands as they walked out of the courtyard and towards the Lee family martial arts practice hall. On the way, they attracted many gazes that contained jealousy, admiration, and hatred. The way some Lee family disciples gazed at Duan Lingtan made it seem as if their eyes would spit fire at any moment. They wished they could push Duan Lingtan aside and take his place. There were also some young girls who had expressions of jealousy when they looked at Kerr, who was beautiful enough to resemble a little celestial maiden. The Lee family martial arts practice hall was an enormous green stone arena. The terrain outside the arena had a slightly higher elevation. Right now there was a stream of people going there. These people were all Lee family disciples that were gathering together. They were bustling with so much noise and excitement that the force of the sound shot up to the sky. "It's only two youths having a battle, but nearly all the elders of the family have come. What a spectacle." "Yeah, even the family's marketplace managers have returned from Fresh Breeze Town." The size of the occasion today can be compared to a coming-of-age ceremony. In my opinion, the reason that all the elders have returned is because 7th Elder invited the Grand Elder and the Patriarch to bear witness. They have no choice but to come or it would be disrespectful. At the front of the martial arts practice arena, there was a high platform on which seating had been laid. Many people were already sitting there enjoying some scented tea, These people were the higher-ups of the Li family. The Li family patriarch, Li Nanfeng, sat in the middle. Besides the empty seat beside him, the other seats had all been taken. Behind each of these Li family elders stood a few youths and young girls. As the ninth elder of the Li family, Li Ru sat at the edge. Her face was tranquil, as if her expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. Ninth elder, you have good self-control. Seventh elder Li Kun and Li Ru were separated by the eighth elder. Li Kun leaned his head over to look at Li Ru and smiled faintly. Li Kun had an expression of utter confidence and victory. Li Ru acted as if she didn't hear him and completely ignored him, causing the eighth elder, who was in the middle, to be unable to refrain from revealing an odd smile on his face. Humphrey. Li Kun grunted out of anger. He wanted to see how long Li Ru could continue putting up her act. Today, his son Li Ji will surely cripple Yuan Ling Ten and take revenge for that kid who will be unable to recover from his injuries. Grand Elder. The stream of people split apart. Along with respectful greetings full of reverence, an aged figure walked up the high platform. It was the Li family Grand Elder, Li Huo. Grand Elder, including Patriarch Li Nanfeng. All of the Li family elders stood up and respectfully saluted the old man. This old man was not only the strongest person in the Li family, he was also a respected grade 9 alchemist. In the Cloud Continent, only a graded alchemist could be considered to be a real alchemist. Becoming an alchemist required one to meet extremely stringent requirements. It can be said that out of 1,000 core formation stage martial artists, there was a chance that not even one would be capable of becoming an alchemist. In Fresh Breeze Town, the three families each had one grade 9 alchemist. But only the Li family's alchemist was of their own kin, whereas the alchemists of the other two families were invited into the family by paying hefty sums. Those alchemists could leave at any moment. The old man lightly nodded and sat at the seat beside the patriarch Li Nanfeng. Then he closed his eyes and rested his mind. Little Ji, since Grand Elder has already arrived, go enter the arena. Seventh Elder said to Li Ji, who was standing behind him. After nodding his head, Li Ji walked off into the spacious martial arts practice hall. Even Grand Elder has arrived and Li Ji has entered the arena, but why hasn't Yuan Ling Ten arrived yet? What haughty manners Yuan Ling Ten has. He isn't afraid to come, right? The Li family disciples surrounding their martial arts practice hall started to talk to each other. Some of them were even feeling contemptuous toward Yuan Ling Ten. Ninth Elder, even Grand Elder has arrived. Why hasn't your son Yuan Ling Ten arrived yet? He isn't afraid to come, right? Seventh Elder purposely said loudly on the high platform. Don't worry, Seventh Elder. Since my son has agreed to the battle, he will naturally come. Li Ru made a light humph sound. Ninth Elder, I feel there is no reason to conduct today's battle. Why don't you concede on behalf of your son? At least this way you can avoid him getting injured and prevent the relationship between you and Seventh Elder from getting hurt. Sixth Elder Li Ping, a man with a knife scar on his face, said coolly as he was on good terms with Li Kun. Sixth Elder, according to what you said, do you think that Li Ji will win for sure? Fifth Elder could not refrain from asking. That is a publicly acknowledged fact. Li Ping smiled. Then Sixth Elder, let's make a bet. If Li Ji wins, I'll pay you 500 silver. But if Yuan Ling Ten wins, you will pay me 500 silver. What say you? Li Ting looked deeply at Li Ping before slowly saying this. The Li family elders were only paid no more than 20 silver each month. Li Ting unexpectedly used a few years' worth of his salary to make the bet. The Li family higher-ups at the scene, including the patriarch Li Nanfeng, looked at Li Ting in shock. Never could they have imagined that he was so confident towards Yuan Ling Ten. Even Grand Elder Li Huo opened his eyes and looked deeply at Li Ting. After hearing what Li Ting had said, Li Ping's eyes shone brightly. He was originally a person who liked to gamble. He could be considered a gambling addict. In his mind, Li Ting was gifting him free money. The only problem was that he did not have 500 silver at the moment. His money was mostly spent at the gambling den. Are you afraid? Sixth Elder. Seeing that Li Ping was quiet, Li Ting laughed. Li Ping's face instantly turned red. He leaned over and looked toward Seventh Elder Li Kun. Sixth Elder, I can lend you 500 silver. Furthermore, I will take out another 500 silver to bet with Fifth Elder. Are you willing to bet with me? Fifth Elder, Li Ji said, after noticing Li Ping's difficulties. He looked at Li Ting with a keen gaze. Li Ting frowned. Although 500 silver was only a few years' worth of salary, once the expenses for these few years were taken into account, Li Ting only had around 800 silver saved up. Li Kun, who could collect a savings of 1,000 silver, could be considered to be rich amongst the Li family elders. It could be said that Li Kun was risking his entire fortune and going all out. Li Ru wanted to help fifth elder out of his current situation, but although willing, she was powerless to render her assistance. Over the years, she had spent all of her money on purchasing medicinal materials to help her son strengthen his constitution. Combined with her son's recent expenditures on medicinal materials for the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, all of her savings only amounted to a bit over 100 silver. What's wrong, fifth elder? Don't you dare to bet with seventh elder. Sixth elder Li Ping laughed with a complacent expression. Just as Li Ting was about to ask the other elders for a loan. Seventh elder, I'll take you up on that 500 silver bet. A voice sounded from afar. Following this voice came a young couple walking together hand in hand. The one who spoke earlier was the youth. The youth had sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome with a graceful bearing. It was indeed Ch.1-25. Ninth elder, after spending most of your money on your son in these years, could it be that you still have 500 silver left? Seventh elder Li Kun ridiculed while take a deep glance at Li Ru. Li Ru's eyebrows creased slightly and she sighed lightly in her heart. Greetings, Patriarch, Grand Elder, and all elders. Ch.1-25 walked up the high platform while holding Ka's hand and lightly bowed to the Li family higher-ups. Patriarch Li Nanfeng glanced at Ch.1-25 with an expression of shock. The last time he saw him was a month ago. At that time, Li Ru was in a rage and was punishing 7th elder's son, Li Xin. At that time, Ch.1-25 was just a sickly person. But Ch.1-25 seemed like a completely different person now. 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Ch.1-25, you actually broke through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. When Li Nanfeng instinctively checked up on Ch.1-25's cultivation, his pupils shrank and his face had an expression of disbelief. Lin Nanfeng's shocked exclamation was like a rock falling into a pool and causing 1,000 waves. Instantly, everyone on the platform had their gazes on Ch.1-25. After a brief moment, everyone on the platform except for Li Ru and Li Ting had expressions of disbelief. If memory serves me right, a month ago when he was severely injured by Li Xin, he wasn't even a martial artist yet. In only 1 month, this Ch.1-25 went from being from an ordinary person to completing body tempering and subsequently reached the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. I'm not seeing things, am I? You're not seeing things, he really is at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Seems like he must have obtained some fortuitous gain. Including 7th elder. Most of the elders were all struck dumb. The scene in front of them was something that took them quite a while to react to. Grand Elder Li Huo opened his eyes and looked at Ch.1-25 with an intrigued expression. Li Kun drew in a breath of cold air. Ch.1-25 breaking through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage was something that exceeded his expectations. However, once he thought about the difference between the 3rd level and the 4th level of the body tempering stage, he felt at ease once again. In his opinion, whether Ch.1-25 was at the 2nd level or the 3rd level of the body tempering stage made no difference to his son Li Ji. Ch.1-25, you said earlier that you're willing to bet 500 silver with me? Li Kun looked at Ch.1-25 as he asked. Yes. Ch.1-25 nodded, but to the best of my knowledge, 9th elder has spent most of her money on you in the past few years, so I'm afraid her savings are not enough to amount to 500 silver. Li Kun said. His face had a complacent expression as he waited for Ch.1-25 to yield. You're right, my family really can't gather 500 silver. Ch.1-25 nodded. The financial situation of his family was something that even he knew about. It was also for this reason that he wanted to cheat Li Kun of his 500 silver. Ch.1-25, the bet between me, 5th elder, and 6th elder are done using presently available money. The money must be passed over to the Patriarch so that he may bear witness. If you think you can make a bet without actually having the money to back it up, you are wrong. Li Kun smiled mockingly. Did I say I was going to place the bet without having the money first? Do you think I am like you? Disdainfully glancing at Li Kun and ignoring his eyes that were seemingly flaming, Ch.1-25 let go of the young girl's hand and lightly said, Ka, go to my mother. The young girl cleverly nodded and went to stand beside Liru. Ninth Elder, you have such good fortune. Some of the elders glanced at the young girl and congratulated Liru one after the other. All of them noticed that the young girl would grow up to be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty on par with Liru. Liru smiled in response to the elders' congratulations. Beside her, the young girl's face had long ago flushed red from embarrassment. Less than what is Ten planning to do? Greater than. Watching her son going against 7th Elderly Kun, Liru's eyes flashed with a sliver of doubt. It was getting tougher to understand her son. Then let me see how you, Ch.1-25, produce 500 silver today. If I'm not wrong, even 5th Elder isn't able to produce another 500 silver. Li Kun glanced at Ch.1-25 in disdain. Just when Li Ting was about to take out his last 300 silver, Ch.1-25's reply not only interrupted his actions but also caused him to have an astounded expression on his face. Don't worry, 7th Elder, I'm not planning on borrowing money from 5th Elder, said Ch.1-25, under gazes of disbelief from the Li family higher-ups. He then walked to the front of Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I know that because you usually have to cultivate and refine medicine, your body probably has many hidden injuries. How about I help give you a massage and then you give me 500 silver as payment? What say you? Ch.1-25 looked at Li Huo and faintly smiled. Then, don't cause trouble. Liru's face distorted. In the Li family, Grand Elder's status was even above the patriarch. Seeing her son being conceited in front of the Grand Elder, she felt angry and worried. Hidden injuries? Grand Elder was a grade 9 alchemist. If he really had any hidden injuries, he would have treated himself already. Just when the patriarch and all the higher-ups were expecting Grand Elder to be furious. You want 500 silver only for giving me a massage? Kid, you really know how to demand an exorbitant price. Li Huo glanced at Ch.1-25 with an intrigued expression, lightly smiling. Grand Elder, how about I give you the massage first? After it's done, you judge the effect yourself and pay me according to how much you think it's worth. Ch.1-25 made nothing of what Li Huo had said. Hearing what Ch.1-25 said aroused Li Huo's interest. Okay, I'm curious about what you're capable of, kid. The only reason he agreed was because Ch.1-25 had changed so much in the past month. In 1 month's time, breaking through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage from an ordinary person was something truly unbelievable. As a grade 9 alchemist, he was well aware a normal person would be unable to completely transform into a 3rd level body tempering martial artist in a mere month's time, even if that person had an unending supply of body tempering medicinal pills. The present Ch.1-25 was covered in mystery. Moreover, his body really did have hidden injuries which had worried him for all these years, so he wanted to give Ch.1-25's massage a try. Seeing Ch.1-25 standing behind Li Huo and placing his hand on his shoulders, most of the Li family elders had odd expressions on their faces. They thought that 9th Elder's son was dreaming. If a casual massage could really earn 500 silver, they would resign from being elders to go be masseuses. Seeing this scene, the corner of Li Kun's mouth curled into a cold smile. Not respecting hierarchy and playing tricks on the Grand Elder. Not only would Grand Elder be furious, it would also be a crime against the Li family. In his opinion, Ch.1-25 was out of luck. Li Ji and the surrounding Li family disciples in the martial arts practice hall were unable to hear what was said on the high platform, so they did not know what was happening. Seeing Ch.1-25 standing behind Grand Elder and giving him a massage, their eyes nearly dimmed and they almost blacked out. What was Ch.1-25 doing? Did he think that giving a massage to the Grand Elder would make the Grand Elder bestow him with the strength to defeat Li Ji? FK. What is this Ch.1-25 doing? Instead of getting into the arena as soon as he arrived, he's busy flattering the elders. Is he trying to win favor from the Grand Elder because he's worried that Li Ji will beat him up too badly? I think you're right. Seems like the only possible explanation. Ch.1-25's action caused anger in the masses. Grand Elder, while I'm massaging, please don't circulate your origin energy, said Ch.1-25 to Li Huo. Using force in his hands, he started kneading Li Huo's shoulders. At this moment, a segment of memories flashed by in his mind. This segment of memories belonged to Rebirth Martial Emperor. It was a very ingenious massaging technique. This technique was made to treat the side effects present on the bodies of low-grade alchemists. Just now when he saw Grand Elder for the first time, Ch.1-25 noticed from the light black spot between his eyebrows that he was suffering from side effects. This kind of side effect usually presented itself on low-grade alchemists who had to research the methods of refining medicine by themselves. Usually these side effects would not cause any discomfort, but when the alchemist circulates origin energy, there will be some pain in the body. On rare occasions, this pain would hurt so badly that it would feel like a knife was being twisted inside one's heart, and living would be no better than dying. Ch.1-25 learned all of this from Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories. Rebirth Martial Emperor, being a formidable alchemist himself, had researched the art of refining medicine to mastery, so there was nothing he wasn't capable of. Abruptly, the movement of Ch.1-25's hands that were kneading Li Huo's shoulders increased in speed. Li Huo's expression changed from being tranquil and he started to tremble. Soon after, he clenched his teeth with a ferocious expression on his face as if he was dealing with extremely intense pain. The Li family higher-ups on the platform all felt chills go down their spines. How painful could it be to cause the formidable Grand Elder to have such an expression? 15 minutes later, Ch.1-25 stopped while sweating heavily. At this moment, Li Huo spat out a mouthful of foul air. After slowly opening high eyes, they shone like there was an array of stars inside. He seemed as if he had grown 10 years younger. Origin energy was circulating smoothly throughout his body, causing him to feel a pleasant feeling like never before. In the past, circulating his origin energy would reopen his hidden injuries, but at this moment it seemed as if those hidden injuries had disappeared. Grand Elder, you still need to receive 2 more massages after this to fully treat the hidden injuries on your body. Now, how do you feel, Grand Elder? How much do you think you should give me as payment? Ch.1-25 smiled faintly. Li Huo laughed loudly, readily taking out a bunch of silver bills. Take 1,000 silver for now. Later on, each time you give me a massage, I'll give you 1,000 more like this time. What say you? 1,000 silver each time. 3 times would be 3,000 silver. Although Ch.1-25 knew that alchemists were rich, he didn't expect them to be this rich. The Grand Elder of the Li family was only a grade 9 alchemist, but paying 3,000 silver did not even cause him to blink an eye. Mother is a Li family elder, but I only get not more than 20 silver coins per month. This difference is really too much. Greater than. Li Ru sighed in her heart. When they saw Ch.1-25 receive 1,000 silver, the Li family higher-ups were all dumbstruck. Especially Li Kun, who was waiting to ridicule Ch.1-25. The cold smile on the corner of his mouth had stiffened. The scene in front of him felt like a dream. Ch.1-25 only gave the Grand Elder a massage for a while and he received 1,000 silver. Grand Elder, I can massage you too. My wife even praises me for my skills in giving massages. Why don't I give you a massage for 2 hours and then you can give me 1,000 silver too? 6th Elder Li Ping's eyes were shining brightly. It was as if he had found a new road to riches. He was staring intently at Grand Elder Li Huo. Li Huo made a light humph sound, completely ignoring Li Ping. Then he looked towards Ch.1-25. Kid, where did you learn such a miraculous massaging technique? I feel as if the hidden injuries that I have accumulated over the years have started to be suppressed. With another 2 more massage sessions later on, the pain will certainly be fully removed. Li Huo asked curiously. Grand Elder, I stumbled upon the technique in a medical book. Ch.1-25 faintly smiled. Li Huo glanced deeply at Ch.1-25. He naturally would not believe Ch.1-25's lies, but he did not continue asking. It was obvious from Ch.1-25's attitude that he wasn't willing to say. Hidden injuries? The Li family higher-ups were flabbergasted. They remembered that before Ch.1-25 gave Grand Elder the massage, he mentioned hidden injuries. They were curious as to how did Ch.1-25 found out that Grand Elder had hidden injuries. More importantly, he was capable of a massage technique that could cure Grand Elder's hidden injuries. Li Ru glanced at her son. The doubt in her eyes had grown deeper. The young girl beside Li Ru, however, looked at Ch.1-25 in adoration. She was not the least bit shocked at Ch.1-25's ability. In her heart, young master was omnipotent. 7th Elder, can I bet with you now? Ch.1-25 looked at Li Kun. Ch.1-25, if you want to gift money to me, I will naturally not decline. Li Kun's eyes narrowed and he made a low humph sound. Good. Ch.1-25 nodded, then he passed half of the silver bills in his hand to the Patriarch Li Nanfeng. Patriarch, this is the wager between 7th Elder and I. Please safekeep it and bear witness for us. Li Nanfeng received the 500 silver with a complicated expression and nodded. Patriarch, Here is the wager for the bet between 6th Elder and I. At this moment, 5th Elder Li Ting took out 500 silver and passed it to Li Nanfeng. Patriarch, here is the wager for 6th Elder and I. Li Kan took out 1000 silver. Let's begin. After Li Nanfeng received the silver bills, he put them away and then looked towards Duan Lingtan. After giving the remaining 500 silver to his mother, Duan Lingtan nodded his head and walked into the martial arts practice hall to confront the waiting Li Ji. The Li family disciples surrounding their martial arts practice hall were looking at them intently. It was finally going to begin. Duan Lingtan, it took you a long time to get here. You aren't afraid, are you? Li Ji laughed coldly. Afraid? You think too highly of yourself. Li Ji, you better give today's match your all. If you lose, your family is going to go bankrupt. Duan Lingtan smiled faintly. What are you trying to say? Li Ji's face fell. He wasn't aware of the betting that had taken place on the platform. You will find out after today. The smile on Duan Lingtan's face became even more prominent, but in Li Ji's eyes it looked extremely unpleasant. Li Ji's face turned grim and the muscles in his body started bulging, causing his clothes to stretch. In an instant, Li Ji stomped his feet on the ground and ran swiftly towards Duan Lingtan. His speed was extremely fast, like that of a cheetah running at full speed. Duan Lingtan, I will make you pay tenfold for crippling the arm of my little brother. Li Ji swiftly rushed in front of Duan Lingtan, shouting loudly. His hands opened up, forming two palms, and he executed the master stage middle grade yellow rank martial skill, Falling Leaf Palm. His hands came violently slapping towards Duan Lingtan. Falling Leaf Palm. 7th Elder, Li Ji is able to achieve mastery of the Falling Leaf Palm at only the 4th level of the body tempering stage. His innate talent is really good. I cultivated Falling Leaf Palm when I was young as well and only achieved mastery when I was at the 7th level of the body tempering stage. In this aspect, I am inferior to Li Ji. 7th Elder has such good fortune. Yes, 7th Elder has such a good son, it really makes me admire him. On the platform, as he heard the praise of the other elders, Li Kan smiled faintly. He was slightly smug. What martial skill is Duan Lingtan executing? Patriarch Li Nanfeng's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Duan Lingtan. They saw that Duan Lingtan had taken the horse stance and his body was slightly inclined forward. His body resembled a strong, heavy bow. It seemed like he was immovable like a mountain. Just at this very moment, when Li Ji's Falling Leaf Palm was descending towards him with a roaring sound, he finally moved. Silent as a virgin, moving like a mad rabbit. This sentence perfectly described the current Duan Lingtan. When facing Li Ji's Falling Leaf Palm, Duan Lingtan was not one bit scared. He moved to meet the attack head-on. He lifted up his right fist and swung it as if he were launching a cannonball towards Li Ji's palm. Strike, clap. After the palm and fist struck each other, Li Ji's body slightly trembled, but he stood his ground. Duan Lingtan on the other hand was forced a few steps back, his face slightly red. Seeing Duan Lingtan being forced backwards, Liu had an expression of worry. The young girl behind her nervously clenched her fists as well. Whereas Li Kan had a complacent expression. In his opinion, a 4th level body tempering martial artist going against a 3rd level body tempering martial artist was a one-sided battle without any suspense. 5th Elder, thank you for your 500 silver. 6th Elder Li Ping complacently said to Li Ting. It was as if 5th Elder's 500 silver had already entered his pocket. As expected of a 4th level body tempering martial artist, my strength is still lower if I fight him head-on. In the arena, Duan Lingtan's heart jerked. Maybe. Glancing at the ring on his hand, the corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth curled up into a smile. This was his secret weapon. Duan Lingtan, I really didn't think that you'd be able to break through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. But even so, it is impossible for you to be my opponent. Today I will take revenge for my little brother and completely cripple you. I will make you have to stay on a bed for the rest of your life. You will live your life in unending pain and despair until you die. Li Ji said in a condescending manner. Duan Lingtan's expression turned grim and cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't know that Li Ji was so merciless and cruel. The other time when Li Xin provoked him, he showed mercy by only crippling one of his arms. Or else Li Xin would have ended up the same as Fang Jian's lackey. Today, although Li Ji's strength was greater than his, he was absolutely confident that he could win if he relied on the inscription on his ring. Originally, As they both were Li family disciples, he was only planning to cripple one of his arms as punishment. But now that punishment seemed too lenient. Make me lie on the bed and live the rest of my life in pain and despair. Li Ji, you must remember what you just said. Please don't regret it. Duan Lingtan stared at Li Ji and abruptly laughed. Regret? I, Li Ji, have never known regret. Li Ji laughed coldly and stomped his legs with a disdainful expression on his face. He seemed as if he had transformed into a fierce tiger as he dove towards Duan Lingtan. The master stage falling leaf palm slapped down towards Duan Lingtan once again. Duan Lingtan moved forward a step, then his upper body inclined backwards and once again bent into the shape of a bow. His right shoulder pressed backwards, causing his body to tremble. Then his right fist swung out straight forward. Strength seeped out from his entire body as he moved to intercept Li Ji's falling leaf palm. Cannon fist. One of the 5 elemental fists of form and will boxing. Like a cannon but not a cannon, once this punch is used, it has the force to topple mountains and overturn seas. Clap. The fist and palm struck each other again. Duan Lingtan's heart slightly jerked. The power inside the inscription on his ring burst forth, entering Li Ji's body. Instantly, Li Ji looked like he had just been struck by lightning. His body was trembling, his face was extremely distorted, and his eyes emitted an expression of extreme fear. It was as if he had been met with some horrible thing. Bang! When Li Ji's body started trembling, the force behind falling leaf palm dispersed. Then Duan Lingtan's cannon fist struck out. Li Ji's arm bone broke from the force. The sharp sound of the bone breaking accompanied by Li Ji's shrill scream entered the ears of everyone present. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Just when everyone was wondering how Li Ji, who had the upper hand, was now being trampled on by Duan Lingtan. Duan Lingtan moved forward, catching up to Li Ji, who was falling backwards. He kicked Li Ji, causing him to fly upwards for more than 3 meters. In the next moment, Duan Lingtan, who was still standing on the same spot, bent his legs and abruptly squatted. Li Ji, who had been kicked up into the sky, had a ghastly pale face and was dripping in cold sweat. When his body started to fall downwards, he turned his head and noticed Duan Lingtan's actions. He instantly understood what Duan Lingtan was planning to do. Dad, save me. Li Ji felt a bone-piercing chill in his heart. So he shouted in fear. Because he was unable to move freely in the air, he had no means to use his 4th-level body tempering stage strength. Duan Lingtan's legs straightened in the blink of an eye and then, like a cannonball blasted up into the sky, he flew towards the rapidly falling Li Ji. No! Hearing his son's scream of despair, Li Kun finally reacted, shouting loudly. He left his seat and flew down towards the arena. He wanted to save his son. Li Ru was worried that her son would be treated unfairly, so she followed after him and flew down towards the arena. Duan Lingtan's eyes shone with a cold light as he flew upwards. As Li Ji's body was dropping down, his fists mercilessly struck Li Ji's back exactly on his backbone. Ka-ka-ka. Ear-piercing sounds of bones breaking sounded continuously. Instantly, Li Ji was blasted up towards the sky once more. His head swung backwards and his shrill scream stopped abruptly, then he blacked out. Bang! Duan Lingtan made use of the counter-force and firmly dropped to the ground. He raised his right arm just in time to catch Li Ji's falling body. He looked like an undefeatable war god. Heaving a sigh of relief, the corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth curled up slightly, turning into a warm smile. He had finally won, and it was all thanks to the paralyzation inscription on his ring. Paralyzation inscription was the inscription that Duan Lingtan prepared a month ago. Once released, it will cause the target to experience a split second of paralyzation, causing all the accumulated energy in the body to dissipate. That was the reason why Li Ji had lost to Duan Lingtan. This, all around the martial arts practice hall, every one of the Li family disciples was struck dumb. They all took a large amount of time to regain their senses. They found the events that had unfolded before their eyes extremely hard to believe. Noticing 7th Elder flying over in rage, the corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth flashed with a cold smile. Exerting force with his hand, he threw Li Ji towards Li Kun. Duan Lingtan. Li Kun caught Li Ji. When he looked at Duan Lingtan, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Only when Li arrived and stood beside Duan Lingtan did he withdraw his gaze due to a slight sense of fear. "Dan, are you alright?" Li Ru took out her handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Duan Lingtan's forehead. Her face flashed with slight worry. "Mom, I'm fine. Ch.1-25's heart felt warm. He lightly smiled while he shook head. He was fine, but someone else wasn't. Grand Elder Li Kun suddenly shouted with a voice full of grief. Holding Li Ji in his arms, he turned around and rushed toward the platform to meet the Li family higher-ups that were currently descending. Among these higher-ups, 6th Elder Li Ping's face was the ugliest while 5th Elder on the hand had an expression of self-satisfaction. Grand Elder Li Huo checked Li Ji's injuries and his face slowly turned grim. Kid, Li Ji's backbone is almost completely shattered. Even a grade 7 gold injury pill won't save him. Don't you think you were a tad bit too merciless? You have basically destroyed Li Ji's life, Li Huo said heavily as he raised his head to look at the approaching Li Ru and her son. His gaze was fixed upon Ch.1-25. Li Ji was the youth that the Li family had the highest hopes for amongst the Li family disciples. But now he had come to a premature end. This was a great loss to the Li family. What? After hearing what Grand Elder Li Huo had said, Li Kun's face severely distorted and his body started shaking as if he had been struck by lightning. He didn't expect his son to be injured so severely by Ch.1-25. Backbone almost completely shattered. Even a grade 7 gold injury pill was unable to save him. I want you dead, Li Kun bellowed. Then his figure flashed as he madly flew towards Ch.1-25 and attacked with rage. At the top of his head, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes developed. Li Ru, who was on guard against Li Kun, instantly had 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes develop above her head, forcing Li Kun back in a single exchange. Li Kun, if you try to attack my son again, I will kill you. Her voice was cold and indifferent. It was as if it were coming from the pits of hell. Li Kun's face was green, but even though he was extremely furious, he did not doubt what Li Ru had said. Grand Elder, you must uphold justice for my son, Li Kun said to Grand Elder Li Huo in a miserable voice. There was a putong sound as he knelt on the ground heavily. When his youngest son's arm was crippled, his future looked worrisome. In Li Kun's heart, he had long ago put all his hopes onto his eldest son, Li Ji. But now, Li Ji's entire backbone was almost shattered and there was no hope of recovery. His whole life would be spent lying on a bed. In this instant, Li Kun felt his eyes go black. The world seemed dark without any light. It was as if the world was falling down upon him. Li Kun, the family rules states that when the disciples of the family have a battle, besides not being allowed to take one's life, there are no other limitations so that the disciples may go all out and fight to the best of their abilities. When martial artists battle, injury is unavoidable. Today it's your son that is lying down there, but what if it was my son? Would you ask Grand Elder to hold your son accountable? Li Ru made a cold humph sound, grunting out of anger. 9th Elder, you're arguing irrationally. Your son Ch.1-25 has already broken one of Li Ji's arms, and he was bound to win. But instead of showing mercy, he continued attacking and crippled Li Ji. In my opinion, he did it on purpose, and this is against the spirit of unity and friendship between Li family disciples. 6th Elder Li Ping's eyes shone with a cold light. 6th Elder, what you're saying is wrong. After Ch.1-25 broke Li Ji's arm, he could have admitted defeat, but instead, he didn't admit defeat because he most probably thought that he still had a chance at victory. He thought that he still had a chance to defeat Ch.1-25. Furthermore, you should not forget that Ch.1-25 is only at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Even if he was going up against a one-armed 4th level body tempering stage opponent, it was still a dangerous affair, and as such he needed to continue attacking to prevent Li Ji from obtaining an opportunity to counterattack, because that would cause him to lose more than he would gain. 5th Elder Li Ting said indifferently. Faced with an argument backed by facts, Li Ping's face turned grim as he did not have a way to counter this argument. Enough. Stop arguing. In the afternoon, there will be a family emergency meeting to discuss the matter. What's important now is to take Li Ji back to rest. 7th Elder, take Li Ji back home. Patriarch Lin Nanfeng frowned. Yes, Patriarch. Li Kun slowly stood up and held Li Ji in his arms. His face had a grim expression. His eyes were radiating a shocking killing intent as he fiercely glanced at Ch.1-25 before leaving. Ch.1-25 smiled indifferently. He made nothing of Li Kun's glance. Regarding what happened today, there was no guilt in his heart. Not mentioning his previous life of walking through the battlefield as a mercenary, which made him accustomed to being cruel and cold-blooded. But just those merciless remarks that Li Ji had made towards him. If it was his previous life, Li Ji would have been dead by now. In his opinion, he had already shown mercy. The Li family higher-ups left the martial arts practice hall one after another. But when these people left, their gazes towards Juan Lingtan were hostile. After all, in their opinion, Juan Lingtan was not part of the main Li family as his surname was not Li. On the other hand, Li Ji was the Li family's genius martial artist, a future pillar of support for the Li family. Regarding this incident, they were more or less biased against Juan Lingtan. The Li family disciples who surrounded the martial arts practice hall also dispersed. What happened today caused them to feel shocked and speechless at the same time. Li Ji, their Li family's martial arts genius, the strongest 4th level body tempering stage martial artist in the Li family, actually lost to a 3rd level body tempering stage disciple with another surname. Ashamed, they were truly ashamed. I used to think that Li Ji was formidable, but I never expected him to be so weak. Juan Lingtan is only at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage and he could defeat Li Ji. Once he steps into level 9 body tempering stage, will anyone under the core formation stage be a match for him? I really wonder what fortuitous gain Juan Lingtan had to be able to complete such a metamorphosis in a single month and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The topic of conversation between the Li family disciples quickly moved towards Juan Lingtan. The previously unknown Juan Lingtan became the hot topic within the Li family for a time. As the Li family disciples left one by one, there were only 4 people left in the enormous martial arts practice hall: Juan Lingtan, Li Ru, Ka, and 5th elder Li Ting. Mom, what's wrong? Suddenly, Juan Lingtan noticed that his mother had an ugly expression. Kid, you really are young and arrogant. You crippled Li Ji. Of course it was satisfying for you, but you didn't think of the consequences. Li Ji is the family's youth genius, and as such the family has placed enormous hope in him. In the afternoon, the family meeting is said to be a discussion about today's incident, but it will actually be a discussion on to how to punish you. Tell me, why wouldn't your mom be worried? Li Ting shook his head and sighed. In his opinion, Juan Lingtan was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of the tiger. He was too fearless and dared to do anything. Grand Elder still needs my help. With his status in the Li family, as long as he speaks for me, everyone else has to give him some face, right? Said Juan Lingtan unconcerned. If you think like this, then you're wrong. Grand Elder has always differentiated between public and private matters. This is the reason why all the members of the Li family respect him so much. The identity of a grade 9 alchemist is not enough to cause everyone to respect him so wholeheartedly. Li Ting shook his head. Juan Lingtan slightly frowned. He didn't expect that his secret weapon would become useless so easily. When they returned home, although Li Ru's expression seemed better, there were still signs of worry. The young girl was quiet, not daring to talk as she feared it would agitate Li Ru. Mom, don't worry. I have a method to solve this problem. Nothing will happen to me. Juan Lingtan, who was pondering throughout the journey back home, finally laughed. What method do you have? Li Ru obviously did not believe him. Mom, what you're worried about is that the Li family elders will be biased towards Li Ji and punish me, right? You can be at ease. I have a method to make them biased towards me. Juan Lingtan's smile was mysterious and full of confidence. What method? Asked Li Ru curiously. The young girl on the side glanced over with a face full of anticipation. Let me go get some things ready. I will tell you too when we have lunch at noon. Juan Lingtan returned to his room as soon as he finished speaking. After he left, the 2 women looked at each other with helpless expressions. Ka, do you know what method Tan is talking about? Li Ru asked the young girl. Ke doesn't know either. The young girl shook her head lightly. That stinking brat, he's getting more and more mysterious lately. Li Ru's eyes slightly squinted, then she laughed helplessly. After eating lunch, Juan Lingtan took 100 silver in bills and 30 silver coins from his mother before taking the young girl out alone, leaving the Li family estate. The Li family disciples that saw this scene were all speechless. Doesn't he know what his circumstances are? He's still in the mood to leisurely go shopping. He isn't preparing to run away because he's worried that the family will punish him after the family meeting, right? Are you kidding? He's the son of the 9th elder, just like how a monk may run but the temple can't. Even if he wants to run, he has nowhere to go. He really is something. After the family meeting today, if nothing happens to him, I will certainly make him my idol and ask him to be my boss. Ka, what kind of sword do you prefer? Duan Lingtan asked the young girl beside him as they walked out of the Li family estate. Going out this time was mainly to buy the young girl a sword. She was cultivating the Frost God's sword technique, a sword cultivation method. Even though the Frost God's sword technique needed to be cultivated to the core formation stage before a matching sword art was available, Duan Lingting wanted to allow the young girl to come into contact with and get familiar with swords as soon as possible. The sword is the ancestor of weapons. A qualified sword cultivator is only able to display the full might of the sword when they understand the sword. Kerr is not sure. I think it's better if young master chooses for me. The young girl lightly shook her head. Duan Lingtan nodded. Under the multitude of gazes full of either admiration or jealousy in the Li family marketplace, Duan Lingtan walked into the Li family weapon store while holding the young girl's tender and lovely small hand. Young Master Tan. As soon as they entered the Li family weapon store, a youth walked up and greeted them with a courteous tone. You recognize me? Duan Lingtan was slightly surprised. Young Master Tan, I'm a Li family branch family member. I took half a day's leave today so I could see the battle between you and Li Ji. Young Master Tan was so formidable that even Li Ji was no match for you. The youth faintly smiled. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtan shook his head and smiled. I want to buy a good sword. Do you have any recommendations? Duan Lingtan stated his purpose. Young Master Tan, is it for your own use? The youth asked with a smile. No, it's for my Kerr. Duan Lingtan shook his head. Hearing Duan Lingtan saying that she was his, the young girl's willow leaf eyebrows raised, her clear eyes blinked, and her pretty face turned rose red. She was glittering and translucent and looked like she could easily be broken with a flick of the finger. Young Master Tan, this way please. The youth only glanced at the young girl before withdrawing his gaze. He was afraid that it would piss off the youth beside her if he looked any longer. Subsequently, he brought the couple to the weapon rack at the side. Various types of swords were laid on the weapon rack. Duan Lingtan, who had merged with Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, only glanced at the swords once before being able to differentiate the quality of the swords. Finally, his gaze descended upon a sword made of a violet-colored material. This was a small and exquisite short sword, and the reason he took a fancy to the sword was not for its gorgeous exterior but rather the material it was made of. Violet meteoric iron. Once violet meteoric iron is refined by a weapons craftsman, it is able to become a rare crafting material known as violet meteorite. Just 50 grams of violet meteorite was worth a lot of money, and this short sword could easily be refined into 350 to 400 grams of violet meteorite. Duan Lingtan's heartbeat slightly elevated. Young Master Tan, this sword is made of violet ore, which is extremely durable, only slightly inferior to a fine steel sword. The youth introduced. Only slightly inferior to a fine steel sword? Duan Lingtan laughed secretly. Never would he have thought that violet meteoric iron would be mistaken for violet ore in the Li family weapon store. The exterior appearance of violet meteoric iron was indeed similar to violet ore, but the worth of the two were as different as heaven and earth. Furthermore, if origin energy is circulated through the violet meteoric iron short sword, it would not suffer any damage whatsoever even if it cleaved hundreds of fine steel swords in half. It was truly a hidden gem. Violet meteorite that is refined from violet meteoric iron is indeed something that a knowledgeable weapons craftsman would know about and could identify. But violet meteoric iron on the other hand would be hard to identify even for graded weapons craftsmen, let alone the blacksmiths of the Li family weapon store. How much is this sword? Duan Lingtan suppressed the agitation in his heart, and calmly said, 200 silver. The youth said, while adding, Young Master Tan, since you're not an outsider, I'll tell you the truth. Besides its outer appearance, this sword is utterly inferior to a fine steel sword. The fine steel sword is an exactly 3-foot-long blade which can slice iron like clay, and it's even doubled the length of this sword but only 180 silver. Ka, do you like it? Duan Lingtan asked the young girl beside him instead. Young master, it's too expensive. The young girl's gaze had long been attracted by the exquisite appearance of the violet short sword, but she was shocked when she heard its price. Duan Lingtan secretly laughed in his heart. If this little girl knew how much the violet meteorite that could be refined from this violet meteoric iron sword was worth, he wondered what she would think then. I'll take this short sword. but I only brought 100 silver out with me. Why don't you bring the fine steel sword and come find me when you get back to the Lee family estate? At that time I'll pay you the remaining 280 silver. What do you think? Duan Lingtan looked towards the youth. No problem. The youth hurriedly nodded. Duan Lingtan was the son of the Lee family's 9th elder, so the youth wasn't afraid that Duan Lingtan would go back on his word. This is your first sword, so you must take extremely good care of it. As a sword cultivator, the most important thing is to love your sword like your life. As for false sayings such as when the sword is present the sword cultivator is alive, you should ignore such things. After receiving the violet short sword from the youth, Duan Lingtan casually passed it over to the young girl. Okay, young master. The young girl received the short sword from Duan Lingtan and fondly admired it. Her beautiful face was filled with happiness. After leaving the Lee family weapon store, Duan Lingtan took the young girl around the marketplace. He bought some small accessories for the young girl before finally returning to the Lee family estate. When they arrived at the Lee family estate entrance, Duan Lingtan stopped for a moment and glanced at a corner behind him. In the distance was a sly figure that fled the moment Duan Lingtan glanced his way. Young master, what's wrong? The young girl asked. It's nothing. Let's go in. Duan Lingtan shook his head. He had noticed that person a long time ago. That person had been following him from around the Fang family marketplace until here. While holding the young girl's hands and walking into the Lee family estate, Duan Lingtan had a faint smile on his face. At this moment, his mother should be attending the family meeting, in a spacious hall in the Lee family estate. From the patriarch Li Nanfeng to the grand elder Li Huo, all of the Lee family elders were gathered here. Even 7th elder, whose son had recently been crippled, was present. Li Kun's fierce gaze moved away from a certain beautiful young woman. She was the 9th elder, Li Ru. Fellow elders, the reason I gathered everyone for this emergency meeting today is to discuss the matter of Li Ji being crippled by Duan Lingtan. Regarding this matter, do any of you have any opinions you would like to share? Patriarch Li Nanfeng directly asked. All of the elders' gazes instantly landed upon Grand Elder Li Huo. If the Grand Elder didn't say anything, they would not dare exceed their authority. In my opinion, we should punish that kid Duan Lingtan. Being so merciless at such a young age, if he is not guided, who knows what calamity he might cause? Li Huo said. Grand Elder is indeed fair and just. 6th Elder Li Ping hurriedly flattered Grand Elder, not forgetting to complacently glance at 5th Elder Li Ting. Today, Duan Lingtan did not show mercy after breaking Li Ji's arm but instead went even further and completely shattered Li Ji's spine, causing him to become completely crippled. Li Ji is the genius martial artist that our whole Li family has put emphasis on to develop. By crippling him, Duan Lingtan has caused a serious loss to the Li family. I feel we should heavily punish him. Li Ping added. 6th Elder, I have already said this earlier, but Duan Lingtan is only at level 3 body tempering stage, whereas Li Ji is at level 4 body tempering stage. The fact that Li Ji didn't admit defeat even after having one of his arms broken posed a huge threat towards Duan Lingtan. As such, I feel what Duan Lingtan did was not wrong and does not go against the family's rules. 5th Elder Li Ting said in a low voice, arguing in Duan Lingtan's favor. 5th Elder, according to you, doesn't that mean that during battles between disciples, as long as they do not kill each other, they should be allowed to trample on and even cripple their opponents? 7th Elder Li Kun said with a grievous expression. When a martial artist has his backbone shattered, it means that he will forever be a cripple without a future. Just when everyone expected Duan Lingtan's mother to say something, her face was tranquil. It was as if she was an outsider. Li Ting's eyebrows slightly creased. He thought that the 9th elder had given up on arguing on behalf of her son. Fellow elders, do you all have anything else to add? Lin Nanfeng asked the elders. I feel 7th elder is right. Duan Lingtan is too merciless and cruel, and he even destroyed a future pillar of the family. He should be punished. Some elders showed support towards 7th elder's argument. They did not have any relationship with Li Ruo Ikan and were speaking from a neutral position. Of course, it would be impossible to say they did not have any selfish motives. In their opinion, even if Duan Lingtan has even greater natural talent, even if his talent is better than Li Ji's, he was still only a disciple with another surname. He was not a true Li family member. Very good. Now let us vote. As Patriarch Li Nanfeng said this, the 5th elder sighed and shook his head. The current circumstances were not in Duan Lingtan's favor. Patriarch, no one expected that just at this moment, the previously silent Li Ru would interrupt Li Nanfeng. Everyone's gaze instantly fell upon her. Ninth Elder, you have something to say? Li Nanfeng frowned with a slight displeased expression. I'm sure that Patriarch and all the fellow elders here have noticed the changes my son experienced this past month. There are even many elders who think that my son received some sort of fortuitous gain, and the truth is exactly so. Li Ru said indifferently. Hearing what Li Ru said, even 6th Elder Li Ping and 7th Elder Li Kun quieted down. They were curious as well. Under the gazes of everyone present, Li Ru slowly said, 1 month ago, an alchemist found my son and said that he had immense natural talent to become an alchemist, so he took him as a disciple. After that, the alchemist passed a medicinal formula to him. Following that medicinal formula, my son was able to concoct a medicinal liquid called 6 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid. This medicinal liquid is able to increase the speed at which a body tempering stage martial artist cultivates. Increase the speed of a body tempering stage martial artist's cultivation? What Li Ru said was like a bolt of thunder. It caused all of the elders with the exception of the 7th elder to be immensely shocked. Li Ru, stop uttering nonsense. I bet you're just making all this up. Alchemist, medicinal liquid, those are all just things you made up so that you can help your son get out of trouble. 7th elder said in a stern voice. He was so agitated that he stood up and looked fiercely at Li Ru. Grand Elder, you're a grade 9 alchemist. This is the medicinal formula my son wrote. Although the portions of the medicinal materials required is not stated, it should be enough for you to discern its authenticity. You will understand once you take a look. Li Ru ignored Li Kun and passed a piece of paper with the medicinal formula to the Grand Elder. She was going to use evidence to explain everything. Li Huo unfolded the medicinal formula and started reading it. Ingenious, truly ingenious. Never had I thought that combining these 6 medicinal materials together, concocted with the correct ratios, would actually be able to increase the speed at which a body tempering stage martial artist cultivates. Moreover, the medicinal properties of these medicinal materials are easily absorbed. No wonder that kid experienced such a massive change in a mere month's time. Most importantly, all of these medicinal materials are extremely ordinary, so any elder would be able to provide their children prolonged usage. After Li Huo finished reading, his murky eyes shone brightly, exclaiming in admiration. The Li family higher-ups that were present could easily disregard what Li Ru had said. But Grand Elder Li Huo, who was the only grade 9 alchemist amongst the Li family members, was someone that no one would doubt. For a moment, everyone felt excited. This medicinal liquid would be able to change the fate of their children. It would be able to change the fate of the Li family. Patriarch Li Huo looked towards Li Nanfeng with a serious expression. Li Nanfeng nodded heavily. He knew that this was a chance for the Li family. 9th Elder, what you meant earlier was that Ch.1-25 can concoct this type of medicinal liquid. Li Nanfeng looked towards Li Ru. Yes. Li Ru nodded. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with the sound of heavy breathing. Every elder of the Li family that was present had a few children. They were already imagining how fast their children would be able to cultivate if they used the medicinal liquid that Ch.1-25 concocted. The changes that occurred on Ch.1-25 was the best example. Watching their children become dragons and phoenixes was something that every parent hoped for. 9th Elder, since your son has obtained such a valuable medicinal formula, he should contribute it to the family. Fellow elders, what do you think? 7th Elder said with a grim expression because felt that the mood in the room was changing. Yes. What 7th Elder said is correct. Such a valuable medicinal formula should indeed be shared with the family. 6th Elder Li Ping said, ha 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 ha. Just when Li Ru's face had turned grim and she was about to rebuke, the sound of a wild and arrogant laughter came from outside the hall. Patriarch Ch.1-25 requests an audience. The sound of laughter abruptly stopped. Ch.1-25. The eyes of all the Li family elders in the room shone brightly. If Ch.1-25 was just an outsider to them in the past, then now Ch.1-25 was the hope for their children to achieve greatness. Enter. Li Nanfeng replied. 6th Elder, what did you say earlier? If I didn't hear wrongly, you requested that I share the medicinal formula? Ch.1-25 said indifferently as he walked in. Then he directly went to face 6th Elder Li Ping. That's right. Ch.1-25, I know that you don't have the Li family surname, but even so, You have been eating and wearing things of the Lee family for all these years. Isn't it time for you to repay the Lee family? Said Leaping as if he was speaking of something reasonable and justified. Why didn't I know that what I have been eating and wearing was of the Lee family? I thought that what I ate and wore were what my mother earned from working for the Lee family. What does it have to do with the Lee family? Even outside of the Lee family, my mother can easily seek refuge from the Fang family or the Chen family. Do you think she can't get this small salary from somewhere else? Duan Lingtan laughed. Duan Lingtan, how dare you betray the Li family? Li Kun immediately tried to place the crime of betraying the family onto Duan Lingtan. Betraying the family? Li Kun, I know you hate me because I crippled your sons. But so what? What I did didn't go against any of the family rules. Now, are you trying to slander me with false accusations of betraying the family so you can punish me and take revenge for you, son? Duan Lingtan laughed disdainfully, openly offending Li Kun. Even you yourself said that you were going to go to the Fang family or Chen family. Is that not betrayal? Li Kun got angry from embarrassment. Idiot. I'm sure all the elders present understood that what I said was only an example. Do you understand what a figure of speech is? Didn't you parents teach you what that means? What I said just now was just to tell 6th elder that I don't owe the Li family anything. And the only reason I'm standing here before everyone is because the Li family is my mother's family. Duan Lingtan spat towards Li Kun, then he looked towards Li Ping. 6th elder, if you want me to concoct the medicinal liquid for your children, I hope that you think before you speak in the future so you can avoid hurting the relationship between everyone. Don't you think that what I'm saying makes sense? A threat. An undisguised threat. Li Ping's expression turned gloomy, but he obediently shut his mouth. Duan Lingtan's threat had hit his soft spot. Not considering what I just said, even if I wanted to contribute the medicinal formula to the family, I wouldn't dare to. My teacher told me that if anyone dared to try and obtain the medicinal formula from me by force, then that person would undoubtedly die. Duan Lingtan said with a serious tone as his gaze shifted to circle the room. The Li family higher-ups inhaled a deep breath of cold air after they heard what Duan Lingtan said. Only now did they remember that 9th elder Li Ru mentioned earlier that her son was taken as a disciple by an alchemist and that he obtained the medicinal formula from his teacher. But they were also preoccupied with the medicinal formula that they had forgotten about the alchemist. Kid, what is the grade of your teacher? Grand Elder Li Huo inquired. I have no idea what grade alchemist he is, but I once saw him refining a medicinal pill, and the pill fire he produced with his origin energy was gold in color. Duan Lingtan creased his eyebrows as if he was trying to remember something. What? Li Huo's pupils shrank, then he instantly stood up and exclaimed, Grade 7 alchemist. Grade 7 alchemist. The Li family higher-ups were struck dumb. The patriarch Li Nanfeng asked, Grand Elder, are you sure? Li Huo grunted, any graded alchemist knows that an alchemist that can produce a gold-colored pill fire is certainly a grade 7 alchemist. Moreover, a grade 7 alchemist is at least at the 7th level of the origin core stage. An origin core stage powerhouse. The hearts of the Li family higher-ups trembled violently. Origin core stage martial artists were individuals that were above the core formation stage. The strongest in the Li family, the Grand Elder, was only at the 6th level of the core formation stage. At this moment, no one doubted what Duan Lingtan said. Even those who had already lived half their lives did not know that a grade 7 alchemist's pill fire was gold-colored until today. This little animal is such a lucky bastard. 7th Elder Li Kun's face was getting uglier by the moment. Patriarch and all the elders, I still have things to do, so I will return now. Yeah, the elders present. If you require my assistance in concocting the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, you can purchase the needed medicinal materials and seek me. Oh yes, I nearly forgot, Patriarch, I think you still owe me 1,000 silver, right? After taking the 1,000 silver from the Patriarch, Duan Lingtan swaggered away. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid was the product of removing a medicinal material from the 7 treasures body tempering liquid formula, causing its effect to be halved. Duan Lingtan was not generous enough to actually share his most valuable possession with everyone. Patriarch, Grand Elder, my son should be awake by now, so I'll be taking my leave. 7th Elder Li Kun took in a deep breath and left with a complicated expression. He was aware that from today onwards, everyone, including 6th Elder, who was on good terms with him would need to seek the help of Ch.1-25 for the sake of their children, and thus it would be impossible for him to put his hopes on 6th Elder being able to assist him in causing trouble for Ch.1-25 and getting his revenge. I'll be leaving as well. Liru hurriedly followed. She was afraid that Li Kun might lose all reason and attack her son. In the Li family hall, the remaining elders did not leave. Under the leadership of the patriarch, a second family meeting was started. This second family meeting mainly revolved around the medicinal formula that Ch.1-25 had control over. Finally, for the sake of secrecy, they unanimously decided to only allow the children of the elders that were present to use the medicinal liquid. Patriarch, 5th Elder Li Ting looked towards Li Nanfeng with a serious expression. Today, because we didn't sentence Ch.1-25 to any punishment, 7th Elder will surely have resentment in his heart. If he spreads the news of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, even if the Chen family and the Fang family are afraid of the grade 7 alchemist behind Ch.1-25, they will still come pressure our Li family to get a share? 5th Elder is right. I know 7th Elder very well. Even if Ch.1-25 is a grade 7 alchemist providing him protection, he will still not let it go easily. 6th Elder Li Ping fearfully said. When he finished, he noticed Li Ting looking at him with a strange face, causing him to smile embarrassedly. This matter concerns the future of my son. Although his relationship with 7th Elder was indeed good, this matter concerned the future of his son, and so he made a choice. All the Li family higher-ups quickly made an important and secret decision. Whoosh! The sword moved without leaving a trace. A drooping leaf on a tree in the courtyard was instantly sliced. When the leaf was sliced, the sword in the youth's hand had already returned to its sheath. So fast. Young master, what sword skill was that? The young girl standing on the side, slim and graceful, looked at the youth with adoration. Sword drawing arts. Ch.1-25 smiled lightly before his gaze turned misty as if recalling a distant memory. In his previous life, besides being a grandmaster in formidable boxing, sword drawing arts was another one of the fundamentals he had used to establish himself as undefeatable. At that time, numerous charming and beautiful assassins came onto him on purpose, hoping to find a chance to kill him. But at the moment that these beautiful assassins emitted the slightest amount of killing intent, that would be the moment their lives would come to an end. It was commonly known that Ling Tan's military dagger was called the Death God's Scythe and that it was always the fastest. You have to remember that the sword drawing arts focus on speed. Amongst all of the martial arts around the world, only speed is undefeatable. Even against a martial artist stronger than you, as long as you are capable of drawing your sword and slicing through his throat before he can react, he will certainly die. Ch.1-25 guided the young girl in a patient and gentle manner. The young girl was very studious, so she listened attentively. The young girl's delicate hands grasped the violet short sword, and with Ch.1-25's careful guidance, she slowly trained until her actions seemed similar in pattern and appearance. Young master, is Kerr stupid? After an afternoon of training, the young girl was drenched in sweat, her willow leaf-shaped eyebrows were moving slightly, and her clear eyes seemed to be less lively. She seemed to be slightly disappointed. Why do you ask? Ch.1-25 asked in doubt. I trained for a whole afternoon, but the speed at which I draw my sword is not even 1% of young master's speed. Young master, is Kerr not suitable to practice the sword? The young girl's attractive lips slowly moved as she said this. Silly girl, a master of the martial Tao is not something that can be produced in a single day. You have only trained in the sword drawing arts for an afternoon. Don't you think that coming to such a conclusion so fast is really arbitrary? You know, when I first trained in the sword drawing arts, I trained for an entire day and my progress was still inferior to your current progress. Ch.1-25 shook his head. He was wondering what the problem was, but he didn't expect that what was troubling her was this. Really? The young girl blinked her beautiful, clear eyes. Her confidence was emerging once again. Of course it's true. Ch.1-25 smiled gently. If you want to fully execute the speed of the sword drawing arts, you have to familiarize yourself with the methods of exertion I taught you earlier. How you should hold your sword, which part of the body to exert strength with first, and then you have to get fully familiar with the order and power to use during each step. Only once you understand these will you be able to catch up to me. Ch.1-25 said. Young master, I will work hard. The young girl said sincerely as she nodded her exquisite chin. Duan Lingtan stood to the side and watched the young girl continue training with the sword. Suddenly, he seemed as if he noticed something. Mom. It was unknown when Liru had appeared beside Duan Lingtan. Noticing the young girl practicing the same sword move over and over again, Liru had an expression of doubt. Then, what sword skill did you teach Ke? Why is she only practicing the same sword move over and over again? Do you need Mom to buy Ke a set of sword skills from the marketplace? Liru asked. Mom, it's not necessary. Those flashy sword skills are only good to look at, but when it comes to real battles, they are totally useless. Duan Lingtan shook his head. He did not even take any of the martial skills in the Li family martial pavilion seriously, let alone the inferior sword skills available in Fresh Breeze Town. Then, don't tell me the sword skill you taught Ke is even better than those that can be bought in the marketplace. Liru had an expression of disbelief. Mom, do you want to try? Duan Lingtan turned around and laughed. What, you want to spar with your mother? Liru laughed. For her, sparring with a level 3 body tempering stage martial artist was the same as playing house. Mom, be careful. Duan Lingtan reminded, and at the same time his right hand let go of the sheath and instead grabbed the hilt of the fine steel sword. Sword drawing arts. He drew the sword without a trace. Under the shining sun, only a white flash could be seen. Before the sword sheath could even drop down, the fine steel sword was already back inside the sheath in Duan Lingtan's hand. Sword drawing arts. Drawing the sword like lightning and then putting away the sword like muffled thunder. At the same moment that Duan Lingtan drew his sword, Liru moved, flying backwards. The force she exerted with her feet even drew upon the force of heaven and earth, so an ancient mammoth silhouette appeared above her head, which meant that to dodge Duan Lingtan's sword, she had to use the strength of one ancient mammoth. Liru took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtan in disbelief. She noticed that although her son's drawing movement was similar to what Ke was practicing, the speed at which they moved were not on the same level. If she was just a little bit slow earlier, her son's sword would certainly have touched her. Swinging a sword with his 3rd level body tempering strength forced her to use strength equal to that of a 9th level body tempering martial artist to dodge. This sword skill was truly heaven-defying. Mom, that was the sword skill I taught Ke. What do you think? Duan Lingtan lightly smiled. Relying upon the fine steel sword, even if the opponent was a 6th level body tempering stage martial artist, as long as he could get close, he was fully confident in his ability to kill his opponent. When one's cultivation has not reached a certain level, the aid of weapons is extremely important. Combined with his sword drawing arts, it would be even easier for him to be successful in his endeavors. This sword skill, is it also from the old man you met in your dreams? Liru glanced deeply at Duan Lingtan. Duan Lingtan could not help himself from touching his nose and smiling embarrassedly. Then, what is this sword skill called? Sword drawing arts. Can you teach your mother? Of course. Liru became interested in the sword drawing arts, so she started to practice with Ke. With her cultivation as a base, her progress in cultivating the sword drawing arts was much faster than Ke's. After one day, relying upon the strength of one ancient mammoth, Liru's drawing speed was similar to Duan Lingtan's. Of course, her comprehension of the sword drawing arts was nowhere near Duan Lingtan's. After all, she was using 10,000 pounds of strength to match Duan Lingtan's speed, while he hardly used 200 pounds of strength. For the sake of cultivating the sword drawing arts, Liru bought herself a fine steel sword as well. Her sword would usually never leave her side. In the following few days, Duan Lingtan started to get busy. Besides his own cultivation, he not only had to teach the two beautiful women how to cultivate the sword, but he also had to concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid for the Li family higher-ups. If it wasn't for the help of his mother and Ke, he would have been exhausted. Only after spending 3 days' time of concocting medicinal liquid to supply the Li family higher-ups' children for 3 months did Duan Lingtan get some free time. Looking at the medicinal materials piled up into a mountain in his room, Duan Lingtan had a satisfied smile on his face. He pocketed at least a third of the medicinal materials that the Li family higher-ups had provided as his labor fee, which meant that when he wanted to concoct the 7 treasures body tempering liquid in the future, he wouldn't need to buy 6 of the 7 medicinal materials. Then, people from the Fang family have come. The patriarch asked you to come to the audience hall. Liru's voice sounded from outside. Fang family? So they finally came? Lingtan's eyes flashed. They were without a trace of unexpectedness. When he took Kurt by a sword a few days ago, he had guessed that the person that was following him was of the Fang family. Li family audience hall. Patriarch Li Nanfeng sat at the head and sixth elder Li Ping sat beneath him. Sitting opposite to them was the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi. Standing behind Fang Yi was a red-eyed middle-aged man. Patriarch. Suddenly, an immature voice sounded from outside the audience hall. Enter. Li Nanfeng replied. Sixth elder, I heard that your son, Li Dong, is about to break through to the third level of the body tempering stage. Congratulations. Lingtan entered and greeted Li Nanfeng before nodding to Li Ping. Li Ping smiled amicably and his eyes flashed with a trace of gratefulness and regret. If Lingtan was not magnanimous, his son would not have the chance to improve so quickly. Lingtan, this is the Fang family's patriarch, and the one behind him is the Fang family's manager. Li Nanfeng introduced. Greetings, Patriarch Fang, Manager Fang. Lingtan moved his gaze towards the two guests and smiled faintly. His expression was carefree. I heard long ago that the Li family's ninth elder was a rare heroine. Like mother like son, as expected, you're out of the ordinary. The Fang Yi's eyes narrowed into a line. According to his investigation in these past few days, the abrupt rise of Lingtan was like a miracle. In 1 month's time, transforming from a sickly person into a third-level body-tempering martial artist. And he even dominantly crippled Li Ji, the son of the Li family's seventh elder and the Li family's genius youth. Even after that, he did not receive any punishment from the Li family. Patriarch Fang, I've brought Lingtan here. Why are you looking for him? Asked Li Nanfeng. The moment Li Nanfeng finished his words, Fang Yi's face changed. He stood up from his seat and looked at the youth in a condescending and fierce manner. Lingtan, how dare you? 1 month ago you injured my son and crippled the son of my Fang family's manager. Regarding this matter, shouldn't you give my Fang family an explanation? Li Nanfeng and Li Ping did not expect Fang Yi's sudden outburst. They did not know of this matter. The youth's immature face was tranquil as a pool of water. Obviously it was not unexpected to him. Patriarch Fang, if you came here today to denounce my crimes, then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Regarding the matter of that day, as I'm sure you have investigated thoroughly, justice is in everyone's hearts. If your son didn't rely on the power of the Fang family, I would not have attacked. Moreover, in my opinion, I have already showed mercy by not crippling your son. I have already given enough face to your Fang family. Lingtan smiled indifferently. How dare you, a mere Li family disciple with another surname, dare to be so disrespectful to my Fang family's patriarch? You're courting death. The Fang family's manager, Fang Qiang, who was behind Fang Yi, caught on to the chance he desired. He shouted loudly before flying out like an eagle towards the youth. His actions emitted a cold hatred and killing intent. Above his head, the force of heaven and earth stirred as an ancient mammoth silhouette appeared. No one expected Fang Qiang to dare to attack in the Li family's audience hall. Moreover, he used his entire 9th level body tempering strength the moment he attacked. He obviously wanted to kill the youth immediately. Fang Qiang was extremely quick. He moved in front of the youth in the blink of an eye. At the moment he slapped out his palm, the youth's body trembled and reacted, instinctively stomping on the ground and flashing backwards at a high speed. But even then, the youth was still hit by the residual force. He was sent flying into the wall and then spat out a mouthful of blood. The youth's face was ghastly pale and his body was swaying. He quickly managed to stabilize his body with great difficulty. His fists were clenched tightly and his nails pierced into his palm, but he was not feeling any pain. His sharp eyes were emitting bloodthirsty killing intent. Fang Qiang stomped his feet on the ground and flew out. After missing his first attack, he actually wanted to attack a second time. How dare you? Noticing this, the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, stood up and shouted loudly. You're courting death. Origin energy busted out of 6th elder Li Ping's feet. Then he moved like a bolt of lightning, flashing towards Fang Qiang. His punch burst forth with origin energy, drawing upon the force of heaven and earth, developing into 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes. A punch containing the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. If it hits Fang Qiang, even if he does not die, he will be crippled. However, at this critical moment, the Fang family's patriarch attacked. He moved forward and pulled Fang Qiang away to dodge Li Ping's punch. Fang Yi's speed was 2 times faster than Li Ping's. At this moment, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed above Fang Yi's head. The strength of 8 ancient mammoths. Are you okay? Li Ping glanced at Fang Yi coldly before coming to side of the youth and asking this. I'm fine, thank you, Sixth Elder. The youth shook his head. Even though he was injured, he did not make a single sound. To him, that was a sign of being weak. Fang Yi. A loud shout echoed from the Li family's patriarch. It was as if thunder exploded. The entire audience hall started shaking from the force. My Li family will investigate the matter between your Fang family and Ch.1-25 ourselves. But your Fang family member actually dared to attack and injure my Li family member inside the Li family estate. It looks like you are making light of the Li family. Regarding this, don't you think that you have to give me, and the Li family for that matter, an explanation? Li Nanfeng was thoroughly enraged and furious. Ch.1-25 was the treasure of the Li family. If Ch.1-25 were to be killed, not to mention the fact that Ninth Elder would never let it go, but even the Li family's chance at rising up to crush the Fang and Chen families would be totally destroyed. Patriarch Li, please forgive him. My Fang family's manager's only son was crippled by Ch.1-25. His son will be bedridden the rest of his life. He had a good reason for attacking Ch.1-25, and he had no intention of offending the Li family. Now, Ch.1-25 is fine, so why don't we just leave it as it is? No one expected that Fang Yi would have such a tranquil expression. It was as if nothing had happened. Fang Yi. Li Nanfeng's face turned grim. But before he could continue, he was interrupted by the youth that walked a few steps forward. Patriarch, I would like to settle the matter myself, Ch.1-25 said. Not even waiting for Li Nanfeng to reply, the youth's bloodshot eyes stared at the Fang family's manager. He was like an Azura that had just walked out of hell. His entire body was emitting a bloodthirsty killing intent, causing others to feel a chill to run down their spines. It's Fang Qiang, right? In 3 months, I will visit your Fang family and I'll take your life. Finishing what he said, the youth turned around and walked out. Okay. 3 months from now, I'll be waiting for you. At that time, I will kill you with my own 2 hands and take revenge for my son. Because he originally believed that he wouldn't be able to take revenge for his son. When Fang Qiang heard what the youth said, his dark red eyes instantly emitted a light of agitation and excitement. That will depend on whether you have the capability. The youth didn't even turn his head around. He only laughed coldly and walked out, leaving the Li family's audience hall. Leaving behind a proud and aloof figure. The Ling-Ten of his previous life went unhindered for half of his lifetime. He was unrestricted and unmatched. In this lifetime, a mere Fang family manager dared to try and take his life. In 3 months he will surely visit the Fang family and splatter blood on his sword to wash away the humiliation he received today. Only slaughter could calm down the rage in his heart. Patriarch Li, your Li family really has young heroes. This Ch.1-25 has so much ambition at such a young age. Someone like that is really hard to come by. Since he has established a life and death agreement with Fang Qiang, there is no point in pursuing the matter any further. In 3 months, the entirety of my Fang family will be waiting for his arrival. Fang Yi looked towards Li Nanfeng and laughed. Finishing what he said, Fang Yi ignored the green-faced Li Nanfeng, taking Fang Qiang along and leaving. Patriarch, Ch.1-25 is too rash. Sixth Elder Li Ping frowned, his face full of worry. He wasn't worried about Ch.1-25's life or death, but was worried that if anything happened to Ch.1-25, his son wouldn't have any 6 treasures body tempering liquid left to use. In these past few days, he had noticed his son's improvement in cultivation. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid was indeed a godly item. Li Nanfeng had a complicated expression. Earlier, when Ch.1-25 emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent, even he felt a trace of being suppressed. He could not understand how Ch.1-25, who supposedly had not killed anyone before, could be capable of emitting such killing intent. In his opinion, only a veteran of 100 battles that had killed many martial artists would be capable of developing such a terrifying killing intent. Since he has made a decision, we can only believe in him and hope that he produces a miracle once again. Sixth Elder, I want to know about the matter between Ch.1-25 and the Fang family. Go and investigate for me. The mysteriousness of Ch.1-25 caused a trace of hope to rise in Li Nanfeng's heart. Yes, Patriarch. Li Ping replied and left. His face was ugly. Although Ch.1-25 defeating Li Ji could be considered a miracle, Li Ji was only at the 4th level of the body tempering stage, while Fang Qiang was a 9th level body tempering martial artist. They could not be compared. A 3rd level body tempering youth intending to defeat a 9th level body tempering martial artist in 3 months would be an unbelievable feat in his opinion. The body tempering stage was divided into 9 levels, each level being more difficult to achieve than the previous. Ch.1-25, who was forcefully bearing the pain, walked with heavy footsteps towards his home. His pride did not allow him to show any weakness. When he reached the courtyard of his house, he finally coughed severely, spitting blood all over the floor. "Young master, what's wrong?" Seeing this scene, the face of Ch, who was washing some vegetables in the courtyard, turned ghastly pale. After hurriedly putting down the things in her hands, she supported Ch.1-25 back to his room. Her clear eyes were glimmering with tears. "Young master, don't frighten Ch, don't frighten Ch." The young girl started to cry. "Silly girl, I only suffered some light injuries. I'll be fine, I just need to rest for a while." Ch.1-25 slowly wiped the tears from the corners of the young girl's eyes while forcefully smiling. An hour later, Liru, who had just returned from the marketplace in Fresh Breeze Town, entered the courtyard. Noticing the floor covered in blood, her face changed greatly. "Dan, who injured you?" Liru rushed into Ch.1-25's room. Her voice was ice cold. "Mom, I'm fine. And, I've already talked with the patriarch about this matter. I will settle it myself." "Mom, you have to trust me." After going through Ch's devoted care and consuming the grade 9 gold injury pill that the patriarch brought over, Ch.1-25 had already partially recovered, so he managed to squeeze out a smile on his face. "Was it Fang Yi?" Liru asked in a low voice. "No, it was the Fang family's manager, Fang Qiang." "Mom, he doesn't have much longer to live. 3 months from now is the day he will die." Ch.1-25's eyes emitted a cold light as he neared the end of that sentence. Afterwards, the medicinal effects of the grade 9 gold injury pill hit him and Ch.1-25 fell soundly asleep. "Ch, take good care of Tan." Liru performed a brief check on him. After making sure that her son was alright, she let out a breath of relief. She then left the courtyard to go see Patriarch Li Nanfeng. From Li Nanfeng, she found out the whole sequence of events, and she understood what her son meant earlier. She took a deep breath, although her eyes shone with intense killing intent. When she thought about her son's persistence, she forced herself to put up with it. She decided in her heart that if her son is not Fang Qiang's match in 3 months, even if it means enraging the entire Fang family, she will still kill Fang Qiang. For the sake of her son, she would give up everything, even her life. The tranquil Fresh Breeze Town was bustling with noise and excitement as soon as the Fang family purposefully leaked some news. "Hey, have you heard the news?" Rumor has it that a Li family disciple with another surname publicly challenged the Fang family's manager, Fang Qiang, to a life and death battle 3 months from now. "Yeah, I heard about it." That disciple with another surname is called Ch.1-25. He is the Li family's 9th elder's son. A month ago, for the sake of a young girl that was selling her body to bury her mother, a conflict arose between him and the Fang family's young master, Fang Jian, and he even crippled one of Fang Jian's lackeys. Allegedly, the person that was crippled by Ch.1-25 was the only son of the Fang family's manager. I remember now. A month ago, Fang Jian did suffer a loss in the hands of a youth, and I was there at the time. That youth was Ch.1-25. Judging by his appearance, I'm afraid he isn't even 16 yet. That can't be true. He's not even 16, yet he dares to challenge the Fang family's manager to a life and death battle. There's nothing wrong with his head, right? Everyone in Fresh Breeze Town knows that the Fang family's manager is a 9th level body tempering martial artist, young and arrogant. Similar discussions could be heard all around Fresh Breeze Town. Everyone thought that Ch.1-25 was committing suicide. Li family estate. In the main hall, Patriarch Li Nanfeng and all of the Li family's elders were gathered. Even 7th elder, who had been closed up in his home for the past few days, was present. The news that spread wildly all over Fresh Breeze Town had made its way into the ears of the Li family's elders. They were anxious. 3 months from now, if anything were to happen to Ch.1-25, wouldn't that mean that their children wouldn't have any more 6 treasures body tempering liquid to use? Patriarch. Besides Grand Elder Li Huo, 7th Elder Li Kun, and 9th Elder Li Ru, all the elders had anxious expressions as they looked towards Li Nanfeng. Li Nanfeng raised his hands, preventing everyone from continuing. "Fellow elders, I know everyone's wishes, but this matter has already been decided upon. Moreover, the news has been spread by the Fang family, so if we were to admit defeat, What would happen to the Li family's reputation? That means we can only trust in Ch.1-25. I have already discussed the matter with the Grand Elder. For these 3 months, the Li family will spare no cost and effort to help Ch.1-25. Fellow elders, do you have any objections? At this moment, the Li family's elders could only laugh bitterly and sign. It was too late to undo the battle agreement, so they had no choice. After all, the Li family higher-ups left, and 7th Elder Li Kun walked towards his home. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Little G, soon someone will take revenge for you. That Ch.1-25 actually dared to challenge a 9th level body tempering martial artist to a life and death battle. He is really seeking death. Half a month later, in a spacious courtyard in the Li family estate, an old man leaned back on a deck chair with his eyes closed in comfort, enjoying the feeling of the sun shining on his skin. Behind him stood a youth with bright eyes, giving him a massage. Grand Elder, I'll give you another massage half a month from now. At that time, your hidden injuries will be completely cured. The youth massaged as he said this. Kid, if it wasn't for you, this old bag of bones would have to suffer for who knows how long. The old man sighed. In these last few years, he nearly went insane from the torture his hidden injuries caused him. Being able to eradicate his injuries was the best news he could ever come upon. Don't mention it, Grand Elder. I'm only doing what you paid me to do. The youth shook his head while smiling lightly. Massaging the old man for 1,000 silver each time was an extremely lucrative business to him. I heard you refused the Patriarch's help. The old man abruptly asked. Yes, I'm not in need of money at the moment, and everything I need can be bought from the marketplace. There's no reason for me to waste the family's resources. Those resources would be better used on someone who needs it more than me. The youth smiled. Kid, you make it sound like you're so kind, but why didn't I notice that you were so enlightened? The true reason you declined was because you don't want to owe the Li family, or should I say you don't want to get tied up with the Li family, right? With just one remark, the old man unraveled the youth's true thoughts. The youth smiled embarrassedly. As expected, wisdom and experience came with age. It was exactly as the old man said. He didn't want to get tied up with the Li family. He was going to leave sooner or later to explore the vast world. The Li family and Fresh Breeze Town were merely a starting point for him. The youth stopped massaging. The old man opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of foul air. Then he passed a stack of silver bills to the profusely sweating youth. Grand Elder, I'll be leaving now. See you in half a month. The youth laughed playfully. After the youth left, the old man muttered to himself. I hope you will be able to pleasantly surprise me 2.5 months from now. Ch.1-25 went straight home after leaving Grand Elder Li Huo's residence. As he entered the courtyard, he saw a gentle and graceful figure rapidly drawing and sheathing her sword over and over, repeating unceasingly. It was as if she was unaware of what exhaustion was. The young girl was dripping in sweat and biting on her pink lips. Her clear eyes, which were as clear as water, were filled with a sense of resolution. Ch.1-25 felt a tug in his heartstrings as he watched her. Sword cultivation strives to follow the heart and not overdo things. Overexerting yourself will only cause more harm than good. He gently said as he walked forward and grabbed the young girl's drawing arm. Young master, Kerr wishes to master the sword drawing arts as soon as possible, because only then will Kerr be able to protect young master, help young master beat up bad people, and save young master from being bullied by bad people. The young girl had a flushed face and was breathing heavily as she earnestly said this. Silly girl, go get some rest. Ch.1-25's heart was warm as he gently touched the young girl's soft hair. The young girl nodded. She seemed meek like a kitten. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, spirit serpent form. That night, the youth sat inside the bath barrel while greedily absorbing the 7 treasures body tempering liquid within. When he finished absorbing the medicinal liquid, his lifeblood's strengthening and his fleshly body's metamorphosis had arrived at a critical threshold. He walked out of the bath barrel and put on some clothes. Tomorrow morning I will surely be able to break through to the 4th level of the body tempering stage. But, if I want to kill Fang Qian with certainty 2.5 months from now, I need to break through to the 7th level at a bare minimum. Improving cultivation gets more difficult as the levels progress, so I will undoubtedly be unable to achieve the 7th level of the body tempering stage in 2.5 months from by only relying on the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. Maybe it's time I go get some things from the marketplace. The youth's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. In the morning of the following day, when the sun had not risen yet, The youth woke up and poured a portion of the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid into the bath barrel before beginning to cultivate. After a night of rest, the medicinal properties that fused into his body during the medicinal bath last night had finally been fully absorbed by him. While circulating 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques Spirit Serpent form, the youth sat inside the bath barrel with his eyes closed, greedily absorbing the medicinal liquid. After an unknown amount of time, when dawn arrived, the rays of morning sunlight shone upon the earth. After passing through the curtain, tiny rays of sunlight gently shone upon the youth. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. Splash! The youth stood up and casually stretched his body. His bones emitted a clear and melodious sound as they rubbed together. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the youth's face. "I finally broken through." He lifted his palms upwards and slowly clenched them into fists. Feeling the explosive strength within his body, the smile on the youth's face became even wider. "It's exactly as I expected. While an ordinary 4th level body tempering martial artist would gain 200 pounds of strength, I gained a full 300 pounds. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was indeed different from other cultivation methods." After putting on his clothes, the youth pushed open the door, walked out, and enjoyed bathing in the rays of sunlight. Whoosh, glang, whoosh, glang, whoosh, glang. The clear and melodious sounds of a sword being drawn and sheathed entered his ears. Only then did Ch.1-25 notice that Ch had been seriously cultivating her drawing sword arts since early in the morning. The young girl chose to cultivate far off in the corner of the courtyard so she could avoid disturbing Ch.1-25's and his mother's sweet dreams. If he hadn't walked out of his room, he would definitely be unable to hear these sounds. Ch.1-25 sighed as he understood that Ch was having a difficult time forgetting the matter of him being injured the other day. She had been cultivating desperately in these past few days. Not only did her cultivation step into the 3rd level of the body tempering stage, but she even became proficient in the rudiments of the sword drawing arts. It can be said that everything Ch was doing was for him. To protect him. "Ch, stop cultivating for now and accompany me to the marketplace." Ch.1-25 lightly smiled as he walked over. "Young master, I'll go prepare some breakfast." The young girl put away her sword. Seeming tall and graceful, her cheeks, which were without makeup, had a slight blush. "It's all right, let's eat out." "Then I'll prepare some for madam." "Don't worry about it, my mum can make breakfast herself." "Let's go." Ch.1-25 grabbed the young girl's hand. On the way out, he didn't forget to look towards his mother's room to call out, "Mom, I'm taking Ch out." "Take care of your breakfast yourself." After Ch.1-25 and Ch left. Is this considered forgetting the mother after getting a wife? The woman shook her head and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. Boss, wait for me. Wait for me." As the couple walked out of the Lee family estate, a voice combined with heavy breathing sounded from behind them. A little fatty with the fat on his body flinging about stopped in front of them, blocking their path as he bent over panting. "Were you calling me?" Ch.1-25 turned around and looked behind himself but did not notice anyone else. The little fatty was slightly familiar, but he could not remember who he was. Could he be a lackey of the old Ch.1-25? But the old Ch.1-25 was sickly. Would anyone actually be willing to be his lackey? "Boss, of course it's you. You are my idol." The little fatty nodded his head like a chick pecking grain. The fat on his face was shaking. "I don't know you." Creasing his eyebrows, Ch.1-25 held the young girl's hand and continued forward. "Boss, it was my wrong to pull down your pants when we were kids, but you don't have to be so resentful, right? The other day, when you crippled Leiji, it really helped me vent some resentment, and also, boss, you crippled him and nothing happened to you. You're really amazing." The little fatty jubilantly followed, his mouth not stopping. "Pull down my pants." Hearing what the little fatty said, a vague picture popped into Ch.1-25's head. It was one of the memories of the old Ch.1-25. In the memory, a group of 5 or 6-year-old kids were playing. Suddenly, a little fatty snuck up behind him and pulled down his pants, causing all of the kids to start laughing. Then he cried out of grievance, "Your legs, Yuan?" Ch.1-25 finally remembered. This fatty was the only son of 5th Elder Li Ting. He had gone away from Fresh Breeze Town with his grandfather at an early age but unexpectedly had returned. "Boss, you finally remembered me." The little fatty's eyes shone brightly. "When did you return? Also, why are you calling me boss?" asked Ch.1-25. In his memories, the old Ch.1-25 did not often come into contact with the little fatty. let alone take him as a lackey. I've been back for 2 months since you helped me teach Li Ji a lesson, and because you're so formidable, I decided to make you my boss. From now on I'm one of your people, so you have to take good care of me. The little fatty laughed, blinking his small eyes. After hearing an explanation from the little fatty, Ch.1-25 found out that upon returning, the little fatty came into conflict with Li Ji's little brother, Li Xin. But since Li Xin wasn't his match, he brought his brother, Li Ji, to beat him up. I crippled Li Ji for my own reasons. I wasn't trying to help you. Besides, you're not one of my people, and I have no intention of becoming your boss, so stop bothering me. Ch.1-25 said indifferently with a cold voice. He held the young girl's hand and walked away without turning back. Being sold out by a brother in his previous life taught him an important lesson. He would never take another brother without a good reason, as he didn't want to have a ticking time bomb by his side. A thief from within is hard to guard against. The little fatty didn't expect Ch.1-25 to turn hostile so abruptly, so he was stunned on the spot and watched the couple slowly move further away. Behind his chubby face was a pair of eyes full of grievance. Agawad Restaurant, the best restaurant in Fresh Breeze Town. Situated at the intersection between the Li, Chen, and Fang family marketplaces, it did not belong to any of the 3 families of Fresh Breeze Town. Allegedly, it had a considerable background. It was established by a large merchant group from outside Fresh Breeze Town. There were many people walking in and out of Agawad Restaurant to have breakfast. Anyone who could afford to eat in Agawad Restaurant was someone who came from a well-off family, either someone rich or a noble. When the couple walked into Agawad Restaurant, they attracted the attention of the people who were walking in and out of the restaurant. Most of them were gazes of envy and admiration. The gazes of envy fell upon the young girl, whereas the gazes of admiration were upon the youth. "Are the 2 of you dining?" The attendant standing at the door greeted them in a respectful voice with his head lowered. "Yes, a booth on the 2nd floor. Do you have any beside the windows left?" The youth nodded and said familiarly, "Yes, this way please." When the attendant heard what the youth said, he knew that they weren't first-timers. He hurriedly took them to the 2nd floor, which was much quieter than the 1st floor. Of course, the price for eating in the 2nd floor was double. Our luck isn't bad. Seeing the last table beside the window, Ch.1-25 slightly knit his eyebrows. As Ch.1-25 brought the young girl over to the window's side, some of the people on the 2nd floor had their gazes fixed upon Ka, attracted by her charm and good looks. 3 youths that were sitting beside another window not far away had gazes of greed when they looked at Ka. "Ka, sit." Ch.1-25 took the violet short sword from Ka and placed it on the table. Then, like a gentleman, he casually pulled out a chair for Ka to sit on. "Thank you, young master." The young girl's delicate and immature face blushed as she sat down. Just when Ch.1-25 was about to sit opposite of Ka, a sound of wind passed by his ears as a figure flashed by and then sat on his seat before him. Ch.1-25 frowned when he saw the immature young girl sitting on his seat. The green-clothed young girl was around 16 years old. Her appearance could not be considered to be exceedingly beautiful, but her slightly innocent face contained a hint of charm. Combined with her innocent temperament, they formed a conflicting combination. A servant girl of ordinary appearance followed behind her and came to stand behind her. "Miss Chen, I'm sorry, this young master has already taken this seat. Could you please choose a different seat?" said the attendant that brought Ch.1-25 and Ka over. His face had a humble smile, meaning that he obviously recognized the green-clothed young girl. "This miss has taken a liking to this seat. As a regular customer of Agawad Restaurant, don't I even get this little special treatment?" The green-clothed young girl raised her proud head, glancing at the attendant condescendingly. "This miss doesn't like having strangers around when I'm eating," she said indifferently as she gazed at Ka, who was sitting opposite of her. There was jealousy in her eyes. "Young master, why don't you?" The other attendant that was following the green-clothed young girl looked towards Ch.1-25, wanting him to change seats. But when he noticed that Ch.1-25 was paying no attention to him, he could only laugh bitterly and shut his mouth. "Young master, why don't we change our seats?" At this moment, Ka looked towards Ch.1-25. She had noticed that this Miss Chen was of a respectable family with high status. Although her appearance and disposition were inferior to Ka's, the aura she unintentionally emitted pressured Ka until she could not breathe properly. Even though she had been following Ch.1-25 for a long time, she had a sense of inferiority deep inside her heart due to her inferior birth. Ling-tan noticed Ker's gaze and instantly understood what she was thinking. He understood that if he wanted Ker to let go of the sense of inferiority in her heart, he had to make a good example. He needed to at least let Ker know that in this world, dignity and honor were things you had to fight for on your own. Ker, can you tell me why we should change our seats? Ling-tan asked in a gentle voice while affectionately looking at Ker. Young master, Ker didn't know what to say. Ker, you have to remember that ever since the day you followed me home, you stopped being the Ker that you used to be. I hope that I can see a confident you, a you that has gained new life, and not the old you. Do you understand? Guided Ling-tan patiently and gently. Young master, I was wrong. Ker's eyes were slightly red as she lowered her head. Hey, did the two of you hear me? This miss doesn't like strangers around when she eats, so hurry up and FK off. After hearing Ling-tan and Ker chat, the green-clothed young girl turned angry from embarrassment and shouted this. Miss Chen, right? Ling-tan suddenly looked towards the green-clothed young girl. I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to FK off from my seat, or else you will face the consequences. Ling-tan's eyes flashed with a cold light. His voice was suppressed until it sounded grim and low. The green-clothed young girl's face changed. Just when she was about to start scolding, she felt a cold aura emanate from the youth and descend upon her, suppressing her until she could hardly breathe. It even caused her face to turn pale. 2 more breaths left. The low and grim voice sounded again. This time, the icy cold aura suppressed her even more. The green-clothed young girl's consciousness nearly collapsed, but being the Chen family's patriarch's daughter, her pride as the Chen family's eldest daughter allowed her to clench her teeth and persevere. 1 more breath left. The low and grim voice sounded a 3rd time like muffled thunder. Accompanying the voice this time was not only the icy cold aura but also a trace of a bloodthirsty aura. The green-clothed young girl's face was ghastly pale. When she got to the point where she could not hold on any longer, she stood up in panic. While helplessly watching Ling-tan sit down, the frightening aura that suppressed her slowly disappeared. Who are you? The green-clothed young girl asked unwillingly after taking a deep breath. She could not understand how a youth that looked younger than her had such a frightening aura. Earlier, she felt as if he was an Azura that had climbed out from the depths of hell. His entire body was emitting an icy cold and bloodthirsty aura. She didn't doubt that if she had continued to sit, a terribly frightening consequence would befall her. Bring me 2 of your specialty dim sums. Also bring me 2 bowls of soya bean milk. Ling-tan slowly said. He acted as if he hadn't heard the green-clothed young girl and instead looked at the dumbstruck attendants. Yes, one of the attendants responded respectfully and left. In his opinion, someone who dared to go against the Chen family's eldest daughter, Chen Me, was no ordinary person. Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Chen Me was on the brink of going berserk. Ever since she could remember, she was the beloved daughter of her parents and was doted upon constantly. This was the first time someone had actually ignored her. Ka, the dim sum here is good, you should try some. If you like it, I'll bring you here every morning. Ling-tan looked at the young girl opposite to him. His eyes filled tenderness as he smiled lightly. Young master, coming here to eat occasionally is enough. I remember hearing that the dim sum here is extremely expensive. The young girl sensibly shook her head. It's alright. Even though I'm not extremely rich, it's more than enough to satisfy my Ker's taste buds. Ling-tan's unconcealed words caused the young girl to lower her head out of embarrassment. Her tender and lovely cheeks blushed. Young master, my miss is speaking to you. The servant girl beside Chen Me timidly said to Ling-tan as she looked at Ker in admiration. Following this sort of miss must be really hard on you. Ling-tan glanced at the servant girl before faintly smiling. No. It's not. Miss. Miss is very good to me. The servant girl's face turned ghastly white from fear as she hurriedly said this. Did I ask you to speak? Chen Me gave the servant girl a stare. At this moment, there was a trace of envy in her heart. Even she didn't think that there would be a day where she would be envious of the servant girl beside her. Not for any other reason but because the hateful guy who ignored her actually spoke nicely to her servant girl. Miss Me, it's really you. The 3 youths sitting at the nearby table recognized Chen Me, so they were walking over and enthusiastically greeting her. Their tones were filled with admiration. Chen Me's expression eased up and she looked proudly towards Ling-tan. It was as if she was trying to tell Ling-tan, Chen-me, I'm richly endowed by nature and there are many people who acknowledge me. But when she noticed that Duan Lingtan still had not even glanced at her, her expression instantly turned gloomy. Miss Me, what's wrong? One of the youths who was older than Chen-me asked when he noticed her change. Yeah, Miss Me. Do you need us to help you with anything? The other two youths who were the same age as Chen-me hurriedly asked as well. This seat was mine, but he forced me to move and snatched my seat. Chen-me glanced at Duan Lingtan. A trace of injustice emerged from her clear eyes as she exaggerated. What? He dared to snatch Miss Me's seat? Kid, you really are tremendously brave. When the three youths heard her, they shouted and instantly became furious at Duan Lingtan. Miss, why do you slander others? Kerr asked. After hearing what Chen-me had said, her immature face turned slightly red. Kerr's exquisite eyes that were slightly red caused the three youths who were filled with righteous indignations to be struck dumb. Had they ever seen such a beautiful girl before? At this moment, they even forgot what they were doing. Is she nice to look at? Chen-me said, with a stern voice as her face turned dark. Yes, no. The three youths were startled and came back to their senses. Only now did they remember that the Chen family's eldest daughter was famous for being jealous. Allegedly, a long time ago, a servant of the Chen family praised a servant girl to be more beautiful than her, and as a result both, the servant and servant girl both disappeared into thin air. They looked towards Duan Lingtan and furiously said, Kid, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and FK off. Didn't you even try to find out if Miss Chen is someone you can offend? If you don't FK off, don't blame the three of us for not going easy on you. Not go easy on me? After hearing what the three youths said, Duan Lingtan started laughing innocently and naively. What are you laughing at? One of the youths shouted, with a gloomy face. I can understand your feelings of trying to show off in front of Miss Chen. But what I think is funny is, where did you three get the confidence to think that you have the ability to not go easy on me? If I'm not wrong, you three are from the Fang family, right? Duan Lingtan's smile grew even wider. His wise eyes seemed to be able to see through them. Actually, in the old Duan Lingtan's memories, there were vague memories of one of the youths. He should be one of the Fang family's young masters, Fang Jian's lackeys. You're right, we are from the Fang family. Now both our Fang and Chen family members are here, and you're just a little kid. Don't tell me you plan to go against us. Yeah, can a little kid like you mess with the Fang and Chen families? Hurry up and kowtow and apologize to give Miss Chen, and maybe then we will let you live. The three Fang family youths threatened Duan Lingtan as if they had forgotten that they themselves were only little kids slightly older than him. I do believe that the Chen family's eldest daughter can represent the Chen family. Duan Lingtan nodded his head in all seriousness, causing Chen-me, who was standing at the side, to feel complacent. But, what Duan Lingtan said after that caused her face to become pitch black. But the three of you whose legs get feeble the moment you see a woman, can you three represent the Fang family? I have to say though, this has to be the most ridiculous joke I have heard in my entire life. I even looked down on Miss Chen. Do you think it would be any different for you three? Duan Lingtan's face had a disdainful expression as he finished speaking. However, his eyes emitted a mischievous smile, as if he did it on purpose. You're courting death. The three Fang family youths got angry from embarrassment as Duan Lingtan ridiculed them in front of Chen-me. What, want to fight? Duan Lingtan started laughing. I'm aware that your Agawad restaurant has a considerable background, so if they strike the first blow, I hope that you can bear witness for me. Duan Lingtan said while promptly looking at the attendant that was standing not far from them. When the attendant took a deep look at Duan Lingtan, he noticed a farsightedness and confidence that even an adult may not necessarily have, as if everything was under his control. So what if we strike the first blow? Attack! One of the Fang family youths shouted. The three of them attacked at the time, violently approaching Duan Lingtan. Their attacks were merciless, aiming directly for the vital points. Young master, Kerr exclaimed as she prepared to pick up her sword. But just as her hand stretched towards the sword on the table, she noticed that it was already in Duan Lingtan's hands. She only saw a streak of violet flashing across before returning to the sheath with a clang. In the next moment, accompanied by three shrill cries, were 6 lines of blood spraying out. The wrists of the three youths were violently spraying blood without any signs of stopping. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to disappear from my sight, or else, die. Ling-tan's indifferent voice suppressed the shrill cries of the three youths. After hearing what he said, their faces instantly changed. Disregarding their hands, which were violently spraying blood and had lost all feeling, they hurriedly rushed down the second floor of Agarwood Restaurant. Using only 2 breaths of time, they had already disappeared from Ling-tan's sight. When a person faces death, they are able to arouse the potential within their bodies. The attendant at the side stared. Until now he still could not regain his senses after seeing that scene. In his opinion, Ling-tan's sword was too fast, so fast that even a 5th-level body-tempering martial artist like him could not see it clearly. Chen-Mer's face was pale and her gaze was filled with terror. The servant girl beside Chen-Mer even lost her composure and screamed. She was so frightened that her entire body started shaking, not daring to even glance at Ling-tan. The youth that was faintly smiling at her earlier was now a living king of hell in her eyes. Ka, who was sitting opposite of Ling-tan, did not have a good expression either. Her face was slightly pale. "What, Miss Chen, do you want me to send you out myself?" Ling-tan glanced at the dumbstruck Chen-Mer as he laughed. "Who are you?" Chen-Mer took a deep breath. "Miss Chen, you're so unwilling to leave me. Don't tell me you've fallen for me. But I really don't like women with an unrestrained disposition such as yours, so I hope that Miss Chen doesn't make any futile efforts." Ling-tan ridiculed. Chen-Mer didn't expect Ling-tan to be so brazen. Her face and eyes turned red as she spat. The fear in her heart eased up as an effect of what Ling-tan had said. Since the 3 of them have left, that table is unoccupied. Let's go there." Whereupon she brought her shivering servant girl to walk towards the other table that was beside a window. The dim sum that the 3 Fang family youths were eating earlier was still giving out hot steam. "Clear up the place, then go serve Miss Chen." Nodding to the attendant, Ling-tan smiled faintly. Chen-Mer was different from normal unruly women. At least she was brave enough to stay behind after that experience. "Yes," the attendant responded respectfully, then she wiped up the bloodstains and proceeded to serve the Chen family's eldest daughter. "Ka, did that frighten you?" Ling-tan looked towards the young girl with a gentle expression. He acted like a completely different person now compared to earlier. "No." The young girl shook her head. But her slightly pale, beautiful face undoubtedly showed that she actually was slightly frightened. After a few moments, Ling-tan's order arrived. He acted as if nothing had happened as he ate dim sum and drank soybean milk. As for the young girl, she seemed to have lost her appetite, so she only ate a little bit. "Ka, your usual appetite is not so small, be a good girl and eat some," said Ling-tan to encourage her. "Young master, Her face was slightly pale. She was seemingly recalling the scene from before. "Ka, sooner or later I will be leaving Fresh Breeze Town. If you're planning on following me, then you have to be prepared mentally, because even more bloody things may happen in the future. Do you understand?" "Of course, if you're not planning on following me, just take it as I never said a word." Ling-tan purposely sighed, speaking slowly. "Young master, Kerr understands. Kerr will eat. Please don't leave Kerr behind." She hurriedly picked up the dim sums and started eating with a delicate and touching expression. Anyone who saw her would not be able to help themselves from loving her. It was impossible to say that Ling-tan didn't feel his heart ache when seeing Kerr look like this. But he knew that he had to harden his heart, because only then would Kerr be tempered, allowing her to quickly let go of the cowardice in her heart. "Hey, you, if you don't leave now, aren't you afraid of the Fang family coming to find trouble with you?" Chen-Mer's voice came from afar and entered Ling-tan's ears. "I won't burden Miss Chen with worrying. I bet Miss Chen actually can't wait for the Fang family's people to arrive and secretly hopes that they would hurry up, right?" Ling-tan said indifferently. "You're pissing me off. You're pissing me off." Chen-Mer, who got pissed off by what Ling-tan said, was gnashing her teeth and raging in her heart. "Sooner or later I will find out who you are, and I'll never let you off, never." This Chen-Mer is really a jinx. After he finished eating, Ling-tan looked out the window and noticed that the 3 youths from before had returned. Their hands had been bandaged and they were walking over with vigorous strides. They were bringing along a gloomy-faced 20-year-old young man and were approaching in an aggressive manner. The 4 of them quickly entered Agarwood Restaurant. When this scene was caught by the nearby Chen-Mer, her eyes lit up with a smiling expression. When she glanced at Ling-tan, her heart stirred. "So you didn't listen to my advice, Now the Fang Family Medicine Store's junior manager has come personally. Let's see if you can still laugh now. HMPH. If you beg me and kowtow 3 times for me, maybe I might consider helping you. Brother Quain, that's him. The 3 Fang family youths brought the young man to the 2nd floor. Then they fell over each other to extend their hands and point towards Ch.1-25 while gnashing their teeth. Stay calm and discuss the matter. Stay calm. The attendant that followed behind hurriedly persuaded. Stay calm and discuss the matter. The young man, the Fang family's medicine store's junior manager, Fang Quain, swept the attendants with a cold gaze. Why weren't any of you persuading him when the tendons on the hands of my Fang family members were cut off? FK off. What the young man said caused Chen Me's face to change. Cut off the tendons on the hands? In an instant, a bone-piercing chill rose in her heart. Her gaze towards Ch.1-25 contained fear. She originally thought that Ch.1-25 had only made the 3 Fang family youths bleed, but never would she have expected that he had actually cut off the tendons on their hands. Once the tendons on the hand were cut off, even if it was healed, the hand would never be as sensitive as before. To a martial artist, it was no different from cutting off both arms. You, take your own life. Fang Quain coldly stared at Ch.1-25 as if he were looking at a dead man. In his opinion, a mere 4th-level body-tempering kid was no different from a dead man. What? I beat up the small ones. Then the big one couldn't wait to jump out. The smallest of the 3 of you is still older than me. Since I can make you flee and force you to get reinforcements, should I feel extremely honored and proud? The 3 of you are truly the pride of the Fang family. Ch.1-25 laughed. He was completely ignoring Fang Quain and glancing at the 3 Fang family youths with contempt. Shut your mouth. Fang Quain's eyes turned cold, then he moved forward with a stern shout, stomping his feet on the ground just when he was about to attack. Stop. Just then, a cold and indifferent voice sounded. Whereupon a middle-aged man wearing a green robe could be seen walking over. The attendants present respectfully bowed to him, respectfully calling him Manager Ma. Manager Ma. When he saw the middle-aged man, Fang Quain's face eased up and showed a little respect. Junior Manager Fang, you should know our Agawad restaurant's rules. Any problems need to be settled outside. The Agawad restaurant is not a place where you can act as you please, the middle-aged man said indifferently. Okay. Fang Quain took in a deep breath. I'll be waiting for you outside the door of the restaurant. If you don't have the balls, you can stay here for the rest of your life. Fang Quain's icy cold gaze briefly swept Ch.1-25 before he left. Don't worry, once my cur has finished eating, I will take my leave. Ch.1-25 lightly smiled as if he did not care about what Fang Quain said. Instead, he looked at Kerr with an intrigued expression. Kerr, why aren't you eating anymore? Yes, good girl, finish eating and don't be wasteful. Ch.1-25 looked at the young girl with a face filled with tender affection. The middle-aged man glanced deeply at Ch.1-25 before turning around and leaving. The guests and attendants on the 2nd floor, however, looked at Ch.1-25 with gazes filled with pity. In their opinion, even if this youth's strength was above others of the same age, he was only a 15-year-old youth after all, and Fang Quain, on the other hand, was 20 years old and was a 6th-level body-tempering martial artist. It was impossible for the youth to be a match for Fang Quain. Young master, I finished, Kerr said, in a refined and gentle voice. After finishing the last piece of dim sum, the young girl drank the last sip of soybean milk, then she looked at the youth with a delicate and touching expression. Okay, let's head to the marketplace to get some things before heading home. The youth faintly smiled as he picked up his sheathed sword from the table. The young girl meekly nodded, following behind the youth. Under the gazes of everyone present, they slowly walked down the 2nd floor of the Agawad restaurant. He's really unafraid of death. Noticing Ch.1-25 leaving, Chen Me brought along her servant girl and followed suit, leaving behind her leftovers. The remaining guests on the 2nd floor stood as well and followed behind Chen Me. Wanting to watch a scene was human nature. At the front door of the Agawad restaurant stood Fang Quain and the 3 Fang family youths who were fiercely glaring at the restaurant. They seemed to be waiting for something. It's been so long and he still hasn't come out. He can't be planning to be a coward, right? Che, wasn't he acting all brave earlier? But he cowers the moment brother Fang Quain gets here. What a why? He's coming. Before the 3rd youth could even open his mouth and continue mocking Ch.1-25, they noticed the couple walking slowly out of the restaurant. Even though they were enemies, they couldn't stop themselves from sighing in their hearts. What a match made in heaven. Of course, their gaze towards the youth was filled with jealousy. I didn't expect you to be daring enough to come out. Fang Wen looked towards the youth as he sneered, speaking in a condescending manner. Why wouldn't I dare to come out? It's only a mad dog and 3 handicapped smaller mad dogs blocking my way. The youth smiled indifferently with a carefree expression, seeming to look down upon Fang Wen. This guy dares to enrage Fang Wen even in this situation. Isn't he afraid Fang Wen will really kill him? Chen Me stood at the front of the crowd that followed Duan Lingtan out. Watching him provoke Fang Wen caused her expression to unconsciously freeze. The other people in the crowd had the same thoughts as Chen Me, but their gazes were filled with pity. What a dumb little kid. Fang Wen, will tell you right here right now. You will certainly die today. After being thoroughly enraged by the youth, Fang Wen's eyes flashed coldly as he clenched his fists and the muscles on his body bulged slightly. As a 6th level body tempering martial artist, he was capable of exerting 1,000 pounds of strength. There are plenty of people who want me dead, but I'm afraid you're not capable of killing me. Duan Lingtan smiled indifferently while grasping his sword in one hand and holding Ker's hand in the other. He slowly walked out as if nothing was happening. What's he doing? Noticing Duan Lingtan bringing the young girl into the battle, everyone was struck dumb with puzzled expressions. Don't tell me he thinks Fang Wen would show mercy due to the young girl's presence in front of the window on the 3rd floor of the Agarwood restaurant. What an interesting kid. I wonder where he comes from. Not mentioning anything else, just his courage and composure are far superior to that of people of the same age. Manager Ma looked at the youth with an intrigued expression. The coldness in Fang Wen's gaze increased and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. His thoughts were exactly similar to everyone else's. He assumed that Duan Lingtan was bringing the young girl into the battle on purpose, hoping he would be scrupled and show mercy. But would he? The answer was no. Die. Fang Wen abruptly shouted as he stomped his feet on the ground. He burst forth with the strength of a 6th level body tempering martial artist with the help of 1,000 pounds of strength. He flew like a cannonball straight towards Duan Lingtan. His fists exploded towards Duan Lingtan, going straight for Duan Lingtan's chest. Middle grade yellow rank martial skill, Raging Bull Fist. Hearing the wind shrieking by his ears, the sneer on Fang Wen's face grew wider. It was as if he could see Duan Lingtan being blasted away and dying from severe injuries. In the instant that Fang Wen attacked, everyone in the crowd's hearts were in their mouths. The 3 Fang family youths had expressions filled with pleasure and satisfaction. You dared to touch us, so go die. This guy. Chen Me frowned. Although the youth was rude to her from beginning until the end, somehow, in her heart, she didn't hate him one bit. Instead, she was curious about him and wanted to get to know him. Stop. Eventually, Chen Me stepped forward, desiring to stop Fang Wen. But her reaction was still too late. Fang Wen's fists, which were just like cannonballs, were just about to strike Duan Lingtan. At this moment, even if Fang Wen wanted to stop, it was too late. Not to mention he had no intention of stopping. Relax your body. Duan Lingtan's mouth moved slightly as he warned the young girl. Then his left hand embraced her slender waist and his body moved, fully exhibiting the flexibility he had gained from cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Spirit Serpent form. He carried the young girl along as he dodged Fang Wen's fist strike. Fang Wen's fists brushed past Duan Lingtan's clothes. Whoosh! Glang! Practically in the same moment, the sound of a sword being drawn and returning to its sheath sounded. In the next moment, everyone present clearly saw. The eyes of Fang Wen, whose body was being carried by inertia, abruptly dimmed. His hands tightly gripped his throat, but he was unable to stop the blood from spraying. In the end, he could not hold on any longer, so his body crashed towards the ground, lifeless. Silence. The area outside of Agarwood restaurant's main door was deathly silent. Everyone's gazes were on the lifeless Fang Wen. The dignified Fang Family Medicine Store's junior manager, a 6th level body tempering martial artist, died just like this. Moreover, the one who did it was obviously not even 16. Hiss, 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 hiss. For a moment, the sound of people drawing in breaths of cold air sounded throughout the area around the Agarwood restaurant's main door. The gazes of everyone present moved from Fang Wen's lifeless body to the youth that was gradually walking farther away. The youth embraced the young girl while holding the sheathed sword, leaving coolly. Killing a man in 10 steps, unstoppable for 1,000 miles. 1. Suddenly, everyone heard the voice of the leaving youth. 3 kids of the Fang family, if you still can't let it go, you can look for me at the Li family. Right? Remember my name so you don't look for the wrong person. I'm Ch.1-25. The voice was dull, as if killing someone was nothing to him. I'm Ch.1-25. The youth's voice entered everyone's ears. It was not the first time they had heard this name. Half a month ago, this name spread across the entire Fresh Breeze town. That disciple with another surname of the Li family was called Ch.1-25. So he's Ch.1-25. The Ch.1-25 that half a month ago declared that he would visit the Fang family and take the Fang family's manager's, Fang Qiang's, life. It should be him. I didn't expect him to be so formidable. I didn't even see how he attacked when Fang Quain's throat had already been sliced open in a single strike. His speed is too fast. I noticed that his cultivation is only at the 4th level of the body tempering stage, but killing a 6th level body tempering martial artist was as easy as cutting grass to him. The crowd could not stop themselves from discussing. The tone of their voices were filled with fear. It appeared that the declaration that this disciple with another surname of the Li family made half a month ago was not him being arrogant and conceited, but he actually had the confidence. Ch.1-25. Carry Brother Quain back to the manager. We have to get an explanation about this matter from the Li family. They gnashed their teeth as they said this. The fear in the eyes of the 3 youths didn't dissipate for a very long time. Carrying Fang Quain's corpse, they headed towards the Fang family marketplace. Ch.1-25. So he is Ch.1-25. After Chen Me recovered from the shock, a mischievous smile emerged on her face. As far as she was concerned, as long as Ch.1-25 was a member of the Li family, she would eventually be able to see Ch.1-25 again, and she would slowly get even with him. Come, let's go home, Chen Me said to the servant girl before walking with her towards the Chen family marketplace. The crowd surrounding the Agawad restaurant's main door gradually dispersed, but they never stopped their discussion. The topic of their discussions revolved around the other surnamed junior of the Li family, Ch.1-25. Before, they had heard of his name but had never seen him in person. But from this moment onwards, they had seen him in person, and even seen his skills. Relying on his 4th level body tempering cultivation, with a single sword strike, he killed the 6th level body tempering martial artist, Fang Quain. A truly astonishing feat. If it was just a rumor, they might not have believed it, but after seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but believe. He is the Li family's Ch.1-25. In the 3rd floor of the Agawad restaurant, Manager Ma's eyes flashed brightly. That sword strike of his was unbelievably fast. By relying merely on his 4th level body tempering cultivation, he can already achieve such a speed. If he can step into the 7th level of the body tempering stage in the next 2 months, killing the Fang family's manager, Fang Qiang, won't be impossible anymore. But to progress from the 4th level of the body tempering stage to the 7th level in only 2 months is practically an impossible feat. Although I've only met him once, I can tell that he isn't the sort of person who would seek his own doom. Since he dares to challenge the Fang family's manager, it must be because he is confident. Now I'm slightly looking forward to it. Li family marketplace. Ch.1-25 spent some silver coins to buy materials from the Li family weapon store and the medicine store before returning to the Li family estate with Kurt. After obtaining these materials, he felt much more at ease. Fang Qiang, in 3 months, you will certainly die. A grim fire jumped about inside Ch.1-25's eyes as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Young master, are you alright? Noticing his sinister expression, Kerr looked over with a worried expression. I'm fine. Kerr, what happened earlier in front of the Agawad restaurant didn't frighten you, right? Ch.1-25 shook his head slightly and kneaded the young girl's palm while he gently asked this. Young master didn't allow Kerr to look back, so Kerr wasn't frightened. The young girl shook her head. Good. Ch.1-25 nodded. Although he wanted to temper Kerr, he didn't plan to expose her to such a bloody scene straight away. Everything requires an order to proceed gradually. If he tried to temper her in one shot, it would unavoidably cause some complications, even to the extent that it may cause Kerr to suffer from trauma that would be difficult to treat. This was something that Ch.1-25 was unwilling to let happen. 1TL note, a line from a Chinese poem, meaning the person is so strong that he can kill a man in 10 steps, and during his journey of 1,000 miles, no one could stop him. They arrived at the Li family estate. Young master, because you did that to the Fang family member, nothing will happen, right? As the young girl looked at the youth beside her, An expression of worry emerged on her immature and delicate face. "Ka, don't worry, nothing will happen. You saw what happened. It wasn't my fault. If he didn't force me by saying he would kill me, I wouldn't have killed him." The youth shook his head and laughed. As the formidable weapon specialist from his previous life, he had his own set of rules. If someone does not offend me, then I will not offend them. But if someone offends me, then I will return it tenfold, hundredfold, or even 1,000-fold. The instant Fang Quan threatened to kill him, Duan Lingtan saw Fang Quan as a dead man walking. "Dan, what did you do to the Fang family members this time?" Duan Lingtan and Ke had just entered the house when they saw Liru walking towards them. "Mom, it's nothing." Duan Lingtan smiled faintly as he said this. He knew that his mother had overheard him speaking to Ke. "Tell me the truth." Liru frowned. Her clear eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. It was obvious that she was not easy to fool. "It's really nothing. It was just one of the Fang family members being naive, threatening to kill me." Duan Lingtan embarrassedly touched his nose as he slowly said this. "Who is so brave to actually dare to threaten to kill my son?" He wasn't even able to finish his sentence before Liru flew off the handle. Rage emerged from her eyes, and her voice sounded slightly icy cold. "I think he was the Fang Family Medicine Store's junior manager, a guy called Fang Quan. But I've already taken care of him, so you don't need to worry, Mom." Duan Lingtan lightly smiled. "Fang Quan, Fang Tao's son?" Liru frowned. She quickly remembered that this Fang Quan was the son of the Fang Family Medicine Store's manager, Fang Tao. Although his natural talent in the martial Dao was only average, he was still a young man barely over the age of 20. For someone at his age to hold a grudge against her only 15-year-old son, and even threatening to kill her son. For a time, an unending wave of rage rose in her heart. "Dan, he didn't injure you, right?" Lira glanced at Duan Lingtan from head to toe, asking with deep concern. The manner at which she spoke made it clear that if Duan Lingtan was injured, she would go get even with Fang Quan. "Mom, there isn't even a scratch on me. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. He didn't even touch me." Duan Lingtan's heart felt warm as he shook his head. Lira looked towards Ke, who instantly started nodding like a chick pecking on grain. At the beginning, she too was worried that the young master might suffer a loss. But in the end, even though she didn't look back, she was faintly aware of what happened to the Fang family member. Now that she thought about it again, the young girl's delicate face turned slightly pale. She was obviously frightened. "Kiara, why does your face look so bad? Are you sick?" Liru asked with a concerned expression when she noticed the young girl's pale face. She had long ago regarded Ke as her future daughter-in-law, so her concern for Ke was no less than that of her son. The young girl lightly shook her head, her expression easing up. "Come, I'll carry you back to your room to rest." Seeing his mom carry the young girl to her room, Duan Lingtan's eyes slightly narrowed. In his opinion, Ke having this sort of reaction was normal. After all, she wasn't the same as him. To him, someone who had once lived a life filled with bloodshed and battle, murder was an ordinary occurrence. The feeling of taking another's life was something he had long ago become numb towards. After putting the materials in his room, Duan Lingtan greeted his mother before going out. He went to see Grand Elder Li Huo. "Kid, I don't think now is the time of our appointment. What did you come see me for?" Li Huo's eyes narrowed as he looked at Duan Lingtan while he asked this. "Grand Elder, I've come to request your help in refining some medicinal pills." Duan Lingtan stated his purpose. "Oh? What medicinal pill do you want?" Li Huo laughed. "The Thunder Flame pill." Duan Lingtan's gaze became focused as he slowly said this. "Kid, although the Thunder Flame pill is a type of body-tempering stage medicinal pill, it's much more valuable and rare. Moreover, I've only ever heard of the Thunder Flame pill, and I don't have the method to refine one." Li Huo's expression dulled for a moment before he started laughing bitterly. "Grand Elder, if I give you the medicinal formula, would you be able to refine one?" Duan Lingtan asked with a smile. He made nothing of what Li Huo had said. You're willing to give me the Thunder Flame pill's medicinal formula?" Li Huo's breathing started becoming short and rapid. As an alchemist, what he desired the most was the chance to refine various types of medicinal pills so he could gain experience and thus, advance his skill in medicine refinement. Even though he was a grade 9 alchemist, the number of medicinal pills he was capable of refining was extremely limited. "Yes. Duan Lingtan nodded. Your teacher is allowing you to pass down the Thunder Flame Pill's medicinal formula to me? Li Huo took a deep breath as he asked this. My teacher said that all of the medicinal formulas that he passed down to me are mine and that I can do as I please with them. Moreover, the Thunder Flame Pill isn't really rare. There are quite a few alchemists around the Cloud Continent who know how to refine one. Duan Lingtan lightly smiled. Not really rare? After hearing what Duan Lingtan said, the corners of Li Huo's mouth twitched. Although quite a few alchemists knew how to refine the Thunder Flame Pill, which alchemist wasn't the type to cherish things of little value simply because it was their own? Even if they could write down the medicinal formula of the Thunder Flame Pill, they would still be unwilling to share it with others. Even in the larger cities outside of Fresh Breeze Town, the Thunder Flame Pill's medicinal formula was priceless. The Thunder Flame Pill is a medicinal pill exclusive to body-tempering martial artists. Once consumed, the body will have to endure pain of thunder and flames bursting forth within the body, thus stimulating the body's potential. If consumed together with a body-tempering pill, the speed of cultivation would even increase to twice the speed of only consuming body-tempering pills. Kid, thank you. Li Huo abruptly stood up and bowed deeply towards Duan Lingtan. To an alchemist, the medicinal formula to a rare medicinal pill was more important than their lives. Grand Elder, there's no need to act this way. I'm only passing down the medicinal formula to you due to selfish reasons. I want to request your help in refining some Thunder Flame Pills. We are each taking what we need. Duan Lingtan's sword-shaped eyebrows twitched as he slowly said this. You can't think of it that way. Refining a Thunder Flame Pill will only consume a small amount of origin energy and vigor. My contribution is incomparable to yours. Li Huo shook his head. As far as he was concerned, the value of the Thunder Flame Pill's medicinal formula was too huge. If it could be used by the Li family disciples, the Li family suppressing the Fang family and the Chen family could happen in the near future. If Grand Elder still feels it difficult to accept my proposition, you can always give me some silver. Duan Lingtan quirked his eyebrows and faintly smiled. Kid, you really care for nothing but money. Don't worry, I'll speak to the Patriarch about this matter. At that time, you'll get your share of silver. Li Huo jokingly scolded. He was puzzled in his heart. Why did this kid love money so much? If Duan Lingtan knew of Li Huo's opinion of him, he would surely give him a disdainful look. From the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Lingtan knew that regardless of it being medicine refinement, weapon crafting, or inscriptions, there were professions that virtually burned through money. Since he was only at the body-tempering stage now, the expenses weren't high for the moment. But once he breaks through to the core formation stage and develops his origin energy, he will need to start refining medicine and crafting weapons. At that time, the materials will cost hefty sums. They could even be considered a bottomless pits. Besides weapon crafting and medicine refinement, the inscriptions that require origin energy to assist in the engraving will also require various rare materials. After writing down the medicinal formula of the Thunder Flame Pill and passing it to Grand Elder Li Huo, Duan Lingtan said his farewells and took his leave. On the way out, he didn't forget to remind Li Huo, Grand Elder, I'll be counting on you to get the materials for the Thunder Flame Pill. I've been really poor recently, so I really can't afford those materials. Duan Lingtan fled as soon as he finished speaking, only leaving his gradually receding figure to the stunned Li Huo. This kid took 1,000 silver from me yesterday, but he still cries poor. This kid isn't old, but he is so shameless. Li Huo grinned and jokingly scolded after Duan Lingtan finally vanished from his sight. After leaving Grand Elder's Li Huo's residence, Duan Lingtan went straight back home. He closed himself off inside his room and arranged the materials he had bought with Kerr earlier. Duan Lingtan prepared these materials to conduct inscriptions. The paralyzation inscription Duan Lingtan used to defeat Li Ji was only effective on martial artists below the 7th level of the body tempering stage, so using it on a martial artist above that level was no different than tickling them. This time Duan Lingtan planned to inscribe a different inscription as a preventive measure. If he can't kill Fang Qiang in 2.5 months by relying only on his own strength, then he will use this inscription as assistance to take Fang Qiang's life. Fang Qiang, even if you're a 9th level body tempering martial artist, I will certainly kill you. Remembering what happened the day Fang Qiang injured him in the Li family's audience hall, a surging rage arose inside Duan Lingtan's chest, and he was unable to subside it for a long time. He and Fang Qiang were like fire and ice, so as long as Fang Qiang was alive, his heart would never feel at ease. Just when Juan Lingtan was about to conduct inscriptions, Li Ru's hurried voice sounded from outside. Juan Lingtan's heart jerked. He was faintly able to guess what happened. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. The Fang family's response is really quite fast. But they still have the nerve to come here, so they must really have thick skin. Mom, you're looking for me? Juan Lingtan pushed open his door and walked out. Li Ru took a deep breath. Since the Fang family's third elder arrived and said that her son had killed Fang Qiang, her mood started to become agitated, and even now she still had not calmed down. Fang Qiang was a 6th level body tempering martial artist, killed by her son, Juan Lingtan, who had only broken through to 4th level body tempering stage this morning. After a quick inquiry, Li Ru became aware of the sequence of events from Juan Lingtan. Likewise, she was made aware of the circumstances at which Juan Lingtan killed Fang Qiang, unexpectedly only using a single sword strike. A 4th level body tempering martial artist killing a 6th level body tempering martial artist, slicing the throat open with a single sword strike. Li Ru deeply understood how fearsome her son's sword drawing arts were. Then, why didn't you let Mum know of such a huge matter? With a slightly displeased expression, Li Ru stared angrily at the youth. Mom, you didn't ask me. The Fang family members have come, right? Juan Lingtan smiled embarrassedly. Yes. The Fang family's third elder, Fang Xing, and the Fang family medicine store manager, Fang Tao, have come together. They are urging the patriarch to hand you over to them. Then, don't worry, since we are in the right, not to mention only 2 of them have come. Even if the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi, comes in person, he can't do anything to you. Li Ru gave Juan Lingtan a shot in the arm. But she quickly realized that Juan Lingtan did not seem the least bit worried. He was even more composed than her. She seemed to have thought of something, so her willow-shaped eyebrows frowned and her heart started. This should be the first time Tan has killed someone. But why do you seem so tranquil? After taking a deep breath, Li Ru spoke of the doubt in her heart. Her eyes were staring fixedly at her son's eyes, as if trying to discern something. Mom, it's not the first time I've killed someone. Juan Lingtan had prepared long ago, so he didn't bat an eye as he lightly smiled. When did you kill another person prior to today? Why doesn't Mom know about it? Li Ru's willow leaf-shaped eyebrows raised up as she asked curiously. Mom, prior to today, I've killed people in my dreams. And quite a few at that. It was part of the training regimen the old man in my dreams prepared for me. I can still remember when I first killed a man in my dreams. I felt extremely scared and even vomited, explained Juan Lingtan. A dream again. Although Li Ru didn't quite believe what her son said, she had no idea how to explain the changes that occurred to him. It looks like the old man in your dreams really looks after you. Then, let's go to the audience hall. The patriarch is waiting. After taking a deep breath, Li Ru stopped trying to get to the bottom of it. Juan Lingtan nodded and followed his mother to the Li family's audience hall. Brother Nanfeng, I hope you've been well. The moment they approached the Li family's audience hall, they heard a hearty laughter coming from within. Chen Li, what's he doing here? After hearing the voice, Li Ru felt it to be quite odd. But she soon noticed the bitter smile on the corners of her son's mouth. Then, don't tell me you offended the Chen family as well? Li Ru's heart skipped a beat. The Chen family's patriarch paying a visit at this time made her suspect him. Juan Lingtan embarrassedly told her about the conflict between him and the Chen family's eldest daughter, Chen Me. So it turns out to be just a trivial matter. There's no way Chen Li would pay a visit just to accuse you of such a trivial matter, so he must have come on some other business. Li Ru heaved a sigh of relief. She was worried that her son had actually killed one of the Chen family's members as well. Juan Lingtan walked slowly behind Li Ru and entered the audience hall, whereupon he noticed a slightly strange atmosphere. Humphrey. 2 middle-aged men brushed past Juan Lingtan, leaving the Li family's audience hall. Their fierce gazes seemed as if they were trying to tear Juan Lingtan apart. Patriarch. This, Li Ru looked towards the patriarch Li Nanfen with a puzzled expression. Before she went to get her son, the 2 Fang family members wished that Juan Lingtan would pay with his life. But when her son finally arrived, They actually left without saying a word. This is all thanks to Me. She guessed that the Fang family would visit our Li family to denounce Duan Lingtan's crimes, so the Chen family's patriarch brought her here to bear witness. She was there when Duan Lingtan killed Fang Quain. Since it was Fang Quain who provoked him, Duan Lingtan is not guilty. Li Nanfeng laughed loudly. Thank you, Miss Me. Li Ru looked towards the young girl, lightly smiling. Then, it's all thanks to Miss Me this time. Why aren't you thanking her? Li Ru looked towards Duan Lingtan. Duan Lingtan's eyes flickered as he glanced at Chen Me with an intrigued expression, wondering why she helped him. Thank you, Miss Me. Since it was his mother who asked, even though he didn't want to, he had to at least keep up appearances. You're welcome. Chen Me blinked her clear eyes as she smiled beautifully like a flower. Compared to the unruly eldest daughter in the Agawad restaurant earlier, she was like a completely different person now. Me is so cultured. Patriarch Chen, you've given her such a good upbringing. Li Nanfeng faintly smiled towards the middle-aged man beside Chen Me. The middle-aged man was indeed the Chen family's patriarch, Chen Li. Chen Li shook his head as he smiled, his gaze falling on Duan Lingtan. How could my daughter compare to your Li family's Duan Lingtan, who has such formidable strength at such a young age? Once he grows up, I'm afraid he will have no equal in the entire Fresh Breeze town. Ninth Elder, may I ask if your son has any marriage arrangements? Subsequently, Chen Li looked towards Li Ru. The moment Chen Li finished his sentence, Li Ru, Duan Lingtan, and Li Nanfeng were all struck dumb. The three of them subconsciously looked towards Chen Me. Upon noticing her blushing cheeks, they instantly guessed Chen Li's intentions. Chen Me couldn't have fallen for me, right? Duan Lingtan's heart stirred. He could not believe what was happening. This morning in Agawad restaurant, he and Chen Me were like fire and ice. Even if women were capricious, they shouldn't be capricious to this extent. At this moment, Duan Lingtan noticed his mother gazing at him with a mischievous expression. But at the same time, her gaze felt as if she was inquiring his opinion. With a helpless expression, Duan Lingtan shook his head. Patriarch Chen, unfortunately, I just decided upon a wife for my son a short while ago. Li Ru looked at Chen Li with an apologetic expression. That's unfortunate. Patriarch Li, Ninth Elder, little brother Duan. My daughter and I have fulfilled the purpose of our trip, so we will be taking our leave now. Chen Li nodded as he left with Chen Me. When Chen Me was leaving, she glanced at Duan Lingtan with a bitter gaze. Her face was gloomy. Ninth Elder, why didn't I know about you deciding upon a wife for Duan Lingtan? Li Nanfeng looked towards Li Ru with a puzzled expression. Patriarch, Kerr is the wife I decided upon. A heartfelt smile appeared on Li Ru's face when she spoke of Kerr. What she said caused Duan Lingtan to be astounded. In his heart he thought, if Kerr heard what Mum said, she would certainly be too embarrassed to show her face. So that's how it is. They are indeed a perfect match. Li Nanfeng smiled as he nodded. Ninth Elder, Grand Elder wanted to see me before the two Fang family members arrived. I've already delayed for some time, so I will be taking my leave. Seeing Li Nanfeng taking his leave, a smile emerged on Duan Lingtan's face. He knew the reason that Grand Elder wanted to see the Patriarch. I hope the Patriarch isn't too stingy. Even though the Thunder Flame pill is only a low-ranked pill, its importance to the Li family is extraordinary. If the children of all the Li family elders were to consume the Thunder Flame pill and then absorb the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, the speed of their cultivation would double. Of course, this was also the reason why Duan Lingtan was willing to share the Thunder Flame pill medicinal formula with Li Huo. He desperately needed the Thunder Flame pills. With the help of the Thunder Flame pills, stepping into the 7th level of the body tempering stage within the next 2.5 months wouldn't be impossible anymore. Then, why are you smiling? I'm telling you right now, no matter what, you can't abandon Kurt, or else Mom will never forgive you. Li Ru said to Duan Lingtan seriously. Mom? What are you talking about? Duan Lingtan laughed bitterly. What was she going on about? Then, if you go out in the next few months, remember to tell Mom so I can go with you. Li Ru said. Mom, are you worried that the Fang family members will attack me? Duan Lingtan guessed. Yes, neither Fang Tao nor Fang Xing are not good and honest people. I'm worried that they would secretly plot against you. Mom, Fang Quain is Fang Tao's son. Him seeking revenge against me was normal. But why would that third elder of the Fang family want to go against me? Duan Lingtan was puzzled. Then, Fang Xing and Fang Tao have a special relationship. He is Fang Tao's elder brother. Li Ru explained. So that's how it is. Ch.1-25 was enlightened. He didn't expect Fang Quain to be the nephew of the Fang family's third elder. It was no wonder they personally paid the Li family a visit to denounce his crimes. But the Fang family must have been aware that they were in the wrong, or else the one that came wouldn't just be the Fang family's third elder but the patriarch too. 10 days later, Grand Elder Li Huo called Ch.1-25 over. Ch.1-25 gave Li Huo his last massage session, helping him to fully treat his hidden injuries before putting away the first batch of Thunderflame pills that Li Huo refined. This batch of Thunderflame pills had a total of 30 pills. Kid, this is the 1,000 silver that I owe you. On top of that, here is another 30,000 silver from the family. You can consider it payment for your Thunderflame pill medicinal formula. The old man withdrew a large stack of silver bills and passed them to Ch.1-25. Grand Elder, thanks. Ch.1-25 grabbed the silver bills from his hand. He wasn't one bit courteous. I noticed that your fleshly body has reached a threshold. It seems you should be breaking through to the 5th level of the body tempering stage soon, right? With your natural talent combined with the help of the Thunderflame pills, breaking through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage in the next 2 months shouldn't be impossible. At that time, relying upon your swift sword, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be enough for you to kill Fang Qiang. The old man's eyes narrowed as he slowly said this. Grand Elder, you're aware of what happened? Ch.1-25 was stupefied. It looked like Grand Elder was aware of what happened half a month ago. He was aware of how he relied on his 4th level body tempering strength to kill Fang Quain, who was at the 7th level of the body tempering stage. This matter isn't a secret in Fresh Breeze Town. I heard from the Patriarch half a month ago. Kid, I didn't think that you'd know how to conceal your strength so well. Looks like Li Ji being crippled by you wasn't simply his bad luck. The old man glanced deeply at Ch.1-25. I was just lucky. Ch.1-25 smiled embarrassedly. After putting away the silver bills, he took his leave. It's too bad his aspirations don't lie within Fresh Breeze Town, or else it wouldn't be impossible for our Li family to unify the entire town. The old man sighed. His tone contained a hint of pity. Ch.1-25 naturally didn't know how highly Grand Elder thought of him. He went straight home after leaving Grand Elder's residence. After preparing the bath barrel and some 7 treasures body tempering liquid, he took off his clothes. Then he consumed the Thunderflame pill. Instantly, Ch.1-25 could clearly feel an aching pain throughout his entire body. The aching pain grew stronger by the moment. Hiss hiss tilde. At this moment, Ch.1-25 felt like he was being attacked by thunder and flames. The aching pain spread throughout his entire body, causing him to be unable to stop himself from letting out a low humph sound. Luckily, being a person of 2 lifetimes, his will was incredibly tenacious, so he easily endured the pain caused by the medicinal effects of the Thunderflame pill. Half an hour later, Ch.1-25 noticed the aching pain in his body start to dissipate. He could clearly feel that all the pores in his body had opened up, greedily absorbing the 7 treasures body tempering liquid within the bath barrel. The absorption speed was a whole 2 times faster than the previous speed. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Spirit Serpent Form. As Ch.1-25 greedily absorbed the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, he started to circulate his cultivation method. The lifeblood within his body continuously strengthened. His body was undergoing a metamorphosis at an alarming speed, meaning he was quickly breaking through the threshold. 5th level of the body tempering stage. Ch.1-25 opened his eyes. His expression was filled with intense joy. As expected, the Thunderflame pill didn't disappoint him. Ch.1-25 would usually need half a day to completely absorb a portion of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. This was his limit. But thanks to the Thunderflame pill, with merely an afternoon's worth of time, he continuously absorbed 2 portions of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid and immediately broke through. The next day, Ch.1-25 once again arrived at the Grand Elder's residence. Kid, what are you here for this time? You better not tell me you spent the 30,000 silver I gave you yesterday. Li Huo's face had an expression of vigilance the moment he saw him. Grand Elder, I'm not here to ask you for money. I actually want you to smelt this blade for me with your pill fire. Ch.1-25 smiled embarrassedly. Then he withdrew the violet short sword from its sheath. This is a sword made from violet ore, right? Kid, if I use my pill fire to smelt violet ore, it would melt and be vaporized as it's only a type of common metal. Li Huo frowned. Grand Elder, are you really that confident? How about we make a bet? Duan Lingtan smiled as he said this. Li Hua gave Duan Lingtan a disdainful glance. He knew that this kid wouldn't do something for naught, so he wouldn't be fooled by Duan Lingtan. But it did, however, rouse his interest towards the sword in Duan Lingtan's hands. Could it be that he misjudged it? Li Hua quickly took the violet short sword in his hands. His origin energy condensed into a milky white pill fire, covering the short sword. After half an hour, it could clearly be seen that more than half of the metal on the short sword had been vaporized, but the violet metal that remained instead changed into liquid form. No matter how hard Li Hua tried, it was virtually impossible to vaporize it with his pill fire. At this moment, Li Hua's face was drenched in sweat. He waved his hand to put out his pill fire. Kid, is this a weapon crafting material? After all, pill fire was strong enough to be capable of vaporizing fine steel. Thus, only a weapon crafting material would be able to withstand his pill fire and not be vaporized. Yes. Duan Lingtan lightly nodded. Can you tell me what material this is? Li Hua took in a deep breath as he asked this. Violet meteorite. Duan Lingtan did not conceal the truth. What? Li Hua was shocked. Although he was only a grade 9 alchemist, he had heard of the material called violet meteorite, which was treasured by weapons craftsmen. Kid, where did you get this sword? Li Hua asked before drawing in a deep breath. From the Li family weapon store. It cost me 200 silver. Duan Lingtan said with a painful expression. 200 silver coins? The corners of Li Hua's mouth twitched. Such a big piece of violet meteorite for only 200 silver? If he were to let those weapon craftsmen know, they might even feel like committing suicide. Of course, Li Hua was aware that no ordinary person was capable of identifying unrefined violet meteorite. So that means that this sword was actually forged from violet meteoric iron? Li Hua inquired. I didn't expect Grand Elder to know of violet meteoric iron. Duan Lingtan was astonished. I saw it in some ancient books. Violet meteorite is usually hidden inside violet meteoric iron, so it's extremely difficult to be identified. Kid, how did you identify it? Li Hua glanced deeply at the youth, as if trying to see through him. Unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Lingtan smiled mysteriously, but didn't answer Li Hua. Grand Elder, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. Receiving the violet meteorite from Li Hua, Duan Lingtan immediately left. This kid seems completely different from before, as if he's another person entirely. It must be all thanks to his grade 7 alchemist teacher. Grand Elder's murky eyes flashed with a bright light as he surmised this. Duan Lingtan returned from Grand Elder's residence with the violet meteorite. He arrived at his home without disturbing Ka, who was cultivating in her room. He instead went to see his mother to get her to accompany him outside of the Li family estate. Then, you want to get a blacksmith to forge this metal into 2 swords? Looking at the violet-colored metal in Duan Lingtan's hands, Li Ru's expression was filled with disbelief. In her opinion, the volume of this metal was only enough to forge a dagger, and a small one at that. What, Mom, you don't believe me? Duan Lingtan smiled. Li Ru shook her head. The pair of mother and son quickly arrived at the Li family's blacksmith store. Ninth Elder. An attendant greeted them as soon as they entered, bowing to Li Ru. Where's your manager? Li Ru nodded and subsequently asked. Ha, such rare sight. Ninth Elder, do you need anything from my smithy? A middle-aged man walked out from inside the weapon store. The middle-aged man's laughter had a grand sound to it. He walked swiftly to stand in front of Duan Lingtan and his mother. This must be young Master Lingtan, right? The middle-aged man glanced at Duan Lingtan as he smiled lightly. This is Manager Long of our Li family's smithy. The fine steel swords sold in the weapon store are all his works. Li Ru said to Duan Lingtan. Manager Long. Duan Lingtan smiled lightly towards the middle-aged man. Ninth Elder, you're treating me like a stranger. If you hadn't appealed to the patriarch for me all those years ago, how could I possibly still remain in the Li family? The middle-aged man said. He couldn't help himself from sighing as we took a trip down memory lane. Li Long, you don't have to mention what happened all those years ago. The reason I'm here today is because my son needs your help to forge 2 swords. Li Ru shook her head. She looked at Duan Lingtan as she said this. Manager Li is the best blacksmith in the entire Li family. The fine steel swords he forges are famous throughout Fresh Breeze Town, and the fine steel swords forged by the other 2 families can't even compare to his. Hearing what his mother said, Ling Tan lightly nodded. Young Master Ling Tan, what sort of sword do you want to forge? Li Long asked respectfully. Manage Long, I want you to forge 2 flexible swords from this piece of metal I have here. Make them as thin as you possibly can. Ling Tan revealed the fist-sized piece of violet meteorite in his hand. Flexible sword. Young Master Ling Tan, to forge a flexible sword, the material must have high levels of malleability. Forgive me, but I'm unable to recognize the metal you're holding in your hand. Li Long's eyes flashed as he said slowly this. Li Ru's willow leaf-shaped eyebrows slightly twitched and an expression of shock emerged on her beautiful face. She knew extremely well of Li Long's capabilities, but even he was incapable of identifying the material in her son's hands. Obviously, it was no common metal. Manager Long, you can go ahead and try forging it. Just make sure it comes out as thin as you can make it. Ling Tan smiled. He must be kidding, right? In the entire Cloud Continent, there were hardly any metals that could compete in malleability against violet meteorite. The reason that violet meteorite was a weapon crafting material pursued by many weapons craftsmen was because of its malleability. Okay, I'll give it a try. Li Long nodded as he received the violet meteorite. Even he was interested in this piece of metal that he couldn't recognize. Young Master Ling Tan, follow me to my private forge. With Li Long in the lead, Ling Tan followed him into an inner chamber inside the Li family's smithy. The forge was fully equipped. On the weapons rack in the corner were many fine steel swords that shone with a cold light. Under Ling Tan's gaze, Li Long quickly took off his shirt, revealing his robust upper body. He tossed the violet meteorite onto the hearth of the forge, allowing the flames to heat the metal. Li Long bent down and started pulling on the bellows, causing the fire to burn to an extreme temperature. After an hour, the violet meteorite finally showed signs of melting. Li Long heaved a sigh of relief, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. Even fine steel wouldn't need more than half an hour to become soft under this temperature. As far as he was concerned, this piece of metal was truly bizarre. Of course, it also brought him a new challenge, causing his mood to become agitated. After a moment, Li Long stood up. Grasping his hammer, the muscles and veins in his arms bulged. Glang! His hammer descended, furiously hammering on the soft and violet meteorite. Instantly, the violet meteorite changed into a pile of mud. What good malleability! Li Long couldn't stop himself from exclaiming after seeing this. Young Master Ling Tan, forging 2 swords will not be a problem. Li Long looked towards the nearby youth as he lightly smiled. I'll be troubling Manager Long. Ling Tan nodded. Glang, glang, dot. The hammer in Li Huo's hand descended time after time, quickly dividing the violet meteorite into 2. The shape of 2 swords slowly formed. Ling Tan, who was watching from the corner, had a gaze of admiration when he looked at Li Long. When forging a weapon, no matter if was it pulling on the bellows to control the temperature or to temper the metal by hammering, Manager Long did it all by himself. Based entirely on this fact, it would be easy to conclude that he was an expert in forging. Maybe it was because of this that he was able to produce the best fine steel swords in Fresh Breeze Town. 2 hours later, Li Long completed the final step in the forging process, and the 2 flexible swords finally took their final forms. Through the flames, 2 swords could be seen. Their bodies were glittering and translucent, thin as a cicada's wings. Sheeing. Li Long lifted his hand and withdrew a fine steel sword from the weapons rack. He swung the flexible sword to meet the fine steel sword head-on. The fine steel sword split with a sound. It was like paper to the flexible blade. What a sword! Ling Tan's gaze shone. The level of Li Long's forging skill caused him to be lost in amazement. Besides the lack of ability to amplify the power of attacks, the other characteristics of these 2 swords were comparable to that of something made by a grade 9 weapons craftsman. Young Master Ling Tan, thank you. Li Long respectfully bowed to Ling Tan. Manager Li, why are you acting this way? Ling Tan hurriedly bowed in response. I'm grateful that young Master Ling Tan allowed me to forge such a rare metal. Until I have the chance to forge an even better material, these 2 swords will be my, Li Long's, greatest masterpieces. Li Long said excitedly. Every blacksmith helped that the weapon forged by them would be the best weapon. Whoosh, 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 dot. Ling Tan swung the flexible sword made of violet meteorite like a gust of wind. The weight of the flexible sword could be totally ignored, allowing him to execute sword drawing arts with more ease. A satisfied smile crept up on his face. With this violet meteorite flexible sword, his strength would once again go up another level. Manager Long, do you have leather sword sheaths here? The type that can be used as a belt. Duan Lingtan looked toward Li Long as he asked. Young Master Lingtan, if you need this type of sword sheath, I will personally make a customized one for you. Li Long smiled. His mood was elated after he successfully forged 2 swords that exceeded his past standards. Then I'll be troubling Manager Long again. Duan Lingtan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Li Long was extremely efficient. The next day, a pair of leather sword sheaths were sent over to Duan Lingtan's home. What made these sheaths special was that Li Long infused the residual violet meteorite from forging the flexible swords into the sheaths. Thanks to this, they would avoid getting damaged from the sharp edges of the violet meteorite flexible swords when drawn. Out of the 2 violet meteorite flexible swords, Duan Lingtan kept one for himself and gave the other to Kerr. As for his mother, Duan Lingtan had other plans in his heart. He planned to wait until his cultivation stepped into the core formation stage, whereupon he would be able to refine a spirit sword for his mother. Spirit sword, a spirit weapon long sword. Once origin energy is circulated into it, the attack power of the user is amplified. It is much more powerful than common weapons. Mom, Manager Lee seems very respectful towards you. He even mentioned something about you helping him appeal to the patriarch, or else he wouldn't be able to stay in the Lee family. What actually happened? In the courtyard, Duan Lingtan asked Liru as he slowly kneaded her shoulders. It happened more than 10 years ago. At that time, Li Long had a secret affair with the daughter of one of the elders, accidentally making her pregnant. You can imagine what the consequences were. He was violently beaten with sticks before being tossed out of the Li family estate. After that, the elder's daughter insisted upon giving birth to the child, causing the elder to literally die of anger. She was a really pitiable person. Although she successfully gave birth to the child, she died soon after due to complications in childbirth. Seeing the child alone and uncared for, I appealed to the patriarch to allow Li Long to return to the Li family. Li Ru's clear eyes seemed to fall into a trance as she slowly said this. After hearing what Li Ru said, Duan Lingtan finally came to understand. Never would he have expected that Li Long had such a past. When I think about it now, if I didn't appeal to the patriarch to allow him to return to the Li family, maybe he would have left Fresh Breeze Town long ago. Then our Li family would have really lost rare talent. Li Ru laughed. Duan Lingtan nodded. In this world, some things were really just so marvelous. Okay, hurry up and go cultivate. With the help of the Thunder Flame pills and the speed at which you have been progressing, you still have a good chance to break through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage in the next 2 months. Li Ru said to Duan Lingtan, urging him to return to his room and cultivate. After witnessing the formidability of her son's sword drawing arts, as far as she was concerned, so long as her son could break through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage, he would not necessarily be unable to kill the Fang family's manager. Yes, madam. Duan Lingtan instantly stood straight as a spear, giving his mother a military salute. Under Li Ru's stupefied gaze, he turned around and returned to his room. What was that movement Tan did? Li Ru had a puzzled expression. Maybe if she had the chance to take a tour of the earth, she would realize that the movement Duan Lingtan made earlier was a standard military salute. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months passed by. Crackle. At dawn, the sound of bones rubbing together sounded from inside Duan Lingtan's room. Subsequently, the room's door was shoved open and Duan Lingtan slowly walked out, bathing in the sunlight. Half a month earlier than expected. The corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth curved into a smile as he lightly clenched his fists and felt the boundless power within his body. Thanks to the unending assistance of the Thunder Flame pills and the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, Duan Lingtan made it from the 5th level of the body tempering stage to the 7th level in only 1.5 months' time. An ordinary 7th level body tempering martial artist would possess 2,000 pounds of strength. Whereas Duan Lingtan, who cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, at the moment of progressing into the 7th level of the body tempering stage, his body's strongest explosive force had already passed the 3,000 pound mark. Compared to the 300 pounds of strength he had when he was at the 4th level of the body tempering stage, his power increased by a whole 10 times. I still have a half month more, just enough time to cultivate the martial arts in the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Spirit Serpent form, Spirit Serpent movement technique. Thinking up to this point, Duan Lingtan's eyes shone brightly. He immediately started to cultivate the Spirit Serpent movement technique in the courtyard. After cultivating the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Spirit Serpent form until the 7th level of the body tempering stage, the flexibility of his body was beyond imagination. Duan Lingtan was absolutely sure that even the yoga masters with the best flexibility on earth wouldn't be able to compare to his current flexibility. Duan Lingtan cultivated around the large tree at a corner of the courtyard. His whole body was like a spirit serpent, sticking to the tree trunk as he flashed around swiftly. In a few moments, he had already gone around the tree from top to bottom more than 10 times. The spirit serpent movement technique is a pure movement technique martial skill that stresses upon the utmost usage of the cultivator's body's flexibility, while at the same time producing terribly frightening speeds. Duan Lingtan, whose body fulfilled the flexibility requirements to cultivate the Spirit Serpent movement technique, was able to cultivate it proficiently. An hour later, he finally grasped some of the quintessences of the Spirit Serpent movement technique. Of course, it was mostly due to the foundation from form and will boxing that he achieved in his previous life, or else it would be impossible for him to grasp some of the quintessences of the Spirit Serpent movement technique in such a short amount of time. The more he trained, the more deeply absorbed he was. After an unknown amount of time, the clear and melodious sound of a door opening entered his ears. Only then did he stop his cultivation. Mom. When he saw the beautiful woman that walked out, a light smile emerged on Duan Lingtan's face. He, who was an orphan in his previous life, truly cherished and enjoyed the motherly love Liru gave him. And he was deeply trapped within this feeling, unable to break free from its clutches. Liru replied with a smile. But her smile quickly froze. You broke through? Liru's voice trembled lightly. Yes. Duan Lingtan nodded. Good. Liru was so excited that she was unable to control her tone. In these past few months, she was always worried about whether her son would be able to step into the 7th level of the body tempering stage before the day of the battle. But now it seemed like she had overthought things. Her son didn't disappoint her, and he even completed his 7th level body tempering breakthrough half a month earlier. Mom is very happy today. I'll go buy some things now and cook something good for you. Liru's beautiful face was glowing. She left as soon as she finished her sentence. Warmth aroused inside of Duan Lingtan's heart. He could understand his mother's mood. A parent's love and devotion. Boss. Just when Duan Lingtan was about to continue cultivating the Spirit Serpent movement technique, a slightly hurried voice sounded from outside the courtyard. This damn fatty is really thick-headed. He's back again. Duan Lingtan frowned. He recognized the owner of the voice. In the past 2 months, the fatty had come more than 10 times. Most of the time, taking into account the good relationship between Fifth Elder and his mother, Duan Lingtan usually wouldn't give him attitude. But after giving this damn fatty an inch, he was trying to take a mile. After opening the unlocked door, he walked out of the courtyard. Li Xuan, how many times must I tell you? I won't take you as a lackey. If you continue to harass me, then I'll be forced to take this matter to your dad. Duan Lingtan looked towards the little fatty and frowned. Boss, please don't. I came today because I really have an important matter to tell you. You're in trouble. Big trouble. When he heard Duan Lingtan say that he would complain about him to his dad, the fatty immediately got scared. What matter is it? Hurry up and tell me. Duan Lingtan's expression turned slightly grim. As far as he was concerned, this damn fatty's filthy mouth couldn't utter anything decent. Boss, when I heard about this, the first thing I did was come to see you. I didn't even tell my dad. I'm really loyal, right? The little fatty's fat face bulged out as he laughed. If why you don't tell me right away, then you don't have to anymore. Duan Lingtan's eyes narrowed. In front of this damn fatty, he didn't have any patience. Please don't, boss. I'll tell you. This was something I heard by chance. Even in the Fang family, it's still a secret. His fat face trembled as he said this. Then the little fatty took a deep breath. Fang family? Duan Lingtan's eyebrows raised. Boss, I heard that the Fang family's manager, Fang Qiang, broke through to the core formation stage a few days ago. Why don't we ignore the agreement that's supposed to take place in half a month? You're only 15. So even if you go against an agreement, it's not really shameful. After finishing what he wanted to say in a single breath, the little fatty looked eagerly at Duan Lingtan. Duan Lingtan's face didn't change. It was as if he wasn't the least bit shocked. But his eyes had narrowed slightly, and a bright light flashed through them. The thing that he was worried about the most actually happened. Fang Qie actually broke through at this critical juncture. The 9th level of the body tempering stage possesses 10,000 pounds of strength. When the strength of the fleshly body is fully exerted, it is able to draw upon the force of heaven and earth to develop an ancient mammoth silhouette. Whereas at the 1st level of the core formation stage, on top of the fleshly body's strength being equal to the strength of one ancient mammoth, the developed origin energy provides a martial artist with strength similar to another ancient mammoth. A 1st level Cal formation martial artist has a total of strength of 2 ancient mammoths when fully exerting his strength. As he drew in a deep breath, Duan Lingtan could feel the pressure. The happiness he felt when he broke through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage eased up. Li Xuan, it's enough that you told me about this. Don't tell any other person. Do you understand? He looked towards the little fatty as he coldly said this. I can't even tell my dad, the little fatty asked naively. Is your dad not a person? Duan Lingtan gave the little fatty a stare, causing the little fatty to feel as if he was sitting on the bed of needles. Boss, that. Abruptly, the little fatty looked eagerly at Duan Lingtan. What? Duan Lingtan frowned. This damn fatty was really annoying, but for the sake of sealing his lips, Duan Lingtan had no choice but to endure. Boss, I need you to help me teach a lesson to Li Ming. The little fatty rubbed his fat hands together while he laughed slyly. Duan Lingtan thought for a second. He was remembering who Li Ming was. Li Ming, the youngest son of the 2nd elder, a famous genius in the Li family. His natural talent was not one bit lower than the Li Ji of the past. He was 17 this year, and under the assistance of the Thunder Flame pills and the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, he stepped into the 6th level of the body tempering stage a few days ago. You and Li Ming's conditions are the same, both not lacking Thunder Flame pills and 6 treasures body tempering liquid, so why don't you rely on your own strength to defeat him? Said Duan Lingtan angrily. In this sense, this damn fatty was not one bit similar to the 5th elder. I don't lack it. But the problem is that he's older than me by 2 years. The little fatty looked at Duan Lingtan with anticipation as he laughed maliciously. Boss, please help me. I was nearly kicked around like a ball last time, and he even insulted me saying I was a damn fat pig. I must teach him a lesson and make him call me Brother Fatty every time he sees me. Boss, you have to help me. If I get beaten up by him again, I'm afraid I might forget what you said to me earlier. Noticing that Duan Lingtan was still thinking it over, the little fatty hurriedly struck while the iron was hot.